All right, good morning for real this time, all you MHA CCG viewers out there. I am Levi Lalon, and of course got with me Sam Tate. And man, we could not be more excited to bring you guys the commentary for day 2 of the Florida Regional License Exam. We had an extremely action-packed, crazy intense day. I think yesterday, Sam, really reminded us of, yesterday in general reminded us of everything that came with an in-person event, but if anything, it really reminded us what an insanely long, grueling, and thrilling day that 8 rounds of Swiss can affect us.
Yeah, it's been super awesome to be back here in person with the community, seeing all the lovely faces, getting to high five, handshake, hug everyone. It's been wonderful. But at the end of the day, it's a competition. Only one can remain. There can only be one regional champion, and we have some of the best competitors out there vying for that spot today.
As much as there can only be one, right now, there are currently 16 of these guys who made it through the trenches of day 1 and are going to be fighting their way to try and get that coveted top #1 spot in this day 2.
And that beautiful Vial Seizing Champ card. I can't get over how good these foils look this year, how good these prize cards look. They are just, they're the best prizes I've seen in gaming. They are some of the most beautiful prizes I've seen.
Sam Tate is a chibi apologist, guys. You heard it here first. He's here for the chibi mania. But yes, guys, chibi mania aside, of course, all of these top cut players will be racking up more and more promos. The top 8 players are going to be securing their invites and their vial seizings. The winner is going to be securing their gold and victory vial seizing and a corresponding playmat. And of course, first and second will be getting those national round buys. So there's just a ton of stuff on the line right now for these guys. And from start to finish, I think today's going to be non-stop thrilling action. And we're going to be kicking it off with a pretty exciting one. Round 1, we're looking at 2 of the roguest decks in the world that I don't think anyone would have predicted making it way to this top cut slot.
The wildest bingo card in the world did not have this matchup on it.
No, I don't think that you would have ever guessed that y'all were in for True Form All Might versus Shoto Todoroki 1.
One of the biggest sleeper decks I've ever seen has to be Shoto Todoroki 1. He has a scaling offense that can defeat any opponent given enough time, and has maybe the most unique response with that R commit to cancel and enhance ability played on an attack or a foundation. And then on the opposite side of the spectrum, right, you have this True Form All Might deck that can be built in so many different ways, and we've seen it basically been put together as what I would call maybe a true combo deck, right? Not the combo keyword, but we have a few really powerful interactions that bring us to the victory, and I can't wait to watch this matchup.
Yeah, we got to see a little bit of this deck yesterday, right? The all.
It was the most hyped deck yesterday.
Form. Yeah, we saw him play 2 attacks the entire round. It was absolutely crazy. However,
the same attack.
Yeah, the same one, the same dunk, one would say, right? But what we really didn't see yesterday was Shoto 1 coming out the gate. So David Toombs here is going to be looking to bring this very, very unknown character to his first top cut slot.
Is that true? This is a character that was going to come out the gate hot, right? Massive damage pump, a cancel on his face, Frigid Heatwave in the kit? Come on now, set 1 Frigid Heatwave. There's got to be a Shoto Todoroki 1 top somewhere in the beginning.
I know there were a few of them running around back in the early Kirishima 1 days, that kind of like water pile that Christopher Bromley and a lot of others made famous, although they really flopped back and forth between like starting as Kamui Woods or Asui or Shoto 1
true.
And like sideboard clown carring into the others. It was pretty all over the place, but this is just like a pure hardcore Shoto 1 deck. You just said it right. It's hard to go wrong with water ranged. You've got the heat waves, you've got the freezer burns. Yet reviewing a 0 is kind of
reviewing a 0 is incredibly
pretty weird here.
It tells me that we're either stocked up on our 0s, right, or maybe we watch some tape and we know that stun isn't part of the game plan. We need real interaction. We need something that cancels. We need something that hates on momentum. We need something that's going to save us, because as cool as this True Form All Might deck is, it is very much a one-note deck, correct?
Yeah, this deck is all about, hey, I'm going to get 7 cards at the start. I'm going to find my All Might 1. I'm going to find my Detroit Smash. If you play enough Foundations, I'm going to Cremation. I'm going to start the game with 1 Momentum, which means I have my Detroit Smash Fuel. You guys saw it happen yesterday, right? It was just pure hardcore bliss. Now,
you can't. Real quickly, but you can't, right? You want this so bad, but we know that the entire linchpin of this matchup is based on our response commit, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes Todoroki 1 so unique, right? You know, we have so many characters in this game, like over 100 at this point, but I don't think any of them quite have the power of on-demand, on-face, near-conditionless cancel. Whatever you want, whenever you want, as long as it's not a character ability or a form, right? Just being able to stop, or a response, right? Stopping any enhance as Shoto 1 whenever you want is so powerful. And it's what makes him, even to this day, so many sets later, still a very, very unique commodity of a character.
Yeah, and I want to point out there was a little bit of that pause on the third foundation being played. And it was because David was giving his rival the opponent to respond with Cremation. Brand new League of Villains set 4 card that makes this whole combo possible. And I mean, we're just jamming the Detroit Smash, but you know, it's that Cremation that we saw both games when this deck was on stream that enabled this Detroit Smash to go above and beyond, I would say, on turn 2. Now we see the Detroit Smash with no momentum. How is this going to play out?
I mean, it's still scary, right? This is still just a big 6 mid attack in the face of a 7-hander with only a few foundations on the board. You know, it's still something worth jamming for sure. It's just not going to be our huge wombo combo turn. But thinking about like the interactions between these characters in this matchup, is this possibly the best thing that Shoto would ever want to fight? In this top cut slot here, the deck completely reliant on using Detroit Smash. We get to on-demand cancel one of the things on it every single turn, the whole game.
I mean, like I said, the linchpin is this response, because if you're going to only play one attack and end the game, you're probably going to need every enhance on the card to pull it off. Now, when it comes to the consistency of this deck, it's helped out greatly by this draw 3 enhance, right? We've now seen like 17 cards. We've seen like 17 cards we have the option to play. And we've never seen this deck build very many foundations either, probably due to like the high attack count. Now we see the draw 3 enhance get a soft counter from Desperate Times. So we're going to make our rival commit an additional foundation. But Levi, if we discard a character card for this attack, it's half our life. We have to respect this.
Yeah, it's huge. Now, thankfully, you know, David's playing the water symbol, right? So we've already got some really nice speed reduction on board. Rescue completed and ice gliding together are going to make at least 2 blocks this turn. Very, very possible, barring some insane circumstances. And now with that Desperate Times, we've put Andrew down to 1 ready foundation. It's going to be pretty hard to really aggress into anything meaningful past this.
Yeah, luckily, because there's been 2 ready steps, True Form All Might's down to 24 health. That's a very fair number for a 7-hander, wouldn't you say? Most
certainly. One of the kind of calling cards of True Form, even back in the day, was, hey, you're just a 27 health 7-hand size character that gets to put 3 damage on things. Time and time again. I mean, this is pretty much your prophecy, Sam Tate, right? If you're a 7-hander that puts 3 damage on things, there's got to be something to you.
There's got to be some kind of a deck for you, right? And luckily, in the past, the True Form deck has been like, oh, well, you have to play all these extra characters. The deck is kind of weird and wonky. There's so many All Mights out there now. Your deck could be almost completely All Mights if you wanted to do it. Can you put 50 All Mights? I'm going to have to do that math later.
We have, 7 of them?
At least.
I think we have 7 of them. So you can have your starting character and then 27 more inside of your deck.
Yeah.
That's a pretty respectable chunk of All Mights there.
Yeah.
That's a lot of All Mights.
As far as a conditional damage pump goes, you know, that's fairly consistent, I would say. And now we are on...
Plus 3 speed? Plus 3 speed with his cremation usage? Cancel it. Snap cancel.
He's got a mill 3 for that cost. But yeah, that was a snap cancel.
Yeah, we are going to discard the top 3.
Interesting. Do you think that that's a bait?
Or
at least maybe not even a bait. Like, is that the correct thing to cancel?
Possibly. I mean, it would bring this, we've given it -2 speed with ice gliding and then -2 with rescue completed.
You certainly don't want to commit 2 foundations, just have your rival play 1 action. But you know what scares me, Levi, is there's like 10 other cards in his hand. What if we just play a second cremation?
There could be a second cremation. I don't know how close we are to a Sugar Rush. We have a.
Oh my gosh, we have so many cards in our discard pile.
How
did they get there?
Amount.
We played 4 cards this game. 5 cards this game.
We played 5 cards and we cycled an All Might. Right, we reviewed, right, so we should be pretty up there. We're gonna go after the blocks straight in. The face shield block is gonna come in Very, very, very close. Very, very, very close. The 5 check would have been great. The 3 check would not have made it. 4 check was just enough.
Yeah, interesting that we normally you'd feel pretty bad about using the face shield on a mid attack, but there's pretty much only the one attack in the deck, so you putting a block on it is the most important thing. Now, the real question is going to be on 4 foundations with barely any ranged attacks in the discard pile. Can Todoroki pressure Trueform at all, or is he going to have to give Trueform a couple more turns to assemble his combo?
Pressuring is a strong term here. Maybe we'll get a nice little poke or something like that in. Maybe just block zone check him a little bit, like a freezer burn or something could be pretty cute.
Maybe we just play 4 attacks on raw difficulty with no damage pump and check 5s.
Andrew is looking in a pretty nice defensive position right now, though, right? We've got 4 cards in hand. We've got 5 ready foundations. You know, things aren't really too scary just yet. But we're not going to want to make ourselves vulnerable as David, I think.
Right. I think the one thing you can't do is you can't let the Eraserhead Starter Foundation. I can't remember the name of it.
Daunting Message.
Daunting Message. I was going to say a Daunted Raid.
Not yet. Not yet, Sam Tate. Not yet.
So the one diff, right? Once you're below half health, it is an incredibly powerful foundation.
It is Electric Jolt. It is Electric Jolt.
It is balanced by the fact that you have to wait until you're below half health. So I think the biggest mistake that David can make, right, is getting a poke in for momentum, but putting him at the exact number, right, or right around the number where that losing 3 health puts us into Daunting Message health levels. And now all of a sudden he can target commit all of our interaction. All of a sudden we have too many things we have to cancel.
Yeah, that means we can't put Andrew at 18, because then we'll go down to 15 at the start of the turn, and then it's less than half, right?
Right. So if he deals 6 damage,
Trueform
will lose 3 life, and then all of a sudden we lose our 2 best foundations for a flip cost, Levi.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty scary. We definitely don't want to put Trueform All Might here in a desperate enough scenario to be able to use those Daunting Messages. David also, so we kind of talked about you got to build here. You know, David is in a unique position here, right?
We would have checked very bad.
As we've got this character, that allows us to interact really, really well with what Andrew's deck is trying to do, but at the same time, we're a very, very late game character.
Right.
Shoto Todoroki 1 has never tried to kill anyone on turn 2. Your character's not doing anything. We don't have the foundations to commit for damage, and we don't have the attacks in our discard pile for damage. It's just not happening. And we're also we've got attacks in our discard pile now.
Well, we have checked almost exclusively. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, it's a deck that wants to play control, but is rewarded for having an incredibly high attack count. And I mean, look at how many zeros we've seen, right? The Water has some of the best zeros. We've seen Gotcha, we've seen Desperate Times, we've seen Surviving the Final, and those are all super necessary, not because they have such great effects like Desperate Times, but because when you're playing this super high attack count, you need those really consistent early turns. And I mean, so far, David's deck is working perfectly, and Andrew's deck has not found the specific combo yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
Did he draw 7 or did he draw 6? I think he's at 6.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he pointed at the -1 die, right?
Yeah.
Because one of the things about Detroit Smash that not only is it All Might only enhance for half of it, but that permanent hand size reduction is something that pretty much only one All Might can really deal with. But Trueform has the ability to become that All Might.
Yeah. The combos and the interactions with that character are so interesting. I think the big thing that we're going to have to see here is we got to see how David is able to navigate this transition into the late game scenario, because he's oh my god,
we're transitioning into a late game scenario.
We're once per gaming, baby. We're once per gaming.
So how do we get momentum as all symbol right now? Right? How do we get momentum from this place?
I don't think that there's a way. I don't think there's a way we can snap it in, which is kind of the only question I have when it comes to this play here. You know, the thing that David will have to navigate very carefully is we get to shut down the combos. You know, we get to shut down the big plays, the key enhances. However, we have to skate into the late game because we're a very late game character. We need to take a while to build a stage and get our discard pile filled up to close the game as Todoroki, meaning eventually we might just let Andrew sculpt and chill out for so long that he finds enough of his combo anyway that our one cancel just isn't going to be what cuts it anymore.
Right, and importantly, I'm not a rules expert. I don't claim to be an expert, but I believe that's going to make our true form a 5 hand size from here on out. And our health total is now going to be below a 7 hand size health total. So we really are burning ourselves at both ends here, but this is the power of the deck, right? You get so many cards, you get to see the combos that are in the deck, and now we've got an incredibly powerful interaction. We have a printed 6 speed move with this brand new constantly improving that allows us to add 6 speed to the move.
Yeah, we've got, it looks like +1 from our easily excited already. So it's actually going to be 14, right? Or is it printed speed?
It should be printed.
Okay, so it'll just go up to 13 then.
Yeah.
So
my goodness, dude! If we had a plus ultra from our stage,
oh, dude, that'd be nuts. That'd be nuts. So I think what David's really thinking about here is, can I allow +6 speed to happen? Is that where
I think you can?
Is that where my cancel has to come in? Yeah, I don't think that's where the cancel has to come in. I think you have to save it for like the powerful or something like that, or even the EX.
I think now that we've used the once per game, you can get hit once.
Yeah.
Unless I'm missing some interaction where getting hit this turn allows him to get a momentum this turn,
Right.
I think we can get hit exactly one time.
Looks like we're going for the cancel on the constantly improving.
Ooh, and it was smart because we were going to check 2 attacks in a row.
We sure did mill 2
Is
attacks
that
there.
6 attacks that were in a row off the top of David's
I think
deck?
it might be, my friend.
It's at least 5. I know it's at least 5.
I mean, we've got, I don't know. I mean, I don't hate that play by any means, but God, we've got so much speed reduction on board.
Ooh, you know what I would have really liked to see?
What's that?
A seal on snack time. It has the earth symbol. We have a million cards in our hand, and he's immediately going to activate it. And there it is, the public support. I was going to call this out as a potential combo because we've seen so many cards. There's no way he didn't have one in hand. This attack's going to get tons of stats anyways now. I think it's really important that we also recognize that Sticky Balls has -4 speed on it, so maybe it's not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Ice Gliding. We've got Rescue completed with a gotcha. We've got Double Surviving, and we've got Sticky Balls. I really don't know if +6 speed was the thing I'm scared of the most this turn. It could, if there's a lot of attacks coming, it could be, the equalizer that keeps David alive. We'll just have to see. At the same time, I also would have understood maybe something like a Lost in Thought activation on that snack time, because as you said, that's about to start putting in the work this turn.
Right. It's, we have some very powerful interaction on David's side of the board. It's just the timing for it, right? Like, I would love to bounce constantly improving back to your hand, but if I'm doing it after you've used it and you're just going to build it again, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it was the very, very, very first thing that Andrew did, right? Was immediately he said, hey, I want to use this constantly improving.
Yeah, I got to use my first E, right?
Yep.
So
yep.
It's very tough, right? Like, even like as far as defensive powerful interactions go, Lost in Thought and Irrefutable are still, better offensively because the advantage goes to the first enhancer. And so while you can look at your stage and go, look at all these beautiful, wonderful foundations I have, if you don't sequence them properly, your opponent's still going to get the maximum value, right? We got rid of your cancel for the turn. We got rid of, or we didn't get rid of, but we got to activate snack time, which allows us to activate public support. And now all of a sudden, if we block this attack, there's a chance that David's going to be left with a crippled stage.
It's certainly possible, right? How many Detroit Smashes could actually be coming here is the big question. I mean, Andrew, dude, look at that. He's got a small book in his hand.
He's got half his deck in his hand. His discard pile's bigger than his deck, which is almost the same size as his hand.
Yeah. I think that's actually what David just asked right there. We see Andrew counting his hand, I think. He's got somewhere in the realm of 8-9 cards.
What happens if this True Form deck has to play against All Might 3?
Oh my God! You better kill him. You better kill him. I think it's the same game plan as every other other game. You just don't pass into him. Yeah, you just don't pass into him, man.
You don't give him a turn, right?
Most certainly.
That's been the power of this format, right? Like, is that so many decks can say you won't get a turn.
Ooh, is Lost in Thought about to hit charging one for all? Oh, I love this.
Right.
I love this.
I was going to talk about that foundation for a minute, right? Because it has 2 very powerful stat pumps to it. The caveat that you have to have less foundations than your rival, which hasn't been an issue for Andrew. And again, it comes down to the sequencing, right? Like, what was the most important thing? Was public support more important than getting to use one for all?
Right. I really love how this All Might deck is utilizing a lot of these new pieces. Constantly improving is one that I really haven't seen make its way into a lot of decks. It's cool to see a deck that can really use a card like this. Then we've got stuff like the charging one for alls, the public supports, all these new things from the All Might versus All for One rival deck. It's just a lot of really interesting pieces, just on top of the power of the All symbol right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, so I think the biggest thing on David's mind is you have to assume he has another Detroit Smash.
You have to.
There's so many cards in his hand. The only other attack in this deck that we've seen, at least on stream, is Final Smash. So there's the opportunity that Andrew still has lethal in his hand, and that Final Smash is only going to be a 4 difficulty. And it's going to allow you to stack a 5 on top, and then play another one that's a 4 difficulty, etc.
Yeah. Even without momentum, right? Even without powerful X here, there's still just a world where we can count to 20.
I can just play 3 attacks, and that's 20 damage in this character.
Yeah, 20's just not a big number.
We did lose access to the +3 damage pump, though, right? So we can't cycle characters out of our hand and draw and get bonus damage. But here comes more speed hate. Gonna try and make this deck as easy to block as possible, and makes perfect sense.
Yeah, give me a little Ice Storm Breaker block right here, and let's wrap it up, right? Let's proceed to the next one. Let's continue my survival tactics. It's possible that the point of this turn was really just to dig for cards,
right?
Just to dig for our cremation and try to get a poke in, try to get some momentum so that we can really get our fire started. That's what's been holding back Andrew, right? That's really what's been holding back. Obviously the on-face cancel of Shoto 1 is a detriment, but not finding that momentum yet is what's really stopped us from starting the party.
Right, because then you can threaten with EX. You can say you need to completely block. No partial allowed. Another attack check for David.
Wow.
Meaning we are still, after all that, going to have to commit 2 foundations to block this.
Yeah, I guess canceling Constantly Improving was the right call, because we would be committed out right now otherwise.
And again, right, if we had sealed Snack Time, that would have been stun 1 that we didn't deal with.
Or you mean
speed
Bounce Snack Time with the Lost in Thought?
Is that not an irrefutable?
No, that's Drowning in Resentment. That's our new that's our new sealed play, Drowning in Resentment. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I see a foundation with Todoroki's face on it.
Gamer check alert. Gamer check alert. So here's the fabled second Detroit Smash, right, that we were talking about, going in on a 7 and beautifully checking a 6. Now, I don't think there's a world where this can get to 20. But it's certainly gonna slug us.
It would be a very sugary world.
Ooh, it could be a very sugary
part,
world.
Is when you draw 20 cards and 4 of the cards that you drew say +4 damage on them.
Oh my god!
And we talked about how big that discard pile is getting.
Okay,
right?
I think his hand is bigger than his deck now.
Yes.
I think there's a discrepancy between them now.
So yeah. So bouncing the Snack Time, right? That's also going to reduce the number of cards that we can put into our discard pile to fuel multiple Sugar Rushes. Because the thing about Sugar Rush that the balancing factor behind it is you have to remove 10 cards from your discard pile from the game. And when we've got 40 cards in our discard pile, we could play 40 Sugar Rushes. And I don't think we have 40, but I think we could at least activate 2 Sugar Rushes minimum.
Most certainly. So it looks like with the floating ice gliding ability, the sticky balls, and the rescue completed, this is now going to bring this all the way to 0 speed?
Yep. This one's going to be another easy block, but David can't block anything after this, right?
No, I don't think so.
A final smash, that's 6 damage. It's the same damage as Detroit. If we can pump the damage on that with actions in our hand, that's going to be, again, it's counting to 20, right? David is untouchable up until after this attack.
Yeah. Also, I just want to shout out the reluctant retreat that Andrew just checked here. I love that he's playing that card just to not get plus ultra'd.
Right.
That's actually hilarious.
It's what it was designed for, right? It's a heavy costed. You have to remove the card from the game and you have to discard a card. That's a heavy cost to have a incredibly conditional enhance, and yet it's super necessary for this deck.
Is it a heavy cost in our 19 card hand? Is it Sam Tate? Is it?
Okay. Well, objectively, it's a heavy cost, and then if you're Andrew,
yes.
you find
we
the
checked
deck.
We checked another attack.
If you're Andrew, though, you find the perfect deck for it.
Yeah.
Right. If you're Andrew, you find the deck where you have all the cards in your hand, and you don't need foundations.
There's the final smash coming in. Also, we half blocked that, meaning we're down to 17 health.
Ooh,
this is 6.
That was a half block?
Yeah, it was a half block. That's a Desperate Times right there.
No.
Yeah, I thought it was a Sticky Balls at first, but it is a Desperate Times.
Oh, that's going to make this considerably easier to Sugar Rush.
All right, well, there's the first Sugar Rush. Let's remove those 10 before we check. Yes, right. Yes. There it is. Only true gamer plays here. And
Doesn't care what he removed. He removed a Detroit Smash. He said this is it. I think Andrew's about to win the game.
Yeah, it's starting to sound like he's counted. I mean, if we have another Sugar Rush and another Final Smash,
right?
That's just 20 right there. Actually,
he's counting to see how many more Sugar Rushes there can be.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a single other one.
I think we have exactly 10 right now.
Oh my god!
I think he just counted exactly 10.
Oh my god, that would be crazy. Especially if we play another attack. We do need another attack for sure. But yeah, Final Smash into Final Smash with double Sugar Rush. That is straight up 20 damage. That's straight up 20 damage right here. We don't even have to worry about binking our checks either because there it is.
The double.
There it is. Wait, do we have
cheese.
exactly 10, which means we don't have anything to stack for Final Smash?
Nope, we have 12.
Okay, we have enough.
Now we can put a 5 on top.
And you know what? Look how disrespectful. We removed our 6 check.
That's what I'm saying.
We removed our 6 check All Might 1 that we could stack with Final Smash because I think he's already counted.
He doesn't care.
I think he's already counted.
It's over.
It's all about the posture, right? It's the posture, the body language, those minor decision makings that normally don't matter, right? But could be extremely conditional, right? But when those start to not come in, all of that is flowing together to show us that I think Andrew has already figured out how to close this game right now, right here, this turn. We're seeing the motion of the ocean here.
Was +6 speed the thing you needed to cancel?
Man, I think so.
Was
because
it the card you needed to block?
So it's tough. It's tough.
If
he only has the 2,
we didn't stack on top. Wait, we didn't stack.
We didn't even stack.
We don't have it.
Oh no! Hang on.
We actually don't have another attack.
No way. We drew like 20 cards. We drew actually 20 cards. There's no way.
Well, and so if he plays another Final Smash, it's still on a 7. Realistically, we could fail it. So it's not even like he doesn't have to care about that.
Yeah.
We used a lot of resources. Oh my god!
Yeah, we don't have it.
We used a lot of resources to not have lethal.
Wow.
Now, to be fair, David's at 3, but you got rid of your entire deck. You're gonna take 3 damage every turn. You removed Detroit Smashes from your discard pile.
Yeah. This is pretty rough. And I mean, we've only got 20 health.
Right.
We've only got 20 health. David has a real chunky stage. I mean, a tongue whip or 2 could just do it. It just could do it.
True. And also, I mean, True Form's down to 3 hand size?
Yeah, we've got 3 cards sitting left in our hand after all of that nonsense, right? We played
but at the start of our turn, we draw up to 3. We are 3 hand-sized characters right now. Yes,
that as well. Yeah,
you think he's running I Am Here at all?
I would be quite surprised. My friend.
It would be pretty hype, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Plus 10 damage.
Yeah, I honestly think that we might have just lost our window to close this game. We've got a heat wave. We've got double heat wave in hand.
We felt like we had to do something, right? So we started spinning our wheels. We started drawing cards, and it feels like we drew into more things as we went, but we just didn't draw into lethal. Again, I had to assume that we had it, because why would you be spending all these resources, removing all these cards now, just to let David have another turn?
Right, exactly. There was just not really any reason to do that. With all that speed reduction on board, it's possible that I don't know.
Of course, now we can't find a ranged attack.
Right,
now we can't check an attack.
They're already all in there, man. They're already all in there.
But at the same time, commit 1 foundation. I'm assuming we're gonna get 6 damage off of it.
Yeah, I also want to see him flip sticky balls here. Yes. For not only the card pull stuff, but now we have a second face down to go for a rescue completed ready to play.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. These are the plays you have to make. This is the optimal line, in my opinion. The real question is going to be, is there any world where David didn't draw 20, right?
Well, we've got this heat wave, and we've got another heat wave chilling in our hand. So even if we don't have it now, the future is bright.
We're also gonna have a small library in our hand by the end of this.
Most certainly. A little bit of 4 card draw feels pretty good. However, between that check and the Shoto commit here, we're down 3 foundations already. So if the checks continue to not roll our way, if we somehow manage to still check more attacks, right?
And of course,
there's all our
Andrew's
cremations.
not defenseless. We're acting like Andrew can't block. We blocked the first one. I don't think we block anything after this. But
More than likely not.
But after we hit him once, that daunting message is going to be online. We've already committed 3. If daunting message commits rescue completed,
I think so. Yeah, I think that
that could be huge.
If David would have Shoto enhanced on the gotcha on this one, we would have gotten the character committed. Daunting would still be around.
Like, the thing is, like Shoto can cancel things like on offense too, right? But then he loses access to that damage pump. So a lot of times baiting that out is like absolutely the correct play. Oh my goodness. David's not going to have the foundations to close it out. You can
genuinely might have to fail this, and that's crazy to think. That's crazy to think about.
I mean, if this hits for because if this hits for 10, then we have basically exactly 1 more move, because we're going to have to commit 3 for this. And then if we commit 1 for the Todoroki enhance, we'd have 1 foundation left and our character. We'd have to rescue completed to have 2 foundations in our character.
Yep.
It's possible. We can still get there. I have faith.
I think the question is, what does the rest of his hand look like? Does he have to hope to draw into lethal, or can we count to it in our hand right now? Because if you're hoping to draw into it, this is like an even crazier risk to take, right?
Right. I mean, we're looking at a 7 attack deck that I thought absolutely had it because it drew 15 cards, versus like a 25 attack deck that I feel like absolutely has it because we drew like 20 cards.
Right. I think right now David's just weighing his options of, can I just fail this and be fine, right? My rival is a 3-hander. They've got like no cards left in our deck, right? Like there's not really a world where, David has to worry about like winning conventionally right here.
At the same time though, we saw how much pressure Andrew could put on with just vanilla attacks into a speed hate board, right? Like he still had to tap out completely to block 2 attacks, constantly improving, still sitting there. David can't get hit a single time.
No. The question is, I guess, are there attacks left in our deck?
Right, like if I was David right now, right, I would look at the remove from game pile, count up all the attacks, count the attacks in the discard pile, and go, if I can account for every single attack in your deck right now, I can fail this.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we don't have open deck lists. So there's no guarantee, right? There's no 100% guarantee you know exactly how many attacks are in this deck, but I'm going to wager guess it's about 8, Levi. It's less. It's 8 or less.
We know there's none in hand.
Right.
Otherwise, we would have won last turn.
Otherwise, we would have absolutely put this away.
Yeah, and we know there's 2 in momentum. So.
Right. And you're only going to get to what? Review and draw 2 at most?
Yeah.
How many cards are left in his hand?
What are those 4 cards left in our deck? That's the question.
Right.
That is the question. We've seen 3 Detroit Smashes, right? We played 1 turn 1, and then we played 2 more last turn.
And we checked 1, I thought, or we had 1 in the discard already.
I don't know if we ever checked 1.
Yeah,
maybe on our opening build turn.
The main thing is Andrew callously, like with no regard, removed them for Sugar Rush, right? Like he was planning to.
That was the craziest part.
Yeah,
that's why we were so sure.
Remove stuff, and you're going to cycle.
So sure that he had it. That's why we were so sure, right? The posture and the language said everything, but in the end, it didn't pan out. And now David's got this new lease on life where he can potentially bring this around.
This is the most math you have to do, because you have to do the math on my foundation count, my damage pump, your blocking potential, because you could have an it can't be fixed and like check a 6, right?
Sure.
And we can block something on an 8.
Yeah.
We can actually block something on an 8 with this deck. That's the craziest part. So you could walk into the most unlikely of scenarios.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going for the commit 3 here to pay for this heat wave. We're gonna mill 3 first and find 2 damage, 4 damage.
Okay, that's huge.
That's massive. Huge. That's massive. This starting out at 8 damage is going to be huge. How many ranged attacks do we have in our discard pile is the question here.
Yeah, I think the last one, we still only had a single die's worth of damage. So the last one got +5 or +6. We added 2 more, so we're either at +6 or +7, I'd have to assume.
I think
we're counting
so.
right now.
Yeah, we're going for the count here. I mean, this isn't going to be a one-shot heat wave for sure, but as long as we can follow up with something else that's unblockable, that's going to be our saving grace if we can. But like you said, there could be 6 checks left in our deck. There could be 1 highs in our hand. There could be buddy blocks in our hand.
We drew another attack.
We did draw another attack.
If Andrew can't block this, I think a 5-check wins us the game as David.
I think you might be right.
Now the question is, are we going to pop this rescue completed and put the bonus? We're going to ice glide.
Whoa.
He's scouting the it can't be fixed, Levi.
Yeah.
That's the only out. Right, is a +1 high block up. Oh, Detroit smash is a +0. Oh, well, we wouldn't have a Detroit in our hand.
No, we definitely don't have a Detroit in hand.
I popped off for a second because I'm like, oh, we could block, but no.
We've definitely established that there's not attacks
there's
left.
No attack.
Okay, and then we see the rescue completed play now. We're gonna ready.
I would have to walk out of the venue if he had an attack in his hand.
That would be insane.
I already walked off when Nate Dewalt.
You did. How many naps can you get? How many naps can Sam Tate take?
Well, that was a nap. This one would have been a rage quit.
Oh, okay.
I'd be so upset. Like if he had the attack in the hand, it's like, how would you not go for it, right? But there's no world. I think there's no world where David doesn't threaten lethal here. It's just going to be, does Andrew have like some crazy +1, +0 block mod and then check a 6?
Yeah, like what is the math here? Is the math going to check out for that?
We didn't ice gliding. We committed it for the damage pump.
I think you're right.
That's a +1 block.
Evildoer's on an 8.
It's not a 6.
It fails, and
he was going for the partial block on the
that's going to bring us down to 5?
Ooh, any attack does it. You can't fail it. There's no 2s in the deck.
Yeah. No,
well, I guess not any attack does if you have to commit Shoto.
No, I think the thing we drew was the ice. I think it was the ice slide, which is like a 3-speed. So that's super blockable.
Oh, that's true. We have great block mods in this deck, don't we?
Yeah.
This is so spooky, man. Like it looks like Andrew is wide open, and yet it's such a thin margin of victory because we checked all these 3s.
Yeah.
This game is so much closer than it has any right to be. We thought this was going to be a blowout one way or another, and yet these 2 players have put on an absolute exhibition of how beautiful this game can be when you get to turn 3.
Yeah, as you said, man, the margins right here, they're so thin. I could slice through these margins, the margins of this match with a butter freaking knife right now. If that ice slide tackle is the only move in David's hand, throwing it out there is so scary. Now, I will say,
you won't even get to combo it.
If we check well, the odds that he has a good low block are pretty low because he's the all symbol.
Way.
No
way.
No, and we checked the 5. And we checked the 5.
Levi.
So, like, I think that, I don't know, it depends on what his knowledge of the all symbol is, right? Because most of their low blocks are like +3s, meaning if we made the ice slide, if we checked well, and we could have made that ice slide tackle lethal on half.
No way he checked another 3.
That's crazy.
I'm living
insane.
in a different timeline.
That's insane. He's got the book in his hands, but we've checked every single attack in our deck. Normally, you're so happy, right? You're Shoto, you get 1,000,000 range attacks in your discard pile, but we need some attacks to pump as well, right? Ooh, the refreshing slice coming in. Gonna have to trade a foundation for it though, which doesn't feel great. But
getting that momentum could be pretty important, I suppose. Like being able to ready that, but I don't understand how this game is playing.
This is crazy. So we're now passing back here into Andrew and you as true form with what?
He didn't have the block.
He didn't
have the block.
With 4 cards, yeah, he had a high block. With 4 cards left in our deck. I'm sorry, no, the 3 cards left in our deck? Yeah, because we checked one, right? Yeah. What are those 3 cards? We're a 3-hander, right?
That has to be the last attack if we were going for it. Oh, that was a +4 high block. That's not even a real block.
Yeah, it wasn't blocking anything ever.
It wasn't a real block at all.
Yeah, I think we had to go for that ice slide tackle there. Just because if we checked well, we could have made it lethal on half.
Theoretically, if you were safe to pass, right? If you were safe to fail the frigid heat wave and just pass, you're probably safe to tap out completely. Because realistically, if you're safe to fail that frigid heat wave, that means Andrew has absolutely nothing left in the tank.
Yeah,
and
I think the ideal was we were trying to draw that last tongue whip with the heat wave, because like that's just like super game. Omega instantly over game.
Any like 4-speed 4-diff feels great there. The 3-speed 4-diff is risky, right? And we were doing the math. Even on the 5-speed attack, There's a world where Andrew blocks there.
Right. But the tongue whip effectively would have been like a 5 speed with an extra in pool, right? That would have been over. I think that's probably what we were really trying to go for there. But now, I mean, how many cards are even left? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10?
So we've removed at least 2 Detroit Smashes from the game.
Okay, we're a 3-hander with 3 cards in our deck. We have our 3 in hand right now.
We can play 2 more cards before the game is over.
Yes.
If he wins this game, I'm going to lose my mind. If Andrew wins off of the 2 cards he gets to play, I'm going to absolutely lose my mind because you know what those 2 cards could be?
If there's a Detroit left, it's...
Detroit plus Cremation actually wins this game. Well, I guess you get to cancel one of the enhances, but EX, constantly improving, Cremation.
Yeah.
Daunting message.
Oh, my God.
You have to play a card legally.
You have to play a card legally.
He wanted to fail it.
He wanted to fail it.
Just get it in his Discord.
He wanted to fail it, and now all you have to do is pass turn.
And he's at 2, yeah.
Yeah. You just
If you're David, you just don't play cards.
Yeah, you play 1 foundation. You go back into him. He keeps his 1 in hand. He draws his 1. He has to play 1 card. He makes his check, and the game is over.
You know what this is called, Levi?
What?
It's called justice.
Yeah. You know,
there is justice in the world.
That's
Todoroki
a word.
He got to mill someone out on stream in Top Cuts. That's justice, baby.
You know, Sam, the world is healing. The world is healing. The world is healing right now.
Is healing.
The world is healing right now. I mean, there's a world where David...
I want him to play 1 foundation and pass.
Oh, I want him to do it so bad. Please, game 2. Just bring it in. Just bring it into game 2, David. Please. I mean, what we were talking about yesterday, right? Don't play with your food. Don't play with your food. Don't play with your food. All we have to do is just send him to Deck Out City, baby, and that's going to be all she wrote.
It's important to note he can't kill himself off the 3 life. I don't think anyone was anticipating that. It's the mill condition. It's the play 1 pass, and then he can't play a card.
Yep.
By rule, he has to play a card. Yeah,
yep.
There's a fist bump.
Yep. He says, yep. He says, yep, bro. No matter what, I have to play 1 card next turn, and that's going to be all she wrote. Holy cow!
Even if it's an attack that kills David, he has to cycle first.
Yep.
Absolutely wonderful.
Yep. And you will
love
not
to
get
see
to
it,
resolve
Levi.
that attack. Nope.
You'll love to see it.
That was insane. I, when I sat down, because obviously, I didn't get to have the on-hand, first-hand, face-first experience with Andrew's All Might deck here. That was you and Newl casting that round. However, I definitely heard the grapevine. I heard the stories and the tales of it. So going into
traveling around top tables, right? Like people were whispering about it throughout the whole venue.
Yeah,
it was talk of the town.
No one wanted to play against it in their next round and not know what was going on, right?
Yeah,
no one wanted to do that.
And we just saw David show him the ice light tackle and go, look, this is 3. He pointed at the speed and he went, this is blockable.
Yep.
I knew that. Like, I lose the game if I tap out to block this and you have any attack. If I can block 1 attack on your next turn, I win because after that you can't play a card. Absolutely beautiful to see. You love to see these 2 decks that are so far from the normal, right? They're so far from what we're used to. What are we used to, Levi? We're used to ignoring progressive, clearing the card pool. Ramping momentum is kind of a thing, right? But it's like the 1 momentum. But typically it's about readying foundations, ignoring progressive difficulty, clearing the card pool. Neither of these decks are doing either of those things. Pretty much.
No, they've all got some
very,
very, very unique stuff going on, right? Yeah. The water symbol is one that has had such a weird journey in MHA format, right?
It has everything.
But
it's the master of none.
Yeah, where did it go, right? Where did it go? It feels like the only time this symbol ever really does anything is it's when the Asui decks come out to play, right?
Right, and the Asui decks look the same on every symbol.
Yeah, and that feels more like off the back of Asui rather than the water symbol, but David's really come out to show that, hey, I can just play this really good stuff water deck that everyone likes, and my character just saying my moves get 1,000,000 damage if I make it to turn 10, and I get to just cancel a thing once per turn.
Yeah.
That's just enough.
Similar to the Death Arms deck, right? It's like you need 3 Student of the Arts. David at least says you need 2, but the thing about Death Arms is like you get to sit on them forever till you find the 3rd. David says you have to flip it. You have to waste it to go through my cancel. And, you have to have 2 of them to do that, right?
Yeah, this is the tax you have to pay to play the game with me. And I really love that as a concept, And everyone has to have 2 kill conditions per turn going into Shoto 1.
Right. So let's talk this matchup in the format, because this has to be a reason David chose this deck, right? This has to be at least something he was aware of, right? The matchup that everyone's prepared for is that Ojiro matchup.
Oh, yeah.
So if he has the 2 Student of the Arts, he flips 1, you cancel it with Shoto. Then your next enhance is Irrefutable Force of Nature, which I guess we didn't see in that game, but I'm hoping is in the deck list. It's an incredibly powerful water foundation.
It's got to be.
And then you get to seal the second Student of the Art. So again, just like Death Arms, you'd have to have 3 copies of Student of the Art to get to like really do your game plan. And we're seeing that the Todoroki is paying off because so many of these decks are so single-minded focused. They're so focused on one powerful interaction that a character like Todoroki has been able to find success in this top cuts.
Yeah, it's a world where, the best deck in the room is the most one-track-minded deck ever. If we can find it out to that strategy, we can figure out how to counter the Ojiro meta. And so that's what everyone's been trying to do, right? The Eraser Heads, the Death Arms, the Midnights, they've all been trying to find those
Even
answers,
Recovery Girls,
and
right?
they keep falling prey to that caveat, right? Of, yeah, but when he just draws hot, I die anyway. That's kind of been the underlying consistent issue with all of these answers to Ojiro. But when your answer is on your face, like Shoto, there's a little bit more to think about.
Well, and the other thing that cropped up, right, is to beat the Ojiro decks, we need to be as single-minded. We need to be as laser-focused. We need to be as all-in as Ojiro, just in different ways. And I love to see that, this Todoroki deck is combating it in a way that I don't think anyone was expecting. I mean, again, you said it yourself. This is a character that, like, as good as it is, as powerful as that ability is, it hasn't found a way to make that top cut. And I'll be honest, this is, as much as we're talking it up in the picks, man, David did not have an easy path to victory there. As much as it seems so simple on paper, he checked so poorly. He had to wait so long. He had to block and tap out still. He had to
We're on my 3 now.
Oh, okay.
No, but you're totally right, Sam. I mean, can we even call it a path to victory? It was more just a path to true form killing himself.
Right. So it's funny, in the winner's interview, right, I was talking to Andrew, and I asked him, what do you do in your Nomu matchup? Because we've seen a lot of Nomu crop up to try and survive these Ojiros.
Yeah.
He said that's what sideboards are for, baby.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, there's, as cool as this deck is, it is really funny that there's like a few random things that are just like, yeah, I randomly have this super good matchup into you. But I mean, it makes sense, right? Going back to the one-track mindedness you were talking about earlier, that, Ojiro is looking to do this one thing. You've got the Shoto deck looking to combat it in the one thing. It's like the antithesis of it, right?
Right.
Your Ojiro deck says, what does my deck do? It flips Student of the Art. Okay, what does my Shoto deck do? It says you don't flip Student of the Art.
It says you flip it for nothing, right?
Right. You don't do. So, you get nothing. Good day, sir.
Yeah. So what's really scary about this, right, is you have to assume he's citing in more attacks. Oh my goodness, we checked the Detroit first, though.
Immediately ripped the 2.
Oh, and there it is. This is the card I want to talk about. Chivalrous Competitor. This card straight messed up in All Might. Actually, should not have a symbol with him.
So oh wow, 2 Detroit Smash checked is pretty rough business though. But yeah, as obviously with the advent of One with Nature, All Might 3, good symbol All Might 3 is the deck, right? That's the card that we talked about that makes that character such like a monster right now. However, if you do want to pivot to your other symbols, holy cow, All Symbol All Might 3 is a very, very real deck.
Yeah, we saw Wesley Bittner make top cuts with it before, and it had all kinds of really cool interaction. It was playing Valiant Assault. I mean, it was a deck built for All Symbol All Might 3, right?
Right.
So I'm really curious with the adaptation, because the sideboard plan can't just be put All Might 3 on top of an 8-attack deck.
No, there's definitely got to be a little bit more going on. I mean, speaking of the innovation, right? This was preset 4, this was HLC, but All Symbol All Might 3 is what Chris Smith pivoted towards, right? He left the good symbol, the most well-known All Might 3 player in the whole wide world.
He won a provisional with.
Yeah, he left the good symbol for the All Symbol even before Valiant Assault was a card, right? So there's got to be something going on there, right?
It was
the cheerleader.
Chivalrous.
Speaking of the sideboards, man, the cheerleaders are going to come in real hardcore here. We are looking to flash.
We can survive to get that momentum.
Yeah, we've got to survive the first one, get the momentum, and then we can feel safe against 1. However, starting the game 2 Detroit Smashes down, we feel safe as David.
No, this is really bad. He only built 4 cards. We have way too many cards in our hand. We have way too many cards.
We do have 4 cards in our hand.
That means there are like 4 attacks and actions as well, because we didn't even attempt to fail a foundation, which is typically a really good way to play into All Might. On All Might's first enhance, he might be able to get +5 stats to something.
Yeah, immediately going for the Chivalrous. That's going to be pretty tough to deal with. Final Smash on a 6. Ooh, okay.
justice.
Well, the breaks are here.
It's justice.
It's justice. Yeah, this is justice.
There's that Valiant Assault, though. So, yeah. So, we do have attacks coming in from the side here. And very importantly, All Might 3 is playable while committed. So, we're still going to get all of our pump. And he went for the Chivalrous, meaning we want the pump. We're here for the pump because Final Smash guarantees our next check or the card we draw.
Yeah, I mean, we get to target draw something, or we just get to say, well both.
Of course, unless Todoroki cancels it.
Right,
he's pointing at the card saying, hold up.
There's definitely a world where we just Chivalrous and then say +5 speed to my Final Smash, 10 high.
Yep.
Deal with it. Deal with it.
This is so wild that like he checked a 3 on a 6 diff, and I'm still contemplating how he can play 2 moves and kill him.
Yeah.
Like I'm still like, actually, if we just put a 5 on top and then play 2 more moves.
The issue is if we cancel, is that resource?
Scary.
Yeah, is that resource going to be matter? Going to be relevant to block this 10 high?
If I cancel Final Smash to stop you, because you have to cancel before you know what they're going to put on top.
Yeah.
So if I cancel you putting a 5 on top and then you just check a 5 anyway, do I just lose?
Yeah, it's certainly possible.
If I don't cancel and you put an attack on top, I have to cancel Chivalrous, so you can't draw it.
Yeah.
So, like, that's not the play, right? He would never try that because you would just cancel the draw.
I think we're doing the math to see if we can block the Final Smash if 5 speed goes onto it. He says, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Right, because I don't think there's a world where he puts an attack on top and tries to draw it.
No,
that would be
don't
a
think
gross
so.
misplay.
I agree.
And then, so you know he's going to put a 5 on top, which means you can't cancel it. Because if you cancel him putting a 5 on top, his ability to just check another 5 is incredibly good.
Yeah, 100%. The lines here are going to be really, really, really tight. I don't know if, as unfortunate as the checks seem, I don't know if we get to skate through this turn unscathed as Shoto. I think we're going to get domed by something here.
Right. It's tough because, like, now that we still have this Wombo combo, right? It's not a true form specific combo. It's an All Might specific combo. So before I said you could allow yourself to get hit like exactly once the once per game has come out. I don't think you get to like take one. I don't think you get to give up a momentum here.
Yeah, I think the big thing here that's a little wild to me as well is that we instantly went for the Final Smash Enhance, meaning that no matter what happened, we weren't going to Chivalrous, right? So we're going to be losing out on some stats here.
Oh, okay, we attempt the block. It's a little too fast.
Yeah, it looks like we gave it 4 speed, then ice glidinged it.
Rough.
So it became a 7 speed. We went to block on a 10, and we checked the 3.
Oh, no. We committed.
Or I'm sorry, the 9, right?
Slice.
Oh, okay, yeah. For rescue completed, -2 speed either way.
Yeah.
-2 speed either way. But
just
then
water symbol things.
Yeah,
baby.
just water symbol
Commit
things.
my wonder for -2 speed. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, and then it looks like we're just okay with that damage getting through.
Oh no!
I mean,
constantly improving is massive here.
Yeah,
it's a card that you really like. You can gain so much information even if Todoroki cancels it, right?
Yeah.
And now we have the momentum.
It's
Detroit
kind of
Smash is online.
It's kind of looking like that Final Smash stack of 5 was a little bit of a bait.
Right.
Because I actually think that was his only attack.
Well,
otherwise, we don't open with it, right? We play anything else. We don't want to jam our 6 diff.
Well,
unless we got like a Valiant Assault in hand, maybe.
I think it's important to get this momentum early because we saw exactly how it works. So the most important thing is David had 4 cards in his hand. The most important thing is you are never going to get that +4 speed if David can help it again, which means we are almost guaranteed to get a poke momentum.
Yeah.
And so I think you jam that Final Smash no matter what all the time, and then you stack the 5 check because you can't draw it anyways, and you're playing a 3 div next. So
That's
like
what I'm
any
saying, right?
Attack,
that was his only attack, I think.
Any
and I think
attack
you stack the
you
5 because you say, okay, this is my only move. If you if you cancel my stack, you might not be able to block it because you committed Todoroki, right? And then I just get this free damage, and I move on with my life, which is exactly what he wanted to do. And it ended up happening either way down to that check. But now David's in a really awkward spot now because odds are that we've still got a few attacks in our hand, and it's going to be hard to keep playing them as we continue to check 3s as well.
Yeah, and I mean that's one of that's the dark side of Heatwave, right? It's delicious to draw 2 cards, but you got to jam your deck full of ranged attacks if you want it to be online. That's the dark side of Todoroki. Like, you have a commit cost for your foundation or for your damage pump, and then on top of that, you have to have a lot of attacks to make it work. So getting the right consistency for this deck is incredibly difficult, and I think that's a big reason why we don't see it top cut very often. Is it has powerful interaction, it has great scaling damage, even into like the set 2 format where decks were walling up for turn after turn after turn. The problem is getting the ratios right, and piloting it is 2 separate equations.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're seeing David aggress pretty hardcore here. Now, the one caveat is any damage that we land is a ready foundation, right? Because it's going to pump up our refreshing slice. That does feel very, very, very good. You get 2 more on board. Holding 3 cards is, I mean...
It's about the most you're allowed.
Yeah, 2 feels better, but then if you block 2 things, 14 is like so easy to find.
So we did survive to get Cheerleader online. That's one of the most important things because you get to flash something and get a card out of your hand before he ever gets to do the enhanced step. The problem is, which one do you flash?
Yeah, I mean, we're 2 Detroits down, right? So, but I mean, if he leads with anything else that feels like it could threaten us, we're gonna want to flash it. But are we ever allowed to push that button on a not Detroit smash?
I mean, I like to press it on every attack. I want to cancel.
Right, but we're just going to get that one.
Attack.
I mean, maybe we can flash something else off the back of having Shoto's cancel, but I don't know. It's going to make our lines really, really, really tight, man.
I'm so used to just flashing the first one because it might be the only one, right? And I don't want to let you get set up. But because we have the Todoroki cancel, you get to... Uh-oh. All right, Levi, do you flash it?
I have to.
You only have one more left in the deck. I have to.
Yeah, if he has the 4th, I'm gonna have to rely on Shoto.
Born better. If you have the 4th, you're just born better.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if he has 2, I'm gonna get to flash 1 and then have 1 cancel anyway, no matter what. So no reason I'm not flashing this all day, every day.
Yeah.
There's also a world where his first enhance is like, what if there's the world where Andrew goes first enhance capture evildoers, second enhance capture evildoers, and then you lose the game.
Well, then
you instantly lose the game.
You have to use your Todoroki cancel, and it's over. Yeah.
Yep. Which is then just as bad, right?
True.
Then you basically flashed it without getting to flash it.
Yeah, and the rough part about flashing this is we still really want to block it. And it's a 6-speed printed.
Right, and the issue in that comes in where we don't get to use the 8 million minus speed enhances that we have on the water symbol.
Really interesting that Andrew didn't decide to use Easily Excited once it got flashed.
Yeah.
Because that's free speed that you won't get to interact with.
Yeah, I mean, that would have committed an Ice Gliding or Rescue completed here, right?
Right.
Or it also...
We have to commit 1 more?
Oh, okay. It was 6, 7, 8. We checked 5, 6, 7, 8.
Huh.
Not sure. Maybe we did Easily Excited, and we just didn't note it.
Yeah, maybe he called it and we just didn't move the die.
Yeah, we're committing it. Yeah, we committed it now, so yeah, he has to have done it. Yeah,
it was weird that it looked like he didn't, but he did.
Yes. This our math makes sense now.
Yeah.
Thank God we checked a 5 there, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, we just die. We just die.
I mean,
we might.
If he
probably still just die.
If he discards his card for Texas, I think we still just die.
I think you're right. I mean, 2 cards in hand. Maybe Rescue can make this blockable. Maybe.
We got to think. So, do you cancel the combo that you know is going to give 4 damage?
I mean, do
you
have
cancel the +4 to the next that might be a better attack?
It depends what your high block.
Damage,
What's
right?
your high block, right?
Yeah.
That is the dependent question. Is what's your high block, right? If I'm sitting on a 1 high, I'm never canceling this combo, right?
Because we're going to get snack time.
Oh yeah, you're super
You have
right.
to assume a snack time's coming down.
Yeah, right? It looks like. Ooh.
Do the rescue first. Well, I guess he's thinking about canceling.
He's thinking about the response. Yeah. Oh, God, there's so much to think about right now.
My first enhance might have been snack time, just to like.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Oh, so it looks like we're canceling combo. So we're going to be looking to eat this Texas Smash on the chin, but then I don't think we get to block anything else. After that snack time comes in.
If we're snack timing here, you're definitely not.
Yeah,
blocking
we
anything.
discard 1 +4 to the next. Anything is 10 damage.
Yeah, we do get to ready for refreshing slice because of that sequencing, though, right? Because of that sequencing, we could have forced the refreshing slice as the first enhance, and now we're gonna have to commit our snack time or our chivalries.
Yeah, that might just be what does it here.
Like if you got to discard the card for snack time and then commit it, how much better is our turn?
Yeah, but we're going for the Chivalrous, which is essentially going to get us that +1 speed from snack time anyway, just not the stun 1.
Yeah, it's going to get us a +1 to a stat, and I'm not super worried about anything in Todoroki's hand, unless, could there be a Nullify in this deck? I think we saw an action card.
Yeah?
Nullify would be hilarious.
Honestly, either of these players could be playing Nullify.
True, it does have a symbol with both.
Either of these players could be playing Nullify. All Might does get a whole lot of momentum, man.
I would eat my hat if he had Nullify.
I would lose my mind. I would lose every ounce of my mind.
For all-in combo where you only play one attack and you draw 1,000,000 cards, you only have one card in your card pool. Nullify might actually be the play, though. That could be something he really does have in the sideboard.
It most certainly could be.
It is a deck well suited for it. You cancel one speed reset, you win the game. Maybe
Pretty
that's
much,
the
yeah.
adaptation. Maybe that's the next version of this deck. We have Nullifies.
It could be. Oh God, it certainly could be.
I'm gonna play so much of this True Form All Might deck at my locals. My locals are gonna hate me.
Yeah, they're gonna despise you. They're gonna despise you, Sam.
They're not gonna feel bad about playing Ojiro anymore.
No, I don't think so. I think we're gonna shift the climate, right?
Right.
So
be the change you want to see in the world.
So it looks like we are
giving damage.
Yeah, it looks like it. Opting to give
and it
damage.
got speed already, right? It's got bonus speed from somewhere.
Yeah,
Is it constantly improving?
I think so.
Yeah, we got so caught up with like the sequencing on this, even a board this small was so interesting. It really shows the beauty of our game when like players get a legitimate like back and forth.
Yeah, there were a whole lot of buttons pressed, a whole lot of moving parts within that turn that led to David taking a reasonable chunk of damage, but at the end of the day, not falling prey to a lethal turn, and now Andrew's in a pretty vulnerable spot, all things considered.
Yeah, beautiful call. Canceled the combo because you know you can't block. You know it's damage that's coming. You don't know if he's going to discard the card for +4 to the next one. So it makes perfect sense, right? Same amount of damage, but this one you know you'd have to take, whereas the other one is a potential future damage that we don't know about. Makes perfect sense. 21 health. Can David put it away? I mean, All Might doesn't have like any defense, right?
No, but
It's
at the
just
same
two
time, though, we have to check really well to be able to put damage on our moves. I think if we win this turn, it's solely off the back of some severe tongue whip shenanigans, right?
Or maybe like the greatest heat wave.
Right.
discards of
Heat
all
wave,
time.
check a 5, mill 3 attacks both times, let it rock, right?
You know what I want to see as David here really badly? I want to poke, get one momentum, and build another cheerleader.
Oh, that would be crazy. That'd be crazy. If we have access to that, it'd be amazing. Otherwise, I would really love to see him just build 5 here.
Right.
Just a hard build 5. Opening with the ooh.
This is the poke for momentum.
This is not looking good. This is not a good start.
Yeah,
This
we're
is
gonna have to
not
spend
a
our-
good start at all to this turn.
We're going to have to spend our momentum on Refreshing Slice now.
Yep.
And we don't have any face down, so Rescue Completed doesn't have that second mode yet. You know, we committed our only foundation that flips.
Yeah, this is a little scary. This is definitely not how we wanted to start this turn off. It's a check like this that could possibly leave David wide open to lethality next turn.
I
And
definitely don't think David can do 21 anymore.
No. Opening with Thorn Lance and then checking a 3? No.
Yeah.
It couldn't be further from the truth. Could not be further from the truth.
Especially
And
since
we
checked
have
it
the
on
low block. We're not even going to get our momentum, man. We're not even
Bruh.
going to get our momentum, bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh. Oh, my God.
Double Thorn Lance.
Oh, my
Don't
God.
do this, David. Don't do this to me.
This is,
We are going to get our momentum.
we're going to get our momentum.
I was going to say, the only world where we do that is if we have double Thorn Lance, but committing to playing another 5 div seems so risky.
It's so risky. And even in the good world here where we checked well, we've got 2 ready foundations. We can spend a momentum to have 3. I just, unless there's a very aggressive
we
build.
got the momentum. We committed one to get the momentum, to spend the momentum to ready one, to commit one on our turn, and we're going to give this damage.
David's just kind of going for it. David's just kind of going
If
for
he
it.
deals 21, we're going to look so stupid.
We're going to look pretty darn stupid.
Chat's going to roast us.
Tongue whip is 21.
I was about to say, the only thing that would do it after that is like double tongue whips, but then he played Thorn Lance.
We've checked a lot of tongue whips, though.
We have checked a lot. That's
a lot of
that's what
tongue
I was
whips.
saying, right? We checked the tongue whip, and I'm like, that's the only thing that like gives me confidence.
Yeah.
Or like, you know, the heat wave for 10 damage, but my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, that's
We're
going to
at
get
11.
a
I mean,
really,
one
really
tongue
solid
whip
chunk of damage on the board. One tongue whip.
So our
maybe?
Todoroki enhance is worth 5 damage.
Yeah.
And so one tongue whip
Attention,
would be
standard
11
pod
exactly.
number 1. We have your round 1 pairings. We're going to be right here.
One tongue whip wins
Yeah.
the game.
This table
Yeah, I
right
think
here,
you're right.
If you are in the standard tournament,
He has not windmill slammed a
find your
tongue whip.
opponent. You can sit wherever.
No.
Just try to sit
I'm
I mean,
crying.
We've
I'm
checked.
crying and I'm dying.
We've checked at least 2 tongue whips this game so far, so the odds of us having it are feeling a little light. However, putting a pair of ice glidings on the board feels pretty nice.
I'm crying and I'm dying. Levi.
Yeah, that was
close.
rough to see. That was
It's
rough to see.
wild how poorly he can check and still be so close.
I know, right? I know, man.
Feel that way about both these decks. Though.
David's checks have not cooperated with him for the eternity of today. They just woke up on the wrong side of the bed, man.
So to the rescue. Response after you play a Punch or Fury attack, seal 1 Rival Foundation.
That's going to be huge this
What
turn.
are you sealing in David's staging area?
Refreshing Slice.
Ooh, okay, I don't hate that.
Because
I'm a big fan of sealing the rescue completely.
rescue with double ice gliding doesn't really feel relevant, right?
Right.
I also don't want to commit myself assured for -2 speed. The only thing I want to commit with rescue completed is refreshing slice. So why not just seal the slice?
Right.
Yeah.
So easily excited, most likely going to come down here for the 1 speed.
Yeah. There's a good chance that David just has to completely sell out to block this.
I'm
And
just putting every point of speed I possibly can on this, and David's almost certainly going to have to use every single resource available.
yeah, we're going to have to cancel either EX or Powerful.
We're constantly improving for 6 speed.
If he cancels the constantly improving, I'm pretty sure it's game.
Oh, we did Daunting Message. Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Daunting Message is sure
We
online.
didn't seal anything.
We did not
Just
seal
committing
anything. We did not seal anything. Just doing the Daunting Message.
There's no way you canceled the Daunting, bro. Just commit it.
Yeah. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Is constantly improving first in hands?
It should be, yeah. Constantly improving is a first E.
Okay.
The fact that we didn't seal anything on this attack tells me we have a string.
Yes.
Right? It's not. This isn't the because you can't go all in with just the single Detroit against Todoroki. Even though he's at low enough health, I think you kind of could get away with it.
Yeah.
But this tells me that we just have a string, and there's no way that David blocks 3 normal attacks, 3 anything attacks.
Is there is there a correct cancel right here? It's the momentum or the hand size? But then I think you just die to the EX or Powerful anyway.
Depends on your perspective. In your mind, does the correct cancel keep you alive? Or is the correct cancel just the best thing that you could have canceled?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. It might not be either.
There's a correct cancel always if you believe that there's just the best thing to cancel. There is no correct cancel if you believe it has to keep you alive. Because I'm saying David is dead here.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because if he
Now Andrew did swerve us last game though and did not have a follow up.
Yeah.
But there's no way he does that 2 games in a row.
Side event.
Yeah, I think if we just there's got to be more coming. Otherwise, we just constantly improving. He has to cancel that, and then we die to EX Powerful momentum,
Right.
a billion shenanigans, right?
This attack, we just put all the speed we can on this, and all it needs is 2 little damage.
Yeah, which is so easy to come by in our All Might 3, right? Or we
Yeah.
can just Powerful once. It's just so simple.
Our snack times are so easy to fuel, and again, we still have constantly improving after this. So any other attack is going to be way too fast to block.
Yeah.
Force the Todoroki cancel out, and then because we can force the Todoroki cancel out here by just getting 3 momentum,
Yeah.
and then the constantly improving's online.
Yeah, there are too many game-winning enhances on this Detroit Smash.
Yes.
There's just too many of them. There's EX, there's
too much
Powerful,
momentum.
there's Momentum, and there's Draw.
We have too much momentum. You have too little life. Game 3, Todoroki's going to get to go first for the first time though.
Yeah, so it looks like we are pitching 1 to put 3 in. It's not getting canceled.
Ooh, that's my hand.
Yeah. He's got so many piles, man. He's got so many piles. Now we can permanently reduce to draw 3.
Oh, I think we already did that.
Oh, yeah. He's thinking about, what is that?
Charging 1 for all.
Yeah.
More stats.
Mine as well, yeah.
He was just letting him press buttons. It's a very honorable that he hasn't scooped yet.
Yeah, there's just too many buttons to press here. I don't think that David can He's certainly thinking. He's doing his best thinking, Cap.
He's like, where's the Giga Brain play where I actually survive this? And I'm sorry, my dude. If he has a second attack, it's for sure not happening.
Oh, most certainly. Most certainly. So while Andrew navigates this Detroit Smash to what's hopefully for him a winning line, we do have some updates on the rest of our top cut matches, guys. I've got we have a victory for Mr. Ryan Levine being victorious with Jiro over All Might 2.
Ooh, All Might 2's a sick deck.
Yeah. It's unfortunate we didn't get to see that one continue its run. I love me some All Might 2, man. We have Nathan Dewalt, of course, our Swiss champ with Momo, being victorious over Fourth Kind in a 2-0 victory. Little Nate continues his trek through the top cuts.
Yeah, Momo beating a 5-hander checks out.
Yeah, that is the proof in the pudding right there. After that, we have Mr. Kyle Jacobitz. We saw him yesterday being victorious with his Death Arms deck over the Bakugo 1 that was sitting in our top cuts.
That deck's cool. I wanted Bakugo to go.
It's really hard, right? Death Arms versus Bakugo 1.
Can you imagine we had back-to-back tournaments? Deku won in grand finals, Bakugo won in grand finals.
I'd lose my mind. I'd lose my mind.
There's a
Oh
sugar
my
rush, by the
goodness,
way.
the disrespect.
We're looking at the results in like I don't know why that Detroit Smash took 10 minutes to resolve.
Yeah.
David was just trying to get all the information he could.
Playing with our food, man. Playing with our food.
Hey, let your opponent reveal their strategies, right?
Oh, of course.
It's a gamer move. It's untimed rounds. You might as well let them tell you everything you want to know.
Got to get the knowledge. Hashtag knowledge. After that, guys, we've got Mr. Darwin Hernandez taking victory with Ojiro 2 over his Nomu opponent. So another very, very rogue deck getting knocked out of our top cuts. At the same time,
we saw
some rogue advancements as well, right?
Yeah, we saw the unfun provisional, these fourth kinds and these Nomu decks kind of crop up because they survived that second turn, but I don't think any of them have ever converted over Ojiro 2.
It's hard, right? You know, because as much as, 36 is hard to do, 34 is hard to do for Ojiro, at the same time, there's just always that caveat.
Yeah, at the same time, learning the standards can really brick you up.
Yep. You're still just a 5-hander fighting into learning the standards. It's a rough one.
Yeah.
It's a rough one. There's some things you just can't teach. Next up, we've got Mr. Tyrell Scott, Ty's House of Cards himself, my good man, being victorious with his Fourth Kind deck over a Midnight.
Flash in the pan midnight, I'm calling it.
Flash in the pan
Flash
midnight?
at one event. You're not Kevin Bro. I'm saying it. You're not Kevin Bro.
Oh my goodness. Is
Shout
Midnight
out to Pippa, but you're not Kevin Bro.
Is Midnight the one-trick pony? Is Midnight the one-trick pony of this format? It's tough to say. We'll just have to see if we can continue to win out here. And then after that, we've got a Crisos Panos, I hope I didn't butcher that, man, being victorious with his Ochaco 2 deck over Ojiro 2. Justice coming in.
There's a 5-hander. So the 5-hander that converts over Ojiro is the one that gives speed, not damage.
Makes sense to me.
Hilarious.
Makes sense to me.
The one that loops an attack rather than reducing damage.
Yeah, so we've got some interesting stuff venturing into our next round of tops, man. I mean, no matter what happens in this round, it's going to be an interesting advancement, right? It's either True Form All Might or Shoto 1. Either way, that's a crazy top 8 character right there. Yeah. And then, we're looking at, Fourth Kinds that we've seen so much of, coming back into the limelight. We're seeing the Ojiros come in here and there. We're seeing Ochaco 2 return to limelight. David Pena, eat your heart out.
Oh, yeah. God bless the universe's community, because so many people say things like, if you're serious about winning, you're playing Ojiro 2.
Right.
If you're serious about doing well, you have to play this deck. And time again, people have proven that the percentages in this game are closer than you think.
Sam, you'll have to pry my pet deck from my cold, dead hands, man.
Hey, you don't have to tell a Denki player.
You don't have to tell a Mina 1 player, buddy.
Right. Managing to convert off like the 7 hand size no defense on 2 different symbols, it just. Now, granted, I didn't make deep runs or anything, but at the same time, there's so much to invest into with this game, and there's so many different things you can get out of it. It's all about personal conquest. It's about personal glory so much of the time. From one air lover to the next, Sam. You guys are lucky I couldn't play this event, because I would be putting Mr. Compress on the map. On the map, boys. You play it on Evil?
Absolutely not.
That's backwards.
I'm trying to play Electric Jolt every turn for the rest of my life. Every turn for the rest of my life. I do like Evil Throws with full-on attack mode. Because I like healing. I'm a degenerate for healing, man.
That is actually one of my favorite mechanics in any game is like healing yourself, like gaining life. Yeah, no, I would have pegged you for playing Mr. Compress on Evil. So.
I do enjoy both. I enjoy all the flavors, even Void with tape swings.
Okay.
Play tape swing forever. Seems good, man.
I realized the other day why it's you and I doing so much of the League of Villains events casting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's because if you have Levi and Sam backwards, it's Moss Evil.
Oh.
Evil Moss. It's more evil, right? We're about League of Villains.
Yeah, I mean, I've made
bringing the evil symbol to the forefront.
I've made the you can't spell evil without Levi joke so many times now, but I didn't even think
We're never
about,
gonna stop.
We're never gonna stop. No. No.
There might be new people in the chat watching this event who have never heard it before.
Look,
who got a giggle out of it.
When set 10 is like League of Villains 2.0, man, I'm coming back. I'm coming back with a vengeance. Y'all won't even be ready. Y'all won't even be ready.
Man, so we still have Travis Tangeman versus Kevin Broberg. That's Recovery Girl versus Eraserhead?
Yeah. Recovery Girl versus Eraserhead, taking a hot minute over there, which makes sense. That checks out. I'm interested to see how Kevin is navigating a matchup like that, man. That's one that can be really good for Eraserhead, but only if you know how to play it, right?
Right.
And of course, only if the Recovery Girl doesn't know how to play it. These are two of the highest skill level players in the entire game. I have to imagine that they've both gotten reps in on this infamous matchup for both of their characters, right?
Well, and what has been like the kryptonite to Eraserhead since set 1?
Yeah.
Throws.
Yeah.
What is Recovery Girl? Everything is a throw.
Exactly.
So
you have to meticulously erase so carefully. I mean, look, if anyone can do it, I'm putting my faith in Kevin Broberg. But at the same time, he might just not be able to navigate enough when a Recovery Girl is in the hands of Travis Tangeman.
I mean, both those players, right? They really rose to prominence both playing Momo. So they're no strangers to untimed long top cuts matches.
Yeah,
so.
especially when it comes to the lengthy high skill ceiling decks like these. A lot of people say Recovery Girl is a pretty I don't want to say brain dead deck, but definitely doesn't have the craziest lines. But it's what's playing into her that really takes.
Deck. Come on, it's methodical.
But I more so mean that the Recovery Girl player's turn doesn't actually take that long. But it's the rival that has to take long to play against you because they have to do an insane amount of math to ever figure out if they can actually close the game out.
It's just like Momo. It is a matchup where the rival spends more time looking at your discard pile than your stage.
Exactly. Because, spoiler alert, they're the same thing.
Absolutely. So David's going to get to go first here finally in Game 3. Going to get a pretty nice build, get that 5 build out. And what's really important here, I think, has to be the cheerleader. Definitely the highest quality foundation we got to build.
Yeah, we've got to get some momentum on board, but once we do, it's going to feel very, very good. We've got double Desperate Times, which does feel very good against All Might 3.
You know what we haven't seen in this stage? I don't even know if I've seen it in the hand or in the deck at all. I haven't seen it can't be fixed.
Yeah.
It hasn't actually showed up.
It's crazy to think about
of all time.
Yeah. I mean, all has an insane lineup of zeros, right? You got Easily Excited. You got It Can't Be Fixed. You have You're Finished. Even Rooftop Vantage is like a 0 with a +2 low block.
Yeah,
that's
you were
like
talking about how much you struggle to find low blocks on the symbol.
Exactly. I mean, people play Gotcha when it rarely has text, right? It's the same principle.
And so, like, the deck's not super prone to being stunned. I get it, right? Like. It's not the most useful thing because you're typically not playing a ton of defense as the true form version. But at the same time, it's a +1 high block.
It's a +1 high block.
It's a 0/5.
Yeah, it's a 0 in your 7 hand size aggro character.
And Desperate Times actually hurts every part of your deck because every version of All Might is drawing cards.
Yeah. I mean, isn't the meta play a 7 hand size aggro character, play 20 zeros in your deck, build 6 on turn 1, murder them on turn 2? Exactly what this deck is trying to do.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm interested to see if there are zeros other than Easily Excited in this All Might deck.
Right.
It's the only one we've seen so far.
Yeah, typically he doesn't have to build much, so like the turn 1 curve isn't the biggest deal.
Yeah.
But once you do that sideboard game plan, you have to play a more measured approach. You're really going to be missing that powerful 0-diff foundation. But double 3-check for David, not going to be the biggest deal because it's double Freezer Burn.
Yeah, Freezer Burn's going to mitigate a lot of that going on, effectively being a 3 difficulty attack. Feels very, very good. Yeah.
Water jab?
Yeah, liquided jab.
Liquid jab.
Liquided jab. And so
Wet jab.
getting a couple nice pokes in, stealing looks like one momentum with that
Freezer
hit.
jab. All right,
Yeah,
done.
holding 3 cards in hand. Not the worst place to be. We've got wall cling, we've got tape. I think we could have gone
did
down to
we-
2 in hand just because we built
Hold
struggling
up.
with studies.
So wait, we hit with both of those, and we decided to only take 1 momentum because we want the ranged attack for our character count. But now,
So let me break it down for you, Sam Tate. We're gonna snap cheerleader, and then he doesn't get to capture evildoers as ever because that's our 1 momentum going away. I think that's the logic. I don't know if I agree with it, but I think that's the logic.
I was gonna say if we don't cheerleader, like we're forced to cheerleader. This is how I was gonna put it. We're forced to cheerleader, or if we don't, we capture evildoers, and that's massive. But I mean, come on, he's got to have it, right? How often has an all night at Top Cuts table just had it?
Exactly. So, yep,
Every time.
there it is, the snap cheerleader. He says, I am not interested in spending my Shoto cancel on capture evildoers.
Yeah,
He says, I'm not doing that. I got better things to do tonight than die.
I do love the scouting on the line, though, Levi. I do have to say, like, depending on how it goes, this is the least interactable way to not worry about the capturing evildoers. It's just being forced to flash the first attack doesn't feel great either.
No, I mean, we flashed a final
but he's
smash
gonna check only
and then
threes.
forced our rival into another 3 check. That does feel very good. Also, we're effectively the cheerleader, I mean, it's saying you don't get to do your attack, right? But also, your attack gets -2 speed, right? Air
Right.
quotes, because you don't get to All Might enhance on it. I think All Might 3 here is one of the decks that you're just okay with snap flashing a move.
Flashing an attack and not blocking it feels so bad, but at the same time, it can often be statistically the most correct play.
It
'Cause
can.
It's also going to be like the least damage that version of that attack
We
will
just
be.
milled 3 attacks on our cancel.
Ooh, that's big damage
There it
for
is,
the
boys.
backswing.
Big damage for the
I'm
backswing,
smelling
boys.
a backswing.
Yeah,
Levi.
we've
We
just canceled our rival's draw 2.
Feels great.
Oh, shmoney. The biggest shmoney in the world.
They committed 4 foundations to look at us funny. Love that.
Yeah, they did commit 4 I mean, we did slam Shoto on the chin. We did take a big 6 damage. It's real.
David has a small window. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Especially if you don't want to block this one. But come on, we gotta see at least like 1 breaker 2 block, right?
Yeah, an Ice Storm block would be insane here.
Just to be
Basically,
like, no, you don't get to build anything.
yeah, I would basically shut down Andrew's turn completely. Completely.
Gonna hit that
Ooh.
wall.
Okay,
clean?
so
it's
we're not
a
Ice Storm
breaker two.
blocking it. Ice Wall maybe? Breaker 1?
Nah, no way.
Throw me a
I
bone.
haven't seen an ice wall.
Throw me a bone. Throw me a bone, David Toombs. Come on,
I think
my
it's gonna
friend.
be like a +1 low or something.
Yeah.
So the main thing is it should not be an attack.
Yeah.
Because I think this is the turn to backswing. This is your window of opportunity. This is the best it's ever gonna get. I feel gonna get the minus speed.
Oh, and tape.
Interesting.
So we have what?
He's making it the most blockable thing of all time. He also ice gliding.
Yeah. And then we're blocking with a heat wave?
You're killing me.
Oh yeah. Sam Tate's in shambles right
crying.
now. I see the tears running down his
I'm
eyes.
already dead and I'm crying.
Yeah, his beard is soaked with tears right
Bro,
now.
that's not just an attack. It's also draw 2 on your own turn.
It's the biggest one in the
I
world.
mean, David's playing it super safe, and I get it, but this is the game, right? It's the risk assessment. It is I can take 4 here to have the greatest backswing of all time.
So what I really want to know is we could have
What are the
blocked.
other two
It was a mid that we wall clinged. What are our other 2 cards? Because whatever they are, we
There's
could have
just 2
blocked
other
with them.
fridges?
Bro, if they're 2 other heat waves, I would be losing my
All right,
mind.
fair play. If it's 2 other heat waves, then more power to 'em.
Whatever they are, they're 2 things that we valued more than heat wave. So I have to trust that David's decision making was correct here. Come
he
on,
reviews
come on,
the
give
plus
us
3 high block,
give us a
I'm
little
gonna
peek.
lose my mind.
Give us a little peek, David. Give us a little peek. Come on. Oh, no, he's putting it down.
He's not reviewing.
I'm in
Okay.
shambles. I'm in shambles, man.
Hey, maybe it's all gas. Maybe it is the right play. Maybe it's all gas. There's more heat waves in the discard.
Yeah. Okay, so we don't have 2 heat
I mean,
waves.
okay, so like if we do have all the gas already in our hand, which we're not reviewing.
Okay, we have a heat wave. I saw a heat wave. I saw 1 heat wave in the hand.
So it is important to get ranged attacks in your discard pile. It's not strictly wrong to block there if the other 2 cards are attacked as well.
If
but-
we had like heat wave tongue
Oh
whip,
my God.
I'm blocking with a heat wave, right?
Right.
Ooh,
Especially like another heat wave.
finally, we checked a 5, boys. We're in business. It all starts here. The gravy train, baby. The money starts right here.
Womp, womp,
Wah,
womp.
wah, wah. Yeah, we already milled all those a little while back. It's okay. Gonna
Might be
draw.
wondering how I got here.
We just drew 2 foundations. A couple blankety blank blanks right here on this draw too. However, this Heatwave is quite big. 5. I mean, guess 5 printed speed is like what I always come back to on this card, man. Yeah. Why is it so fast? It's so fast.
Because you got to put that damage on it.
You got to put that damage on it.
Got to reliably wear damage.
There it comes. Looks like we put a massive chunk of damage on this bad boy. Now we have, what do we have? 1, 2 cards in hand is All Might?
Also, it's the champ card difference, right? It's that Season 1 champion foil.
Oh, is that what it is?
If you look at all the champion foils, they're like the fastest attacks.
Yeah, Slashing Whirlwind. Thing's pretty fast.
They're all 5 and 6 speed, right?
Yeah. I'll be darned. Yeah, Detroit Smash pretty fast.
That champ foil.
Yeah, it's the privilege. It's a privilege, man. It's the privilege. That being said, this is fairly blockable. Opting to just take that straight up 10 damage, though.
Man, oh, my. So we have +6 from our character. Any moves are doing it. Any moves are getting us there. But we now have Daunting Message online.
Now, this is a scary one right here. Mr. Freezer Burn coming in.
The free?
We get
free
to
burn?
Yeah, we're going to get to ready this thing right here. This is going to be a 10 damage move that he can't interact with.
Free burn.
Yeah, remember how you said Daunting Message was online?
Psych.
It's actually not. It's a big psych. Well, granted, we'd have to destroy a ready one to cancel it, so we're probably going to let them go through.
Nah, I'd cancel it. Oh, I guess you can let one go through, right, and then cancel the second one.
Yeah, I mean with Freezer Burn, right? Why would you destroy instead of just letting him commit one? I mean, does the targeted commit
sending a message.
A daunting message. The targeted commit could matter maybe.
So
I would have.
The thing is, he has 2, right? He has 2 daunting. So you let him commit for the first one because you don't need any of these cards. These are all defense cards.
Yeah.
Then you cancel the second one by destroying the committer.
Yeah. I would have wanted him to see. Oh, what? Oh, there it goes. What I wanted to see him do, honestly, was first enhance, either commit Ice Gliding for speed or commit a Foundation for damage. That way, if he snapped Dauntings, you go, I have a committed one now. I'll cancel that.
Right.
That way, you actually get that value out of it, right? That way, you actually get that max value out of your Freezer Burn destroy. Because destroying a ready Foundation to stop my Rebel from committing one doesn't actually make any sense. But if I've made myself some committed Foundations and got value out of that, it suddenly is an actual exchange that you want to make.
It's also an incredibly blockable attack at base speed.
It is very. I mean, you do have to think about the all symbols low blocks, right?
We could have 6 checks still in our deck.
There's like a single +2 low in this block in this deck, I think.
What is a +2 low block but a +3 block that you check the 6 on? Come on.
That's true. That's true. Sam Tate, when the stars align, that's correct. That's
Every
correct.
now and then your 6 check makes your +3 low block look pretty okay.
You heard it here first, folks. Every now and then, Sam Tate is correct.
You know what is correct here?
What's that?
Jamming this next attack. We played 3 Freezer Birds this game. You got to have another follow-up attack here, right?
Gotta have something, man. Gotta have something. That's them.
That +3 low block saved his life.
Yeah. No, genuinely did. Lost in Thought coming on board is pretty big here.
You're the Market Watch guy. How much is a Chivalrous competitor right now?
Roughly $40.
40?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? You're messing with me.
No.
Oh, I was going to say for just $40 a month, you too can block a Freezer Bird.
For just $40, you can
That's
sometimes.
my internet bill.
Yeah.
Internet, or I can survive a Freezer Bird.
That's pretty rough, man. That's pretty rough, man. And not even on a webcam, because you need internet to survive the Freezer Bird on webcam.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is a pretty heated
Man,
game,
I gotta go
honestly.
Find my Chivalrouses.
Yeah, go dig them out, man. Go dig them out.
Dig those
yeah,
up,
the back and forth between these two right now is really, really crazy. I'm loving like the tempo plays that they're exchanging throughout this game 3. David being very, very, very careful, right? We played some attacks, but we've also still passed into Andrew once again with a fully ready board.
So I didn't know who this matchup, especially after siding, would like strictly favor. But I got to be honest, I thought the games were going to be mostly one-sided. The back and forth has been absolutely beautiful, but it really shows you like when these two powerful decks basically don't function properly. That's where the beauty lies. When the two decks aren't operating on all cylinders, not checking perfectly, not finding everything they want, that's where the beauty is found, where it's like, what can you do with a suboptimal situation? When you're not winning the game for free for one attack, you're not winning the game for free off one cancel, what can you put together?
So we say suboptimal, but I'm not sure if I like that term here. I think it's more of how does this All Might deck look when it has to adapt? And Andrew is showing us that he is ready to adapt, right? We're certainly not playing our deck the way it was built to play. So
Right, like our deck's not giving us what we want to
right.
see, right?
Well, I mean, we've been finding the pieces, right? The finals are here, the Valents are here, the Detroits are here, right? The checks haven't been super great, but also a lot of that not functioning has been off of the back of David playing some really, really strong defense.
Right, we just haven't gone cremation turn 1, you lose.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So like that's the beauty, right? Every time I watch, like when we watched this against Travis Tangeman, he just both games responded cremation turn 1, and we resolved exactly one Detroit smash. That's what I mean when like that's the optimal play for the true form deck. Now that we've had to pivot into All Might 3, we've had to find another plan. We've had to put strings together. Both these guys have played like what, 2 attacks average, maybe a third attack on a turn. We've seen none of these over the top 3, 4, 5, 6 clear the card pool turns. It's been amazing.
Yeah, it's been like I said, the tempo between these two is fantastic.
No one's gotten blown out from full health.
I love seeing David like play this really, really solid defense, play really, 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 really carefully. You know, think about his lines super critically. Oh, the capture evildoers is finally here. Do you now we're in a tough spot. Normally you would snap cancel, but like we're staring down a Detroit Smash right here. We're not allowed to use our 1 cancel on evildoers.
Nope.
We have to stop EX or powerful or draw 3 or gain 3 momentum, right? Like we have to do one of those 4 things.
I think you'd only cancel a power. Oh, this is looking really bad.
Yeah, it's going to be reactionary.
There's too many things to cancel. They're
Yeah,
all good.
it's going to be reactionary.
Getting 3 momentum is bad because you can modular speed or damage. Canceling powerful is bad because it's already like high base stats. Canceling the draw 3 is bad because it's already got tons of numbers and probably don't need more cards.
Yep. Ooh, sticky balls for -4 speed is going to feel great though.
And yet at the same time, all those abilities to cancel are great abilities to cancel.
They're all so good. I think right now what it's really going to be on David to do is just kind of like wait and see how Andrew commits his resources and flows through this attack to figure out at what point does he. David basically has to hold his dukes up right now and say, I'm not allowed to cancel until I realize that if this goes through, I snap die.
Right.
I
it's
instantly
not a threat
lose.
until it's lethal, and you have to find out where the ability that makes it, because again, like you do anything on this attack, he has all kinds of cards in hand, and like we're seeing Andrew is like almost never being forced to draw cards with All Might, right?
Yeah.
How many times has he activated that draw 2? It just hasn't been necessary.
I think the big thing too is that like we haven't really been in a position where it makes sense resource wise. Right. We either have checked bad or David has committed our things, right? And we just haven't really been in a position where commit 2 to draw 2 has been an exchange that we desire.
Right.
You know,
like
for better or for
worse.
worse.
Cards,
right. For better or for worse. We haven't been in a position where we can utilize those cards.
Right. Draw 2, one of the most powerful abilities in any card game, yet if you can't use those cards, it's one of the worst.
That's what makes our game so unique, right? Mm-hmm. That's what makes our game so unique is having so many cards early on. If you can't do anything with them, if anything just clogs up your hand at some point.
Yeah, if you can't do anything with them regardless of what turn it is, then you're just denying yourself better cards.
Yeah. The ability to play cards is very relative to how early or late in the game you are sometimes.
Yeah. You know what would have been a really cool play is if we had public support to put into our momentum.
Oh,
get him with the
God.
gotcha.
That would be so cool.
The gotcha response from there. But, yeah, we also have snack time, so it's just going to the discard pile whenever we want.
No matter what, that card is finding its way into that pile.
So it looks like we canceled powerful, I want to say.
Yeah, I think so. Blocking this probably doesn't make sense. We just keep it not lethal.
And hope you don't have the second one?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. We still have Disinformation of Success as well to flip here. Try and guarantee a nice check.
Is that finally an Ice Storm block?
We do have an Ice Storm in the hand. Maybe we are looking to... Oh, okay. We must have canceled EX then. But it's not in the cards. It's not in the cards. That Ice Storm block is going to fail, and off the back of that, it's just not going to happen.
He's like, check it.
He shows him. He's showing him that I've got another Detroit and a Sugar Rush power-up in hand.
He said, I can't fail it.
Yeah, and he says that's going to be it. That's going to be it. I don't even want to throw the big finish at you. He says, look, man, we've been here for about 2 hours, bro. I really got to run to the bathroom. Here's my other Detroit Smash. Can we lock it up? Packed, signed, and sealed. You know that there's no 1 checks in my deck, buddy. There's no 2 checks remaining. That's just going to be it. Wow, oh wow. What an insane back and forth. What an insane back and forth. I felt like these players were just constantly trading blows each other, poking and jabbing and striking and blocking and canceling.
Back and forth. It's
so much.
Neither player got blown out from full health.
Yeah.
Neither player was able to maintain like a huge lead, even on board, even on health, even on cards in hand. It was so awesome to see because I was really afraid this was going to be another 5-minute match.
Oh, yeah?
I was really afraid that it was going to be that the True Form deck has no backup plan, right? Because when I asked him about the Nomu matchup, he's like, well, we have a sideboard for that. Turns out we have a sideboard for Shoto Todoroki as well.
Yeah, anything that we don't get to go, this one just kills you. We have the most adaptable plan in the world, and we got to play this really, really sick All Might 3 lineup instead.
Yes.
So cool. Just the ability to like sandbag into other All Mights is one of the powers, one of the strengths of that character.
Yeah,
especially,
you've already got all the All Mights in your deck.
Right? Let me just say, hey, you tag in, tag out, tag in, tag out. And man, the back and forth that shift and that adaptation caused was beautiful. That, Sam Tate, was the premium Universus interaction that I live for. But I want to hear it from the players.
Right.
I want to hear it from the interactors themselves.
Right. We've got the players ready. We're going to take a small break, come back with them, and they're going to tell you from the fish's mouth exactly how these decks work. So please don't go anywhere. We're going to have the players come on, and I'm so excited to talk about these decks. Exceptional run, just an amazing run here at the Kissimmee Regional License Exam. David, you've got one of the most hyped decks we've seen in this weekend. You'll love to see the Todoroki one finally make a top cut. Tell me, what made you decide to pick Todoroki 1 for this event?
I've been playing Water exclusively for about the last 5 months. I ran Nomu at Nationals on Earth, and then I switched to Water. I was planning on doing Asui, but I just kept dying turn 2, and I hate dying turn 2.
Who doesn't?
And Shoto does not die turn 2, thanks to the cancel a lot.
Okay.
So I actually played Shoto at the HLC in the side events, and I only won 1 round. I did horrible. And I kept teching and making it better and better. And the reason for this event was Ojiro 2, because I felt like I actually had a 50-50. I'm not saying I had any better than 50-50. I'm saying I had a 50-50 chance at Ojiro 2.
That's about the best you can get. Even the racer heads, right? All the decks that are like built to combat Ojiro 2, I don't think anyone said they have like more than a 50-60%
right.
rate, right?
Yeah, because he can turn 2 me. You know, there's no enhance that I can cancel that's going to slow his game plan down like others. Like a dual needle lunge deck. If I cancel the dual needle lunge, I've effectively imploded the game plan on turn 2.
Right, you denied a momentum and the progressive clearing.
Right. But Ojiro 2, everything is just solid.
Now, I want to ask about your run through this event. How many Ojiros did you fight?
I played 3 Ojiro 2s.
Okay, and did you beat them all?
I went 2-1.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go. That's still better than a 50%.
Yeah, actually, the first one, I won game 1, and then game 2, I sideboarded into Asui. I lost game 2, and then I went back to Shoto, lost game 3, and I decided that if I was going to lose this event, I was going to do it with Shoto. So I never sideboarded out again.
Nice. I dig it. I dig the choice. I love that this is a deck that you saw the struggles with, right? Then you iterated on it, you improved it, and now these results have shown up, right? Is this your first time making top 16 at a regional?
It is. I just bubbled out in Nats and then made it here, and those are the only 2 in-person events.
Okay. Let's talk about this matchup a little bit here. Going into this matchup, I should say, how much did you know about the True Form All Might deck?
I watched the stream yesterday about twice, so I could memorize all the cards.
Doesn't take very long, did it?
Yeah, so I felt very confident against True Form. But Andrew and I were talking before the match, and he said, "Oh, I got some sideboard stuff for you."
Yeah, I asked him specifically. A lot of people have gone to Nomu to fight the Ojiro decks because he survives a little bit longer. And for a one-shot deck, I was like, how's your Nomu matchup? And he said, we got sideboard spice, baby.
Yeah.
And I guess All Might 3 is that spice because when you switched into All Might 3, how much did your game plan change? How much did you have to, like, reevaluate how you approach the matchup?
Yeah, the game plan changes a ton because I love to hold 4 cards or 3 cards because I'm going to block everything is my plan.
Right.
And
it's amazing how many players have that plan, by the way. Everyone wants to block everything.
Yeah, except Water can actually do it.
Right.
Except I have the amount of speed. Because the way I teched my deck was all of my offense is on face.
Right.
And my attack lineup is all lows except for Frigid. So my hope is that even if you know it's all lows, you will not have more than 1 or 2 low blocks on my kill turn. And so my foundations, I actually play no offense on my foundations. So all of my foundations are defense-oriented. So things like basic training are not in my deck.
Yeah, you've got so many zeros, and that was one that we didn't spot.
Right.
And I love the mentality, right? I love the mentality of, if I have all this defense, my character eventually gets me there, right? My character has all the damage I need. And then I was talking with Levi, who's a little bit of an expert on the all symbol. He was talking about how the all symbol doesn't have great low blocks. So is that something that you encountered a lot? Like, how many +1 low blocks did you fight against during this event?
Hardly any. The only player with lots of low blocks was actually Tim Keefe on Toga. He had tons of them. But the all low was pretty much for Ojiro 2 because the Ojiro 2 only runs 10 low blocks in the winning OCE list. And then all their low blocks mostly are +3. Right. And then they're on like 1 diff, 0 diff foundations, so they build them down. And so the Ojiro, if I live to turn 3 or 4, I typically have the win. So the Shoto deck is live to turn 4, draw the attacks on turn 4, and then in those 2 matches, I did not draw the attacks on my kill turns both times.
Little heartbreaking, a little bit of heartbreak. Yeah, there's a couple times where for both players, for both you and Andrew Levi, we're like, he's got it, he has it, it's over. You know, you can pass the check, and then you build a foundation. It's like, no, you both drew so many cards, right? You both had like 10 hand size game, so we thought for sure you had the follow up. I do want to talk a little bit about the event, the weekend in general. How much fun are you having?
A lot of fun. I'm very happy I flew out.
Do you have like a favorite match of the weekend?
A favorite match of the weekend? Or
even just like a favorite moment or anything.
Favorite moment of the weekend?
Up to the front, please, if you aren't.
Maybe like hearing your name get called for top cut.
I did like that. Actually, my favorite match was my very first one where I lost. I played Ty with the Ty House of Cards.
Oh, Tyrell. Yeah, he's on 4th kind.
Yeah, and he was on 4th kind, and we only got through 1 game the whole hour because we both built into deadlock like crazy. And
these 4th kinds, man, they're not about the turn 2. They will just build and block.
Right, and so I actually misplayed. I lost on a misplay, but it was just a very, very fun match to go through.
Guy, right?
And he, in my opinion, he outplayed me. So it was a fun match.
Awesome. Well, I want to give you this opportunity to give any shout outs to anyone in the community, anyone you want to say hi to back at home, anyone out there that you just want to give recognition to.
Yeah. First, for the content creators, I'm a subscriber to your content. I'm a subscriber to Levi's content. I'm a subscriber to Tam's content. Pretty much, if there's a content creator out there I want to subscribe and support, and then other shout out has to be to my wife, who's at home with our 2 kids.
The most important shout out. Remember that, fellas.
Who let me spend money on a trip to Orlando and offered to watch the kids for 3 days. So,
it's funny. At the last Orlando Regional, we had someone make top cuts, but it was on his wife's birthday, and so he was in the doghouse and he couldn't play top cut. So that might be the most important shout out of this.
Yeah, weekend. I don't think I could do that.
Well, congratulations on an amazing run, David. Thank you so much for being a part of our community. I'm gonna send a quick break. We're gonna get back with the winners interview with Levi. So guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna have more action for you in just a moment.
back, all you players at home. I've got with me Mr. Andrew Newl, the victor of that previous round. True form All Might himself, man. Holy cow, dude. This run, this deck, this performance, this event, everything has been insane with what you are doing, and I want to hear all about it. But first, dude, I want to just hear how you're doing, man.
I'm doing great. I'm playing a meme deck and doing good. Why wouldn't I be doing good?
You're living the dream, right? You're literally living the dream right now. The first in-person event, you're coming in, you're slamming it with the spiciest spicy homebrew of all time. What brought you to this character, this deck, this strategy? What inspired it, and how is it working so far?
I've always liked True Form All Might, so I was playing them during set 1, set 2. It didn't really work out, and then playing, like I said yesterday, I played against somebody in Oceanic, so Constantine, some people know him.
Yeah, I know him.
He beat me with it real bad, and he ended up being nice enough to give me his deck list. I saw it from him. I changed up a whole bunch. It was, like he said, it was a very jank deck, but as people have seen so far, I've streamlined it pretty well, and it's been doing really well for me, and just having a great time.
Yeah, you've really found the potential in it. You've optimized that list to possibly near perfection, man. And I'm sure after this event, you've got even more plans to innovate on it. It's been really, really, really sick to see this run. And I think that this last matchup was probably the most interesting one you've had thus far. I mean, Shoto 1 is the last thing you expect to run into, especially after locking it into day 2. And what a weird matchup. Is it one you've had any experience with?
No, I didn't expect it. Like you said, it was just totally random. I was expecting no moves and eraser heads. And I was like, oh, I'll see what I can do against that. No, so it was just completely left field for me. And I was like, well, hopefully I got a sideboard. And I did. All my 3 went into it. And I was like, oh, against a 7-hander, I do pretty good.
That is kind of the tried and true strategy, right? All Might 3 gets to eat most 7-handers alive. And at the end of the day, whatever your strategy is, right, it's not about going into a new strategy. It's about getting off your current strategy, right? It's like, I know that Detroit won't work necessarily, at least all in anyway. It's more just about finding any other way that you can pivot. And I mean, you pivoted beautifully, right? It certainly worked out in your favor. But man, what a crazy set of games it was. I mean, game 1, you were telling me a little bit about it before we sat down here. But game 1, you were out of attacks when you double sugar rushed.
Yeah, I was out of attacks, so I was like, well, I'm just gonna send it and hopefully he blanks and. He still got there, so I was like, it's fine, but see how it goes.
Yeah, the plays you've been making with this deck are actually insane. Obviously, I wasn't there to commentate on your performance yesterday, but the turn 1 cremation into just singular shot Detroit Smash has been absolutely wild, and you've certainly got your work cut out for you in the rest of the top cuts. Is there anything in the bracket right now that you're particularly worried about dealing with?
Right now, if Travis or Broberg wins, I'll go against them. I really hope Travis wins because, as everybody saw yesterday, I beat him. So I was like, I can do that matchup. Otherwise, it's a Racerhead. So
the winner of that game is your next matchup?
Yes.
Oh, that's huge then.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
really
either a Racerhead or Recovery Girl.
I'll be good.
Yeah.
Because especially back to Shoto 1, it was the first time I've had to sideboard the entire tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I went to the room last night and I was like, guys, I need to play test my sideboard because I didn't expect to have to use it. So I needed to figure out what I needed to do.
Yeah, you expected to just one-shot Ojiros all day.
That's 100%.
Yeah, you weren't ready for the Night Watch on face character.
Not at all.
I'm really glad to see, Andrew, that you were able to pivot. Obviously, no matter what happened in that match, something really cool was going to be progressing into the top 8. I don't think anyone would have pegged Shoto 1 or All Might True Form for top 8. Either way, it was going to be an awesome, awesome spectacle to continue to see, and I hope your run can continue smoothly. As far as the event as a whole goes, obviously, it's not over for you yet, but just how have you been enjoying things so far in general?
It's been great. Everybody's been awesome. I just love the community. Everybody's really just friendly, and even against all the matches where one I lost yesterday and even this match, just all friendly. Nobody's really mad. It's just how the game goes, and we're having a blast, especially being able to make it to top 16 with our decks like Shoto 1. It's just, we're happy to be here, and especially to see how well we're doing. So
yeah,
really
it certainly feels good to be back, man. It feels good to be back, to be either in the seat, behind the mic, under the lights, across from another rival, playing these cards, playing this amazing card game in person. It just feels very, very, very good, man. thank you so much for coming on with me, man. I'm excited to see how your Top Cut run proceeds. I'm pretty sure you're the people's champion as far as when it comes to Twitch chat, to Discord right now. I think everyone out there is probably rooting in some way, shape, or form to see Trueform All Might continue. I mean, we saw Deku 1 take second place last time. Trueform All Might, is that the next? Look, all I'm saying is this Ojiro meta is churning out some real interesting things as far as the counters are concerned, man.
Yeah, I appreciate all the support everybody's giving me. Keep it up. Can't wait to look at the comments later. So I'll try to do my best and hopefully win this one for you guys.
I'm sure when you get home, settle down, and have a nice 2.5 hours to yourself, it's going to be a great VOD to go back and watch.
Absolutely.
Well, with that grinder of a match finally done, we are still waiting on one singular game. Mr. Kevin Broberg and Mr. Travis Tangeman, Recovery Girl versus Eraserhead, are still fighting their hearts out, but they are on their way into Game 3, I believe, so it should be over in the near future. Hopefully, fingers crossed. In the meantime, guys, sit back, relax, and please patiently wait for this next round to commence, because we've got a lot of awesome Top Cut action coming soon. That being said, I've been Levi. Thank you so much, my friend, and we'll see you guys. Super duper excited to bring you guys round 2 of day 2 of our Top Cuts for the Florida Regional Essex exam. And while we saw, holy cow, a doozy last round, Trueform All Might going up against Shoto 1 was a banger of a round. I have brought my specialist of the air symbol right here to bring us into Kyoka Jiro going up against Momo. We've got Ryan Levine versus Nathan Dewalt, and I think these guys are going to show us either something really fast or really slow.
Yeah, so Jiro is quite a known factor at this point. The air symbol has not had many changes over the course of all these sets. But we know the strength of Jiro. We've seen her top several events at this point, and including this one.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to say about both of these characters, and I think really the speed and the pace of the game is going to be very determined by who takes control of it first, right? Jiro is going to get that early sink her teeth in and really put Nate against a wall, or Nate's going to master kind of control of the game and really pressure Ryan to try and break through his wall.
And speaking of Nate, he is on the character he is known best for, which is Momo on Life, and we know Momo to be a very effective kind of control style character who can have some effective offense given that her opponent gives her that opportunity. So it'll be interesting to see how Nate navigates the Jiro matchup. The thing is about Jiro that makes Momo a bit nervous, though. She plays a lot of flash attacks, and Momo really likes her enhances.
Yeah, it's kind of, why she's so potent against a lot of the defensive decks. The Eraserheads, the Minettas, the Momos. She doesn't allow you to interact with a lot of her moves. Your sound waves, your sound blasts, she can even cheerleader her own moves if she really wants to. There's a lot of ways that she can work around all of those powerful defensive enhances. So as we kind of jump into this match, I'm really excited to see how these players interact with each other. There's a bit of an interesting narrative as well, right? We've got, Nathan Dewalt, right? The boy wonder, the Momo kid himself. Ryan Levine, yeah, our Swiss champion as well. On the other side of the table there, we've got Ryan Levine, who is a newcomer to MHA, but not a newcomer to card games. He's been in a couple worlds here and there for other games and has seen he's got quite the pedigree, I should say. And I've been informed he has learned to play the game 6 weeks ago. This is his first event, and he just read Momo for the first time 10 minutes ago. So I think he's in for a bit of a doozy.
Especially because Momo is... you can read the text on Momo, but it's another thing entirely to actually play against Momo and really see what her game plan is and the lines that she's looking for. I mean, we already have a Rising Starlet built, and then we're going to go ahead and read it.
He said, hey, this card's got Momo's face on it. I should probably read it. This is probably an important one.
This is probably a very, very good card on her. And we're just going to read every card. This is fine. But yeah, I mean, it's one thing to read Rising Starlet and then what Momo does, and then it's another thing once she starts building her quick creations, and other cards that bring cards into her card pool, and how she weaves foundations into her card pool to build, or even on the top of her discard. Those are intricacies that that are quite difficult to really get a thought process for until you play against the character.
Yeah, you can read Momo and think you understand what's going on. Then suddenly you're 5 attacks deep into your chain. She's blocked 4 things and built every single one down, and you're like, hang on. I got to figure out what's going on here because there's some craziness occurring. It's not a character that you can read and understand at face value. You have to really see Nate start to put those puzzle pieces together to actually understand how bad of a offensive or defensive position that you might really be in. It's very, very mysterious in that way.
Very strong build 5 here for Jiro compared to Momo's build 3. We are going to be starting off this turn with a create capture net. And
we're going to be able to bring that right down or with a bow staff. With a bow staff, going to bring our preparing for battle in. Ryzen's probably going to bring it right back down. We're going to be immediately doing our best Earth symbol Kirishima impression as we build while we attack and go +1 in foundations. And then now we're going to see Jiro come in. Now, there's definitely worlds where, as potent as Momo's defense is, there are definitely worlds where Ryan is able to just navigate his aggro enough and do Jiro things enough to essentially break through the wall no matter what it is. If there's any character that can do that, it's absolutely Kyoka Jiro.
And the thing is about the air symbol is that its defense compared to other decks is either you have speed hate or little weird interactions that can assist you on your opponent's turn. In this case, we have Specialist of Sound to neg the speed of a move by 3, and Jiro has a sort of defensive option in the form of her Enhance, which lets you peek the top 2 of both players' decks. And seems like we're going to be reviewing a Specialist of Sound here. I don't think I would. I feel like I would want a second one of those.
It's a little telling, right? Maybe Ryan's, digging for something specific, right? Maybe he doesn't have, his jolts or his grav lifts in hands yet, and he really feels like he needs to start setting up those pokes, setting up that momentum so he can make sure his sound wave turns get very, very lethal, right? Those are always just things to keep an eye on. There's no sound waves in the discard pile, which is very scary. The jolt is a fantastic opener here, barring any faith shields coming out of nowhere. This is going to get our guaranteed damage, more importantly our guaranteed momentum, and it's going to start to set up those amazing sound waves plays that are, if anything, I think a sound wave string is what's really going to take Nate down.
However, it's not necessarily guaranteed momentum, correct? Because we are on the life symbol, we have faith shield.
Most certainly, yeah. Barring a faith shield coming out of nowhere, as we said, is going to be the almighty equalizer in this matchup. If Nate can kind of leverage his wild pussycat engines really well to start tutoring for those more and more.
I see 2 in the hand.
There it is, boys. Spoilers. There they are. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to see Ryan fight through a lot of faith shields. The saving grace though is that it removes. It's not coming back.
Yep.
It's not coming back after it does it. And, unless we see some wall clings come in, that is going to be the only way that Nate's able to interact with these jolts, with these grav lifts.
Yep. And there we are. And this is a slow move. We just need to go ahead and...
Yep. On a 6, we'll commit our 2 foundations in our high value target.
And... we will say no. We will not take damage from this move.
Yeah, Ryan does not like that.
Momentum.
We don't like to see that.
Yep.
We really need to start setting up that momentum. But unfortunately for Ryan, we are just going to have to fight through that as a resource.
Yep.
It's definitely going to be one of the almighty equalizers. Ryan's got his flash moves. Nate's got his faith shields.
The thing is about faith shield is that you're going to have to deal with it eventually, and you only have at most 4 in the deck, so you have to burn through those, eventually exhausting your opponent's resource.
Yeah, it's just simply something that Ryan is going to have to deal with. I'm sure, even if he's a bit new to fighting Momo, he's probably had some experience at least with the life symbol as a whole, right? So the wall clings of the world, the faith shields of the world, he's probably dealt with them in some capacity. So he more than likely understands that's something that he's going to have to deal with.
Checking a 3 on this draw card. It is definitely. I think this matchup is definitely going to be on the back of how well Momo can control Jiro's momentum, because you do not want to let her get any momentum.
That is the caveat of Jiro, right? That character is able to kill anyone with momentum. Without momentum, there's actually like a handful of characters that she just doesn't kill. Yep. It's very hard for her to get through a lot of those really, really, really big matchups. Those defensive powerhouses, the Momos, the Monetas, the Erasers, when she doesn't have those momentum outlets to her. And we can kind of peek another very, very important card in this matchup that Nate's holding in his hand right now. He's got an Instant Shining Flash. As much as Faith Shield removes, Instant Shining Flash is a card that we get to go pick up every single turn that says on block discard a momentum. Now, it's a low block, so I'm not sure how often that'll be happening, but if we can at least hold them for the offense when Jiro passes into us after taking momentum, if she doesn't use it right away, we are going to be able to take that resource from her.
And we're going to go ahead and read Lost in Thoughts here. If it was you, what would you target with this? Should you use it on your opponent's turn?
I think it just kind of depends what he opens with, right? There's a world where, like, he looks at top 2, and then I might get that feeling that he's got an attack on top. We can get one of the destines away, but that still does leave him with one.
Latent skills.
The latent skill's a good choice. It's also possible that, we have to threaten Nate first, right?
Yes.
But so really, for him to use a resource, a one-time use like Lost in Thought, we've got to threaten him. So I think it's really something that is going to. We're going to need to see the game get in a much more serious state.
I definitely feel afraid that Jiro not only can look at the top 2 right now, but she can scout the top of her deck twice.
Yeah. The old 2-check on the old seizing the advantage. You hate to see it. You hate to see it unless you're Nathan Dewalt right here, right now.
Certainly better than checking a 2 on an attack.
For sure. I mean, there's still a world where we go, we get to go +1 in foundations here. But the bad checks are going to keep rolling in for us, unfortunately for Ryan. This is going to be a very fast home run comment, right? This is going to get +3 speed.
How much do we really care about the +1 damage? Committing latent skill over something like a basic training just for the 1 damage.
I wonder if the committing of the latent skill, does it either say this is just a poke, I just want to flip your foundation, and this is how I have to do it, or does it say I've already got everything? Does it say I've just got a massive hand of attacks right now?
And we're going to go ahead and flip the Lost in Thoughts. We don't want our stage getting touched whatsoever.
Yeah. Makes sense. I am the aggro deck. I get to touch your stage. You're the defensive deck, the control deck. You don't get to touch my stage. Might seem a little backwards, but those are the plays that we're getting to employ right now as Ryan. So one of the things to really think about here, though, right, is how much does Ryan understand about Nate's offense? Obviously, we can look at this big board and say, yeah, sure, I'll try to crack through it. If I don't, no big deal. At the same time, though, the power of Momo just saying, hey, let's go grab this cannon blast. You die.
This is certainly not the strongest defense setup that Momo could possibly have on the live symbol. We only really have, at most, 2 defensive foundations. Possibly 3?
Yeah, but we're just never going to be blocking on progressive, right?
Yep.
And between Momo and Release, we just have so much ability to filter our resources out and make sure that blocks can't fail. We're going to have to get rid of a lot of our stage in the process, but at the same time, if we're not taking damage, then that's really not a progression of game state, right?
Did we not get momentum off of this home run comment?
We did not. We did not charge one, which feels a little odd. We've got some nice committed foundations that feel like they would be perfect for that. Yeah. So maybe that more so says that we're just going to be poking, but the double jab is going to come in. Kind of no reason not to play it.
Now the double jab indicates that there's going to be more attacks, correct? And and with Jiro, your best attacks need momentum.
Yeah, we might just not have like a sound waves, right? I mean, if we don't have a sound waves, there's not really any reason to go in here.
Well, it sets up for the future, correct?
For sure. At the same time, maybe we're thinking about the instant shining flashes, right? Maybe we're thinking about those and said, well, he could just attack me with that and take away my momentum anyway. But at the same time, that doesn't really feel like a thing you can constantly worry about. If you're just never going to steal free momentum with home run because the ability to get rid of it exists inside Nathan's deck, that seems like playing to lose.
Yeah, we're gonna use a home run comment here to block this.
Yeah, we're saving our Faith Shield. We're smartly saving our Faith Shield for any Jolts or Gravlifts incoming. One of Jiro's favorite plays is, play a couple moves, jam Gravlift, give it +3/+4 damage. It's a throw. Have a good time.
But letting Jiro see 2 more cards here, Never like to see that.
It's a little spooky for sure. It's a little spooky for sure. But I think the fact that like he didn't take anything from the home run means that like we're allowed to let him draw into sound waves. We're allowed to let him draw into jolt or grav lift, simply because we have the face shield, right? Like, what are we scared of right now is the question for Nate. Not really anything, right? We can remove and go grab our Starlet if a home run starts to get too scary. We have the face shield for the jolt and the grav lift. You know, we're sitting on the instant shining flash in case a 1.3 comes in. You know, drawing 2, discarding 2 is perfectly okay here, just because of the level of preparedness that Nate is at, right? He's ready for anything right now.
It's interesting though. We've decided to play this electric jolt to most likely try and get at least one momentum, because we haven't been able to land any attack. If we wanted that momentum at this point, we should have at least gotten it with the home run comet.
Yeah.
So and forced out an instant shining flash block, and because you're going to have to deal with it eventually. And we even decided to discard a release, which with this many committed foundations, you probably want. You're not going to kill Momo this turn.
No, like, it's just not happening. It's not happening. We're clearly very desperate to get that momentum right now and try and progress our game state, but Nate's just not letting up. Nate's defenses are just crystal clear right now. You know, we performed a few blocks, and already we're just simply sitting here, one card in our pool, release and Momo ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Momo, is that she doesn't care if she has a committed board, so long as she has at least one release and her character ready.
Yeah, we have, you know, we're projecting -4 speed onto anything that you play to start with, right?
Yeah.
Just to start with. And that just makes it really, really hard to continue past that. You know, we threw 3 attacks, committed a bunch of foundations, we did 0 damage.
And what feels even worse is the fact that because we could not get a single momentum, our requesting assistance is just not online.
No. And given that we have Specialist of Sound on board, that requesting coming online gives us a ton of extra defense that we now just don't have.
And now we have to wonder, well, what is in Nate's hand, because this could be quite the opportune turn should we have a few good checks. But we are getting a quick creation here.
Into our hand. Makes sense. We don't have we do have a Starlet on board.
So
interesting.
Interesting.
So like the thing is, right, is like I wonder what's going through Ryan's head right now, because I'm sure if he's talked to anyone about Momo, you know, all they've told him is that character is unkillable. She survives forever. But I don't think anyone told him also be wary, because she picks up Cannon Blast whenever she wants and kills you real easily.
But I believe that we decided to instead pick up I believe that was a Starlet.
With Momo?
With Momo. Yeah.
Makes sense.
And
I do see the Starlet there.
Instant shining flash.
So we did have the sound waves. We did have the sound waves.
Huh.
We did have the sound waves, and we chose not to home run comet snap one in. Interesting.
Or we could have drew it off of the.
True, we could have drawn it off the double jab and then said, well, it's not really worth playing anymore.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, you know, you could have played to that out, right? Could have played to that out of drawing it from double jab.
Yeah. I could definitely see the electric jolt being played out of desperation, so we could at least try and get that momentum for the next turn. Hopefully we draw into something like a home run comet next turn. I probably would have just taken the attack and held onto the specialized sound waves in the off chance that we do draw into a home run comet, because we do have a decent amount of draw power on our board to try and dig.
I think right now all I would really be thinking about as Ryan is how to start drawing some jolts and grav lifts, start getting some pokes in, trying to fight through more and more faith shields, getting them all out the way to eventually just like set up, because it's pretty clear that this is not going to be a fast one. This is not going to be a fast one where Nate is putting Ryan in a position where he cannot play the game how he wants to play. Yeah. He's probably very uncomfortable right now in a lot of ways, because he's trying to figure out how is he going to ever navigate this to a game state that he can win at, right? Because you have to think about that, and then you also have to think about how to not only eventually navigate it into a winning game state, but also survive.
Yeah.
Because you can't just play greedy into Momo.
The thing is, you also can't let Momo set up. So when you're playing against Momo, you're on a timer. Because once Momo reaches a certain game point, it's almost an unwinnable game state, because she she will always play better defense than you when she reaches that point.
Yeah, even a Jiro who just draws 6 attacks and can pass all of them, in a world where Momo's on turn 15, you're not taking damage there. And you're very possibly just not.
We're going to go ahead and use a Precious lesson here and just even giving her even more resources to work with.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing about Momo sometimes, that if you attack into her sometimes, and without the intent of dealing damage, or without the possibility, I should say, right? We always intend to, but it's not always how it works out. When you're hitting Momo Yaoyorozu, you're just making her stronger.
And
you're just making her stronger.
Because of the fact that we're down a special... Okay, we picked up a home run comet. That can be massive. Depends on if we have any specialized sound waves in hand. The thing is about this matchup is that specialized sound waves is going to be so crucial to this matchup, because Momo, as we said before, she wants her enhances.
Yeah, we can't give her those enhanced steps.
But
just can't.
If we don't set up these specialized sound waves in time, she's in a very winnable game state for what Momo wants.
Yeah, like Nate's in a world where he can pretty much comfortably survive whatever Ryan can throw at him without like pre-existing momentum. So Ryan really needs to start working to progress that state, which, to be fair, he's been throwing jolts left and right, right? This is our 3rd jolt we've played. Nate's just found double face shield so far in this game. So Nate's making it very hard for him to start setting up those sound waves chains. But that's really what we need, is we need to start denying Momo a lot of enhanced steps if we ever actually want to intend on getting damage through.
And we saw before, Momo was building quite a bit of foundations, but 2 releases and Momo's face, she's never going to deadlock. And
No.
she's going to have ready foundations on her opponent's turn, and skirting around deadlock. And here, I think this is the reason why we decided to pick up the quick creation, because we know that our opponent's playing mid attacks.
Right.
Now we have a breaker 1 block, and should Jiro want to attack more, which she is always going to want to play more than 1 attack if she wants to do something on her turn, we're just going to be able to build this quick creation in, and makes Momo Jiro even more in a tricky situation.
Ryan's like, I did it, boys. I got one through, lads. We drew blood. We drew blood. Now Nate will build a Rising Starlet and heal one, and then we'll be back to square one.
We've certainly built at least 1 Rising Starlet this game, but we've gained no health.
Yeah, we've gained no health, and it looks like Ryan might be thinking about building here, counting his foundations down into his stage.
We're getting through the deck pretty quick.
Yeah, we are going through our deck quite fast here. We are going through our deck quite fast.
And while Momo has the luxury of playing around deadlock and just skirting by, we don't really have that luxury as Jiro, especially because we decided not to build that release that we had earlier, and instead deciding to discard it. You do not want to go into deadlock against Momo.
No, you can't. I mean, we did find our release now, so it is nice. But at the same time, if we think, like, are we living in a world where we're ever able to kill Momo in her current state right now with only 10 foundations? Are we ever going to be able to do that? Because if we ever do go in, we have to be ready to deal with quick create deadlocks should Nate start finding those. That is not one that we get to disrespect in the slightest.
We're going to go ahead and pick up a new training method with we're going to pick up a training partner.
And our sweet jolt is going to go bye-bye.
There we
go.
No
momentum
bye-bye.
For you. No momentum for you. That is
just keeping Jiro's momentum in check is so, it feels so bad.
This is how you fight that character. How you survive against her, I should say. There's a world where Nate can just continue to just coast this game like crazy.
Our saving grace, though, is that we do have that home run comment, so it's not all lost in that regard. We do have an out to momentum, but it is a wonder.
It's gonna be rough to make anything happen.
Yeah.
It's sure 1 momentum we can snap in, follow up with a sound waves, get 1 sound waves off, and then what?
Yeah.
And then what? We really need to like successively string some sound waves here. And if Nate just survives until most of Ryan's deck is gone through when he cycles, we're gonna lose access to all those sound waves in our discard pile, and we're gonna have to restart our game plan and our train even more. And
this game, for Jiro, especially now that Momo is at the best point that she could possibly be at in this game. This is going to be a game of pulling teeth for Jiro, I feel.
That's really what it feels like right now. It's really what it feels like right now. Like, Ryan is in a spot where he's got to figure out how to break this wall. He's got to figure out how to make sure he doesn't die to a bunch of cannon blasts. You know,
Ooh.
Nate's getting his command pigeon flocks in rotation now. You know, we can build in our wild pussycats. We can start digging for our other faith shields that might be in our deck.
And we've gone through a lot of our deck, so there's a lot of our deck in the discard.
Yeah, I mean, if we start finding the rest of any faith shields that might be in there, if we start finding things like wall clings, there's just so many options available to Nate to be able to just like turbo through his resources and just really make sure that he can continue his iron wall setup, right? We get to attack into Jiro here, pretty much never really having to worry about risks because we're building as we're attacking.
Yeah.
And Nate would have to commit so many foundations aggressively to actually put himself in a vulnerable position against Ryan right now.
The thing is about Momo is that you don't attack. Most of the time, you're not attacking your opponent to kill them. You're attacking your opponent so that you are building your resources. Like, Command Pigeon Flock builds you a foundation, and Momo, should she have the option, can build herself a foundation. And it's all just setup.
Yeah, right. Like, we didn't play Instant Shining Flash to hit Ryan. We played it to get rid of Jolt. We didn't play Command Pigeon Flock to hit Ryan. We did it to build in a Pussycats. We're not going to play Back Alley Haymaker to hit Ryan. We're going to play it to build a 0 in, right? Yep. Like, we just have so many options to do that. But then at the same time, while our intention is not to threaten, Jiro is not the most defensive deck in the world. Eventually, a few attacks are going to hit her at some point, right?
Yep.
We've got her down to 19. It's just this chip damage. If we can just maintain this chip damage through and through and through while actually making sure that we're never leaving ourselves wide open to anything, that is just a progression of game state that Nate eventually wins.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. Our poor sound waves. Our poor sound waves and our poor double jab.
5, 6, 7. We checked a 2 when we needed a 7.
We might be dead here if we commit for this. Nate's got a back alley and a cannon in hand.
Well, so we do have our Specialist of Sound. Depends on what is in our hand to block with. We do have Release on board as well as the Arrogant Disposition. So we have a decent amount of...
Looking for some Faith Shield action. Ooh, Lost in Thought's pretty good too. Lost in Thought's pretty good too, man. We also just got 2 attacks out of our very small deck. If we know what attacks are left in there, our checks might actually just be really nice for the rest of this turn if we want to go in. And going in is the move, we say. Back alley on a 7 check of 5. We're going to lose 1 ready resource in total for this once we build 1 in.
We can use Self-Sacrifice and then build in a foundation with Precious Lesson.
To completely reset all of our committed foundations into ready ones. Yeah, I love that. It's going to make jamming some cannon blasts feel real easy. I don't think that we've removed from Momo yet either, right?
I don't believe we have.
So there's a world where we could cannon into cannon if we want to go grab a second one. That could be devastating.
And we did give -3 speed to this one, even though we have an Arrogant Disposition.
Yeah.
That... Cannon Blast isn't a punch, so...
No, and we definitely don't need to give it -6 speed. -3 is certainly enough. Had to be just a little bit of an oversight there. You know, our Arrogant is under our release. We might not be paying a ton of attention to it. But losing that -3 speed that we could apply to a Cannon Blast...
That could be game determining.
100,000%. 100,000%. Cannon is, Cannon is... A lot of things have really added up across sets 2, 3, and 4, and all of our expansions and promos and
now
DLCs
we're even
in between.
going to use the Arrogant Disposition.
Yeah, I guess you might as well at this point.
Yeah.
I guess. But like so many things have really brought Momo to go from this, kind of meme character that couldn't kill anyone in set 1 to a very real threat. The iron wall that she has always been a thing, but now, that she's got access to things like Cannon Blast, this is where it's a card you always have to think about.
Interesting.
Always have to think about.
So we're going to go ahead and grab the Quick Creation.
Okay. Nate says, no. I'm not thinking about getting crazy here. I'm gonna play this back alley. I'm gonna get some resources. I'm gonna get a home run comment out of your hand. Feels good, man. And I'm just gonna continue to build after that.
That's just going to break Jiro's game plan even further because she doesn't have that snap momentum. anymore.
Yeah, the ability to stop Ryan from sculpting here is really big, right? We're getting to play attacks that progress our game state resource-wise, take away Ryan's resources, take away the sculpt in his hand, and still get some pokes in through and through. That's like everything that Nate wants to spend a turn doing, and I'm not sure what Ryan's answer to that is on the back foot of things.
You need to commit 1, 2, 3, 4.
That does bring us to 11, right?
We're deciding whether or not we want to commit 2 here.
Yeah, it's on a 6. We checked a 4. Yeah,
However,
I would commit 2.
Yeah, I would commit 2 because you have 2 release and you have
yeah,
a
what are you
character.
afraid of? What are you afraid of?
You get out of deadlock in one destruction.
Yeah, you're gonna let him get one basic training response off, and that's it. Seems fine.
When you have the absolute swamp of just essentially neg speed. I mean, you have -2 on your character, but release is essentially -2.
Yeah, the only thing I'd be worried about is if like Ryan opens with a double jab pummel and deadlock enhances.
Yeah,
but that's not a thing to like actively play around here. In fact, we might know that they're all gone, and maybe it's what we're looking for right now.
It doesn't seem like our biggest moves are all high attacks, and we're not running any like shenanigans of like 1.3 million.
I mean, we've gone through the whole deck at this point, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen 1.3s. It just looks like it's, home run, comet, sound waves, chains, the old reliables, right?
Yeah.
But Nate not having to really worry about holding a low block is really big here, especially because Rising Starlet is almost always what you want to block with instead, because getting to build Starlet down is just insane.
Yeah. The Jiro's package of making a 6. And we're going to have to cycle here.
Beautiful. So at this point, Nate's going to say, hey, before you cycle, let me look at your entire deck, bud.
Yeah.
We're definitely looking for 1.3s right now.
We're definitely allowed to do that.
Yeah.
For those at home. And you have to feel so bad as Jiro having a cycle and really only having dealt 1 damage this entire game.
Yeah. I mean, we got the most game state progression that Ryan has done this whole round so far is get 2 Faith Shields removed.
Yeah.
That's pretty much been the gist of it. And even then, once they're all gone, we're still going to have to fight instant Shining Flashes to try and keep momentum. Because those do not go anywhere, and Momo's grabbing them every single turn if she really, really wants to. If anything, the saving grace is that we're not playing low attacks.
Yeah. But, okay. Oh, 5, 6.
Oh my god.
7.
7 attacks?
7 attacks.
7 attacks?
Oh.
Wow.
2
That's
of those
not
are
great.
double jabs.
Yeah, our only deadlock threat
Special.
for realsies. Not looking good for Ryan here.
Ooh.
Not looking good. I don't know if there are enough attacks left in our deck now to kill Nathan Dewalt.
Yeah, if you're Nate Dewalt, you're like, oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, Nate just gets to take his time now, to be honest. Nate gets to take all the time in the world to just build a million foundations and then find a bunch of cannon blasts and just kind of finish this off.
Should Nate really want to, we could deck out Jiro.
It doesn't seem impossible. I know Nate is definitely playing more than a 50-card deck, so he's certainly got the edge there. Also, he's able to constantly destroy his stage if he needs to cycle cards, right?
Exactly.
He cannot lose a deadlock game, a deck out game, But he also probably can't lose a deadlock game either.
That is true. Yep. Should Jiro ever attack twice after Momo blocks with a quick creation? That is an insane deadlock.
It's in that moment Ryan would know that he messed up. Yep. allowing your rival Nathan Dewalt to build possibly the best deadlock in the entire game is a fool's errand.
And we're gonna use the once per turn here. Yeah, I mean, we saw that Nate picked up the quick creation, and really the quick creation block is almost psychological warfare. Like, do you want to attack a second time?
It really is. It really, really, really is. Like, you better have a flash attack after this one, but that's it. I mean, we did see him remove a couple amplified sound blasts for cycle, so there could be some more of those in the deck. That would be a pretty nice player, just giving us even more flashes, but we haven't seen Ryan send a single flash attack yet.
No, and I mean, why would you? You have no momentum.
Yeah, there hasn't really been much of a reason to be honest. It's just we haven't been in a situation yet where, we've been trying to set them up to do things, but our flashes just aren't doing anything. I think we have a Sound Waves in hand right now. Oh, maybe?
And
maybe? But again, it's going to be the most simple little flash move in the world. You got to imagine that Nate's holding a high block here. Ooh, we can take a little pixies. No pixies? No pixies? Bro.
Well, we don't have to, right? We scouted the top 2.
Bro, I'm trying to get... Yeah, but it's for us. It's for us, Newl. I'm trying to get some pixies, man. Come on now. I got a job to do here, man. I guess we get to draw it, so...
I guess there is that saving grace of Jiro being able to scout the top 2. You get to put the good Chevik on top, and then draw into the one you want.
Yeah. I mean, and also we're not letting Nate build a quick create down, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel too bad. If we can send another flash here, we might deal damage.
Yeah, it's...
Ooh, oh.
Okay.
Ambitious.
This is very ambitious, especially because of the 3 foundations that are ready up for Momo.
Yeah. Yeah, like a double release and encouraging training partner.
Wait, Momo can just clear her card pool.
Yes. Yeah, like we're gonna build a start. We can build
Momo
either of
loves
those things
this.
down. Yeah. Like I'm foaming at the mouth right now. If I'm Nate, like this is
You
never
build
hitting.
this, you get to heal one.
This is never hitting me. I'm healing one. I'm plussing in foundations.
I get to build my quick creation with this Rising Starlet.
Starlet is your attack.
Your attack. That's right.
Yeah.
But Momo.
Yeah.
Momo.
Yeah. We're Momo. Don't attack me again, buddy. This better be it.
Yeah.
You made the mistake of attacking me once. Don't do it again.
Yeah. So, but really, 2 release and also a encouraging training partner. This attack's not gonna get through.
And like the big thing too is that even if we like snap a momentum in and follow this up with like a sound waves or something, we don't even have any attacks to go and grab in our discard pile.
Yeah.
We don't even have any attacks to go grab, no?
And here we are, just gonna commit a couple. We didn't even use our encouraging training partner. We said we're good.
No, we didn't need to. We just didn't need to.
If you play another one, we can make it the speed 4, and then we'll make it 2.
Yep, and we're going right back to counting our foundations. So I think that is all she wrote for this attack turn. I think we are thinking about building now as Ryan. Yep, we're gonna put another arrogant on the board. It's just
this is absolutely pulling teeth.
Yeah, we're gonna take our 1 electric jolt momentum and then pray it doesn't get instant shining flashed. That continues to just be our life. Oh no.
You do not feel good about that.
Oh no.
Oh goodness.
You got to commit 3 for this? Yeah, it seems reasonable. Yeah, it's this is just I mean,
wonder how much momentum we have now, because did we get one off of the home run comet?
I don't think we snapped one in. No, I think we did. 'Cause we've been on a 6, we committed 1, and then we snapped it in. I think we did. It's hard because momentum is like a little bit off screen.
Yeah.
the momentum is like a tad bit off screen.
Well, Momo's finally going to do her own cycle here.
We now get to fight a deck with no more faith shields in it.
The most ideal cycle for Nate Dewalt is we do not cycle any weapon cards.
Yeah, we don't want to lose our instant shining flashes, and we don't want to lose our cannons. And if there are any faith shields that we checked, we don't want to lose those either. We want those things to stay in the deck. Everything else, sacrificial. Doesn't even matter. No, our allies.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
1 shining flash. Yeah, that's
There's a
fine.
couple of attacks in there and a quick creation.
There's a handful of them.
We certainly don't like the fact that we don't have a discard right now.
Yeah, this back alley in our hand. I mean, I guess it still gets to draw a card. Seems fine. The command pigeon flock in our hand, though, is very sad.
Yeah.
It is very sad. I don't think that we have we don't have a friend of animals. No, we don't have a friend of animals.
I think we have a.
Yeah, I don't think
we
have an
can
ally.
discard a card
Oh, hey, there's a
to
weapon.
draw one.
Oh,
Oh.
I love this. I love this. This is so funny. We're going to build on our quick creation.
Yeah, we certainly are.
Yep, we get to destroy one, give it 2 speed, bring our quick create in. If we want to do this again, we do have Rising Starlet to do it as well.
Jiro's in deadlock, I think.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
No,
11.
10 exact. Oh, wait.
11.
Am I?
But
1,
Jiro
2.
can,
Oh, yes.
Jiro can get out of deadlock, but if the question is if she realized, okay, we did.
Yeah, okay. Release is going to snap us right out of deadlock. We don't want this quick create doing anything too heinous. And now we just destroyed a Starlet. We've got a Starlet in our discard pile now.
But now we have another copy of our character to build in anything that gets into our card pool.
Yeah, and then quick create can bring that Starlet in now. Now we can Starlet into Starlet. Yeah, the lines here, man. Nate's lines just always so wild. Always so wild. He is so apt at chaining this character's abilities like crazy. Every time I watch,
it is certainly his character. Right?
Yeah, every time I watch Nate play this deck, the only thought running in my mind is this is not what the designers intended.
Yeah.
I feel like he is actively pushing this character past her breaking point 24/7 every single time I see him play in an event.
See, so we're gonna go ahead and read quick creation. Realize that it was a good thing we got immediately out of deadlock. And gonna go ahead and build that Rising Starlet, bringing our health total back to full.
I really like the way Ryan dances with a discard pile a lot.
Yeah,
it's very entertaining. It's really doing it for me. I'm not gonna lie. A little fan too. There it is.
I mean,
we got Jiro coming in here, checking our top 2. If there's anything that we really desire, we do get our latent skill.
The fact that Momo has a couple of attacks in her hand at this point in the game is pretty spooky.
It's pretty scary.
Pretty spooky.
If we get an ally, if we find an ally foundation to bring in with Pigeon Flock, could be very good for us.
Yeah.
So I know we've got that. I know we've got a cannon still in our hand as well. I'm not really sure what Ryan has access to. Probably not attacks in our hand, I have to imagine.
Yeah, and the question is, well, what is in Ryan's hand, first of all, to help defend with?
Ooh,
and
Nate's got a wild Pussycats in hand. We could Preparing for Battle to discard that, draw a new one, and then Pigeon Flock to build it in. We just drew a Home Run Comet.
I think this Jiro might be dead.
This might be it. Oh,
and
there's the discard on the Pussycats, and we drew a Floating Around My Babies.
Deck format. Your round 1 pairings have been posted.
EX2 coming in here.
So this is just going to commit more foundations if we decide to block this.
Yeah, he could commit his Arrogant Disposition.
Deck format event.
Well, I think I would have, I don't know, maybe I would have saved that momentum for my Home Run Comet I just drew. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how Nate goes through this turn.
Well, I think it's fine because either way, you're having to force. Well, so in this scenario, your opponent took 7, and that just gets the health total even closer.
It's pretty good. Checking the 3 on the Pigeon Flock.
It doesn't feel too great.
It's not great, but we do get to commits his Rising Starlet instead. Interesting. I wonder if he's got some kind of quick create play lined up. Maybe a bow staff? I don't think there's a bow staff in his hand. But we are going to build in our wild Pussycats, though.
Yes.
We've got +2 to Home Run Comet if it comes in next. If we cannon into Home Run Comet, it's going to be pretty big. We've got to get one more hit in before that home run will be lethal, though.
You have to wonder what's going through the Jiro's mind right now, because the thing is, we have a decent amount of to ready our stage. We have 2 requesting assistants, so you can ready the requesting assistants and then ready another thing. So you can ready the other requesting assistants. So you have +1 foundation, and then you can use the Specialist of Sound on the next attack, and then use the requesting assistants to ready the Specialist of Sound again.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of how much foresight does Ryan have in. Because the thing is about Momo is you don't know how many times she's going to attack you. She's not usually a string character. She's not trying to attack you too many times. But Nate has some scary attacks in his hands.
It's very deceptive. So it looks like we destroyed the Starlet that we committed to then remove and go pick it up.
Yeah.
And then we've got Release essentially canceling out that +2 speed. Gonna make it a pretty easy block with
Using
this
a
latent
high-
skill and this check.
Using a high block on this attack is so spooky.
It's a little scary. It's
Because
a little scary.
with the threat
Pussycats
of
is gonna come in, grab us a precious lesson. That feels really, really good.
Yeah.
I think Nate's done attacking. Just with the picking up of Starlet, it feels like he's down to just be okay with his back alley damage. He got his wild Pussycats into rotation, and he's probably gonna chill out after this. I don't know. There's a world where if he checks super hot, cannon into home run could kill, but Specialist is still there as you said. Requesting is still there as you said. Release is still there as long as he's got the right
So
zones.
we're gonna practice some discipline here.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, just build yourself right back up to 10, chillax. Next
The
turn,
concern
he's got him
is,
at 12
though-
health.
The concern is though, Jiro has 1 momentum.
Yeah.
You do not like to.
We have not found Aoyama yet. Instant Shining Flash has not come back to help us yet post-cycle.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, how many attacks are left in Ryan's deck?
Yeah,
10?
this is true. This is
Brian
true.
Lopez,
It's hard to think
Mark,
about.
And 10-3, your sealed is ready to start.
So
Please come up to the front.
It's not looking like an angry hand. I'm trying to sneak some peeks. It's not looking like a very angry hand right now.
And you certainly don't want to, if you're going to, we're not allowed to go into deadlock.
I mean, one quick create is not the worst thing in the world, but suddenly
I mean,
Nate plays a bow staff, brings a new one in, and then suddenly things get a lot scarier.
So we're allowed to go to 11 maybe, but we're not allowed to go to 12.
Yeah.
And because you have to stare down the barrel of that of that cannon blast.
Yeah, but it looks like we're skating our way in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're
That's
going
11.
into 11. Love to see it.
Yeah.
We've got a couple updates as well, guys, as far as our top cut games are going. We've got Ochaco 2 reigning victorious over Ojiro 2, preceding her way into the top 4. And we've got True Form All Might Andrew New being victorious over Kevin Broberg's Eraserhead. So we've got True Form All Might also moving his way into the top 4. There's gonna be some spicy semifinals going on
Yeah,
now.
for sure.
Holy cow!
Hey, speaking of cannon blast.
Yeah, this is gonna start out as an 8 high for 10.
Yep.
Seems pretty cool. Seems pretty cool.
Very cool and neat.
Yeah. Yeah. He said, "Oh boy."
He said,
Oh
Can
no.
I read it?
Oh no. Have you ever had to? I mean, listen, Neil. I remember where I was.
Just go ahead and give it -3 speed real quick.
Yeah, you have to. You have to, or that deadlock is going to destroy your life. You have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah, this cannon blast is always very scary.
Yep, we're getting to essentially refresh ourselves on those foundations that we had to commit. Opening with a cannon blast is really wild, though.
Yeah.
It is really, really, really
But
wild.
it's not that crazy when you have another one in hand.
Yeah.
When you have another
yeah,
in
you're
hand.
pretty much forcing him to block this. You're forcing him to get out of deadlock. He said, "Okay, you're out of deadlock. Now I'll use my quick create like I just normally use it."
Yep.
As Momo players just
As we
normally do their plays to just bring in
As
even
one
more
does.
ready foundations. Remember when we checked a 3?
Remember when we checked the 3?
Remember when we checked a 3?
That's
you love to see
crazy.
it. You love to see it. Building while attacking, man.
The fact that Nate led in with a cannon blast and if I was Ryan, I would immediately be like, okay, I'm gonna flip a requesting assistant to ready the specialist of sound.
Yeah, no, I'm frightened.
Because-
If another cannon comes down without specialist to hit it, it could really cost us our resources.
In my head, if my opponent leaves with a cannon blast, that tells to me there's another.
Oh,
there
absolutely.
will be another.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you think about it, it's going to start at 6 speed because
I'm surprised we
we're
didn't
Momo.
ready the specialist of sound. We have 2 requesting assistants. We decided not to ready
I'm surprised. Disrespecting the second cannon blast, man. Disrespecting the second cannon blast because we might have to sell out to block this. It might start costing us requesting assistances to block this. That's the scary part. Also, I'm not sure if we
now we're
have
deciding
one
to-
or two momentum, but if he followed this up with like an instant shining flash while we have one momentum, ooh, we'd feel like the
Did we
ugliest
draw
girl at
another
the party.
home run comment? Oh my! It's so hard to see. Well, we're gonna Jiro enhance here and say
Maybe we don't have another high block and we're digging for it. Find one on top, latent skill it up. It's possible.
yeah, or destined for mainstream. But
We do have a Destined for mainstream up. You are very, very, very right, Newl. It's hiding under there, but it's very real.
7 high.
7 high is a great place to start.
7,
If we take this, it's like the last thing that we can take.
but another
7,
release,
8, 9, 10.
7,
5.
8, 9, yep.
Yeah. Did we release on this one?
6, 7, 8, and 10.
He's still thinking about committing, so I don't think that we released.
9.
Really, really. And we still,
Wow.
yeah, really, really, really disrespecting the aggro here.
But
I mean, we knew that we were checking well, but
Yeah.
still.
Our
still.
saving grace is that specialist of sound now being ready. So
Yeah. Perhaps his thought process is that I don't have that many cards to... I just don't have that many cards to block with anyway, that doing that much speed reduction doesn't actually matter. But still, that's a risky gamble to take. However,
And,
Jiro has a very, very big board. And if we can find that we just blocked with 2 foundations, we got 2 extra review steps. If Jiro can find a really, really, really hot hand here, I mean, I don't think that 26 is happening.
But how hot can your hand be when
you've cycled 18 million attacks? Yeah, it's rough. And we've got at least 1 in momentum, right?
Yeah, that is our saving grace. Nate pointing out to ready your
Yeah,
character.
probably do want to ready the character. Pretty important, pretty important. The classic lead with electric jolt. He
Taking
says,
a jolt.
Yep. As it is.
As one do.
Now the question is, Nathan, have you found your faith shields yet? Have you found any more of those yet? I got 2 out the way. I spent a long time getting 2 of them out the way.
The thing is, it's this situation is so strange because even as Nate, you have to wonder. So you had to cycle that many attacks out of your deck. How many could you possibly have in your hand? When can I disrespect your offense?
That is the big question. Also, Nate has trudged into deadlock, I believe. I think we're at 11, so we're going to bring ourselves back down to 10 now. We
And,
did get to do a basic training response, though, so...
Not too threatened by an electric jolt, so it is what it is.
Yeah, Jolt is scary, right, because it's the guaranteed momentum for the sound waves next turn, but we have the technology for that, right?
Yep.
We have the technology. It also looks like, guys, that Mr. Tyrell Scott playing 4th Kind was victorious in his round. 4th Kind moving into top 4, very thematically fitting.
And I believe we did use our Lost in Thoughts
Yeah, it looks like Lost in Thought.
to flip. I think we might have targeted a requesting assistance.
I believe we did. I think that's the face down next to our specialist, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that's the... So right now we've got a high and 2 mids inside of our hand, and then we've got Momo, right? Yeah, and then we've also...
It's so frustrating, I imagine, as Jiro, to see Momo's health total to be at 26 this far into the game.
Yeah.
And this is game 1.
We're just so many turns in, Newl. So many turns in, and once again, the best thing that Ryan has done this game so far is just remove 2 faith shields.
Yeah.
But I think we just picked up a double jab pummel.
Interesting.
I mean, we need the hot hand right now. So if there's anything that's going to help us, it is that filter. But we are getting very close to cycling again, which means possibly losing more attacks. More importantly, it means we're losing our discard pile for any sound waves plays to actually do anything.
I think what we actually might have targeted was a latent skill, so that Jiro can't see more cards.
Yeah, there was a latent skill on board. We were talking about it last turn, yeah. So here's our double jab now. And I think Nate is now out of deadlock, right? We went down to exactly 10.
We should be out of
Yeah,
deadlock.
I think we went to 9 actually. Yeah, we're at 9 now, so we're not gonna have to deal with any +5 to the checks, but +2 is gonna be plenty enough for Ryan and his very, very healthy board.
Yep.
The issue is that we don't get to play cards anymore and do Soundwaves things without cycling. That is the only thing I don't like about where we are as far as our game state is concerned. Also, Nate just getting to play the defensive deck now with basically permanent knowledge of his rival's entire deck.
Yeah.
We're getting to look at that whole discard pile every cycle. We're getting to see all the attacks that leave, all the attacks that stay, and just know what we have to worry about. And we don't have to worry about. At this point, we've figured out there's not 1.3s in this deck. We never have to hold a low block ever.
No, never. I mean, Instant Shining Flash is like, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we're holding that card all the time no matter what, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we do get to stop the Amplified Sound Blast. We have seen those, so maybe you don't want to half block that, take damage, and then let it get into the momentum. But it's not like something you have to 1.3 if I don't hold the low, I just die, right?
It's funny you mentioned Amplified Sound Blast because people forget about the deadlock on that card.
The Deadlock Draw 2 cards is very, very good.
And you don't want to let Jiro draw more cards.
Yeah, I remember a game way back when, I think in one of the first online provisionals or online RLEs, the real big ones, back when we had those still. I was watching a really, really intense game between Tony 2 playing Jiro and his All Might 3 rival, and he played 3 Amplified Sound Blasts without realizing his rival was at 11 foundations. It was the moment where it was realized was heartbreaking. Grief striking, man.
And just verifying something. We're not going to take damage from this, and Jiro's going to be able to see...
We don't take damage in this house. We are Nathan Dewalt playing Momo.
Once more.
Yeah, another cycle. I mean, yeah, you said it earlier, but at this point, Nate's best option could just be decking out. I'm pretty sure this is like a 50-card deck.
I think that might be half of the game plan is maybe I kill you with a... Oh, no.
No. There's no more. There's no more. This is despair.
I think there's maybe one more, but... Oh.
This is despair, Newl.
I think I would just scoop at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's untimed, but I don't know, man. Don't waste your brain power.
Yeah, that many attacks out of the deck.
That's 13 out of the deck?
And we have 2 in the card pool and then 1 in the momentum.
Jesus.
I would be like, this isn't happening. We're just going to go to game 2, man.
Yeah, we know that we're never decking him out. There's got to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards left in our deck. We can't cycle again. I mean, I guess if we start going release crazy.
Momo can very easily just be like, hey, man, I'm just going to deck you out. Are you cool with that? Or
Yeah. At this point, as Nate, I would just be telling my rival, hey, man, I'll deck you out, bro.
There's no world as Home Run Comet hits. Checking a home... Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
My God, Newl.
I would hate to be in his position.
This is...
I would be so upset.
This isn't even pulling teeth anymore. This is a root canal.
This is actually, yeah.
This is just a root canal. This is a root canal, man. Our wisdom teeth are getting yanked here. Everything about this is just rough.
Nate's stage he's like, hey, man, I'm good.
He's never dying. He's just never dying.
I mean, we have a Rising Starlit in the hand.
We have a Starlit in hand. We're not dying. I think we have a flipped Rising Starlit as well. Our lines are just too wide right now.
Seems like the players are discussing just potentially how what there's probably talks here of how plausible is it that Jiro can win this game.
I think they're maybe deciding about what to commit. I don't know. We had breaker 1. It's we checked a 2, right? We checked a 2, but then we had +2 to our checks. We checked a 4. So he's got to commit 2.
Yeah. So just sorting things out. Yeah. +2 and breaker. I mean, it's essentially +1, right? Because if you have +2, -1 to the check, it should be +1.
Yeah, so mathematically this is going to be, I mean, it starts out as a 6 high, but it's going to get a lot slower real fast. Nate's going to get to build his block down now as well. He can -2 speed, bring this down. It's going to be, we can release if we really, really feel threatened. This is going to be the easiest block in the world. We've got a high value target.
Yeah.
I think this is the last, there could be one more home run of the deck. So I think we cycled 1 on the second time. Did we cycle 1 the first time around? That might actually be all 4 then.
I'm not sure if we cycled the 1 the first time, but I mean, we've definitely, there's 1 in the card pool, 1 in discard, and at least 1 in the remove from game pile. So pretty rough.
Yeah, this is a doozy, man.
There's 3 specialized sound waves in the remove from game. I seriously.
We finally got to keep a momentum.
Like,
we finally got to keep a momentum, and then we can't even do anything with it because our sound waves are gone, and we have no more attacks.
And easy blocks. We are not concerned.
Super easy. Commit 3.
And there's even an instant shining flash now in the.
Yep, I can go pick up the slow block if I want.
Even
if you
the
attack
thing
me
is-
again, I get to build my Starlet.
The thing is with Jiro, now that specialized sound waves is way less of an issue, like way less of a threat, you kind of don't care if she starts building up momentum because that just means more attacks in her momentum that, like, sure, she can expend a home run comet, but you're never going to feel threatened.
Yeah, we're just past like a game state where her having momentum is like really relevant. Her deck just can't do anything anymore.
Because Jiro is the type of character where you want to be in a position where she sets up everything that she wants early on, and her opponent can't interact with it. Letting characters, especially like Momo, get to past that crucial point, Jiro feels way less comfortable.
Yeah, we've put a release on board, so there's a world where we can maybe get to escape decking out for like another turn.
But
I don't think it's, we're just delaying the inevitable at this
Momo,
point.
I'm going to build one pass.
Yeah, you can just build one pass at this point. There's not even any reason for Nate to like take risks attacking anymore.
I'm surprised.
Whoa,
we're gonna...
whoa.
Wow.
Whoa. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 7 plus 7.
But with our character and with our character and 2 releases, we can give minus effectively 6 speed to a move. I don't know if we've used Momo's once per turn already.
We have not, no.
So we can get a high block.
Yeah, we can effectively bring it
that's what we're
down
gonna
to, we get to effectively, it's a 10 speed move. We effectively get to bring it down to a 4 speed move. We get to go pick up Rising Starlet. We get to block on a 6. It's impossible for it to fail.
So this is going to become a powerful 5.
Yeah.
Then discarding the
2 momentum for 10 damage.
3 momentum.
3 momentum. Yeah, 3 momentum. So it's pretty lethal, right?
3 momentum, 15.
No, wait, it's 25.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It is exactly 25. But
he says, "Well,
said,
that was my last shot, bud. that was my Hail Mary. That was my saving grace. I definitely tried my best there, but we're gonna just pick it up." Nate seeing what his next hand would be.
Yeah.
His 6 foundations.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's kind of just what happens when you run a 50-card Jiro deck into Momo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that is just what happens sometimes there. So, we.
I honestly, if you're Jiro and you're playing against Momo, the thing is, I think Momo is one of those characters that is potentially Jiro's kryptonite. As strong as Jiro is, if you don't find the early game setup of like, okay, I have a home run comet and all these, and then have my line of specialized sound waves and just set up my own turn, you can't really interact with it. Jiro is fine, but how often does that happen is the question.
Yeah, Jiro has to find very specific lines. Every kind of defensive deck in this game does kind of come with like, I block really well, I can stop Jiro. Just like how the Ojiro answers, those Jiro answers also kind of always come with a caveat of, but sometimes she just Jiros you. I think when it comes to just getting Jiro'd, Momo probably has the the
Can I get a
most
sealed
wiggle
judge
room.
to the
The
front
most
lane?
wiggle room in a
Judge to the
matchup
front
like
lane.
that,
Thank you.
in that she's the hardest to just like accidentally randomly blow up on a Jiro high roll, right? You have to like hard build, get a momentum or two, dodge the faith shields, dodge the shining flashes, and then make like a really strong like flash string of moves, home run comet, catch them without release or something. So many things have to align for you to be able to kill Momo on turn 2, and if you don't do that, past turn 4, 5 maybe, it really feels like that window has disappeared.
Yeah, past early turns, Momo definitely becomes one of those characters that is just like, I'm going to become the kryptonite to your game plan.
Yeah, the iron wall is set up, and it's really up to Ryan to figure out how to, maybe alter his game plan. I'd love to see him adapt, right? Maybe prioritize playing his flash moves, clasp his hands and pray that Nate draws fewer faith shields.
Pray that if we cycle, we don't cycle that many attacks.
Yeah, that was one of the big crutches that game, is just constantly losing all of our attacks to our checks and our cycles. I think the reason he went for that home run comet play is he knew there were no attacks left in the deck.
Yeah, and I'm gonna wonder. It seems like Momo's putting in some heavy thought into what to sideboard. We're most likely going to see Jiro go first this time, which is going to be huge.
That definitely opens up the window to get Jiro'd a little bit more. Going first is really, really, really pivotal for this character.
One thing that I saw that was interesting, we did not see Naval Laser Beam in the list throughout the game from Momo. Breaker 2, pretty good against Jiro. I
think that's one of the greatest strengths about Momo, right, is that they were like, we're going to give her a weapon of every block zone, and then we're also going to give all 3 of them Breaker 1. So no matter what way you swing it to Momo, she picks up the right block and she gets to Breaker you. And then when she runs out of those, she can also rely on just other breakers in the life symbol, right? The copy hardens, the naval laser beams, and it's just makes it really, really that much harder to break down that iron wall.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Breaker 2'd as Jiro on an electric jolt, and your next attack, even if your next attack is a 3 difficulty attack, if a 3 check becomes a 1 check, you're suddenly like, oh, this feels really bad.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to deal with. It's just, she's a very hard character to attack into. It feels like you have a really limited window depending on what kind of aggro deck you are. Because most of the really, really like high-tier aggro decks in this game, they don't scale incredibly well. They don't scale incredibly well because of how good they are at actually killing so early on. Mm-hmm. So it looks like we're getting a little peek of the bracket here. We do know that Andrew Newl on True Form All Might is progressing after defeating Kevin Broberg, and he's either going to be fighting against Nathan Dewalt or Ryan Levine. So True Form having to deal with either Momo or Jiro, a big wall, or a deck just as good at blowing him out as he has. Either way, that's going to be an interesting hurdle for him to overcome. On the other side of things, we've got Crisos Panos versus Tyrell Scott, which I believe is Fourth Kind versus Ochaco 2. That's going to be a doozy of a game.
Yeah.
That's going to be a crazy one.
2 beefy 5-handers trying to punch each other in the mouth.
Trying to absolutely beat the life out of each other.
Oh, hey, we checked a 2.
We did. There it is, boys. Hey, good thing it wasn't our second one.
Oh, yeah.
Or our third one.
Yes. Okay, we're going to play a 0 diff. Okay.
The coast is clear, lads. The coast is clear. Not the best builds in the world, though. And we're running into Ready, Set, Go. Ooh, the Stalking Her Prey is coming in. Nate said, I've got all the speed reduction in the world.
What is it?
Leave me alone, please. Leave me alone, please. I've got all the speed reduction in the world.
Letting Momo build 2 on your turn.
Remember that window? It's closing.
It's closing very
it's
fast.
slowly closing.
Oh my God, Faith Shield.
And we've got a Faith Shield.
And
hard opening the Faith Shield feels so good. Feels so good. New training's going to ramp up our build even more. We're going to start setting up our quick creates to make our plays.
We said we use a Ready, Get, Set, Go. We're going to build an asset on our turn 1.
Yeah, might as well, right?
Hey, look, another Face Shield.
And I don't think we're going to see the new training method do its response, though.
It's just going to be a +1 to our check, essentially.
Yeah, feels fantastic. That, especially with these 4 foundations, right? These are not really the most impressive 4 foundations we could have right now. And, like, Nate built 2 release, man.
Nah, this.
Nate built 2 release, man.
Why there are so many cards in Nate's hand?
Yeah, I think we held 2. We have new training method on standby, and we have Momo on standby. There's just, like, no world where we get to deal damage here. Jiro goes for a very respectable build 3 pass.
I think this is a good call. Yeah.
Like, if you attack here, all you're going to do is leave yourself open. Because he's got the quick create, he's just going to make himself stronger. He's going to get to build so much during your own turn.
A bit suspect that we're checking a 3 on this back alley.
Yeah, it seems like we might have to destroy a foundation, build a new one with Precious Lesson, and then build a 0 in, and then
you can commit it 1 release at this point.
Oh yeah.
It's not like we have a very big board.
Yeah, we can break one of those. I mean, we can destroy release plus 2 speed, build it back in, respond Precious Lesson, build in a new one. LOL, remember when we checked a 3? Building while attacking, man.
But I also wouldn't feel too threatened by Jiro at this time because, I mean, we have Faith Shield.
Yeah, exactly. You get to, again, there it is. We saw exactly both of those things happen.
Wow, it's crazy. It's like we didn't even commit it.
Remember when we checked the 3?
Ooh.
Yeah, losing our season, the advantage feels pretty bad. But, I mean, at this point, Nate's got 2 releases, so it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot to start pinning those down. Then he's getting his Pussycats on board as well. 2 of them, we have our 1 Faith Shield. We're going to be digging real hard for the next one.
Yep.
And a third release. What is happening right now? What is even happening right now?
So,
how can
this game got even more difficult?
Yeah, the window's shut. The window is, I don't want to be a doomsayer. It's not my job to be a doomsayer, but man, realistically speaking here, this is looking like a real hard one for Jiro to try and turn around.
We're just taking little peeksies into the discard as Momo, seeing, hey, what we got to work with here.
That sure is our second hand. Usually pays to be pretty aware of what's going on in there.
We have checked a couple of attacks on the side of Jiro.
I mean, logistically speaking, we got 2 cards in hand as Nate.
Okay, we're going to be able to get our momentum.
If we can attack 4 times, we will deal damage.
Yeah.
I don't know if we get to do that, but it's at least a thought process.
We're going to be able to get a momentum here. Just a matter of what foundation do we want to put in our momentum?
Right. Probably one of our latent skills.
Yeah.
Unless we really want to filter this turn. This is also going to turn our requesting online, which is actually pretty big. We've got a destined. I mean, we've got a lot of foundations here, and we are Jiro, right? You throw a double jab pummel into this mix, and we can definitely play 4 or 5 moves.
For sure. And
I think I see a Sound Waves in hand.
Ooh.
We have another home run comet. We're checking our discard pile. We got a Sound Waves in hand. Boys. Another home run comet. We have access to.
It's a matter of, well, what does Momo have in hand? And we're just going to
pick up Starlet. We've got a hand tax Nate right now. He's got a Faith Shield and 2 high blocks. Yeah. It's going to be pretty tough to do that. We do have to involve double jab or sound wave shenanigans. But like I said, if we can play more than 3 moves, we will deal damage. Yes. Statistically speaking, we will deal damage.
Gonna use our once per turn here as Jiro. Try and scout out the top.
If we can find an attack, we've got that destined for mainstream success. There it is, boys. Pick it up. What do we got? Show me the double jab. Ooh. Keep it up.
Well, now we know what we're using the Faith Shield on.
Yeah, more than likely. That's going to be our obvious Faith Shield target here. If we can go like double jab into that would feel really, really good.
Yes.
Having our requesting online, padding out this turn to essentially we have 7 ready foundations. Feels really, really good. And our Sound Waves is online. Ooh, Nate opting to just take this home run comet. Being very, very respectful of Ryan's output right now. That's kind of what we said, right? Is that Ryan's going to look to hand tax Nate here. Ooh. There's our double jab and a beautiful, beautiful check. Beautiful check.
And This could potentially be a pretty spooky turn as Jiro, because we have the specialized sound waves in hand. We know there's one in the discard, and we have that amplified sound blast. Now we have 2 high blocks, but the threat of the flash attacks is the fact that you're not allowed to interact with them.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward. It looks like Nate, again, being super mega respectful here, opting to just use his quick create on here and taking 5 on the chin. Taking a lot of damage for free here, but this is how you have to play against Jiro.
Hey, I mean, as Momo last game, you took how much damage in total?
1. We took 1 and we healed it.
We took like 1.
We took 1 and we healed it.
So you're fine as long as you just at 1 health.
Exactly. You know, Nate is just understanding the position that he's in, right? He's understanding the spot that he's in, where he's going to have to take the first couple hits for free just to make sure that when he does perform his 3 blocks this turn, they really, really, really count.
Yep.
So Soundwaves is going to... We only got the 1 momentum, right? Soundwaves bringing us into possibly another double jab, possibly another home run comet. Looks like the double jab. Yeah, I like the double jab here. The double jab here feels real good. Especially like because he didn't block that first double jab. I mean, there's a world where he just doesn't want us to filter, right?
Yep.
Obviously, I don't see people take double jab and go, "Whoa, what's going on there?" That's like it's the most infamous, like, yeah, you got to take this one all the time.
Yeah.
At the same time, though,
Ooh, we're using the Faith Shield on this.
He said no
one.
double jab for you, buddy. You got to have another one.
Yep.
You got to have another one.
This makes total sense.
Yeah, and we don't have to cash out super hard for this block either. Even without having access to our speed reduction, it's going to be what shuts down. Although, we know that he has the flash move, right?
Yep.
Flash move into double jab. You know, this is on a 7.
So we don't have a low block here, I don't think.
No, we don't.
We're just gonna have to take this
We have
one.
2 highs, and this is a charge, so it's gaining damage.
Yep.
We're about to take a big fat chunk of damage to the face.
I believe this is going to be 8 damage.
Yeah, this is going to
And
bring us down to 8
possibly-
health.
Have we used our basic trainings this?
Ooh, sneaky.
Okay.
This is so big, man. This is going to be a huge free 10 damage to our face. That does not feel good.
Yeah.
Bringing Nate all the way down to 6. Now we send the double jab in, possibly.
I think we might chill out a bit here, just because
There's definitely no word where like a double jab hits, right?
it also doesn't kill. That's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he says, I'm okay with 21 damage, actually.
Yeah.
We got almost all of that in for free, right? Really punishing Nate for respecting the aggro, right? You held your 2 high blocks. You took 2 high attacks.
Now
that feels really bad.
Now the question is if Nate can do 27 in a turn, because you being at 6 health against the Jiro, it does not feel reassuring.
No, we're going to be looking to hard backswing or just stabilize. Now that we've picked up the Faith Shield that we were definitely looking for, stabilizing is probably the answer. The real issue is, man, look at that momentum
Back
that we
alley,
got.
let's go.
Can we find an instant shining flash? If we can't get rid of that amplified sound blast and the momentum, man, oh man, there could be a game 3. There could be a game 3 here.
There could be, yeah.
It felt like the window closed. It really did, but Ryan has turned this around pretty hardcore right now.
Now, the question is about this game is whether or not Ryan does draw into some gas. We've known Momo to be this very defensive monster that can hold off these really strong attacks because of her defense. But the question is, right, we were able to see that Jiro actually was able to set up and find her attacks this time around.
We also watched Ryan really leverage his flashes really well that turn.
Yes. So, and now Nate has to respect the fact that there are low attacks that can actually deal damage to me.
Yeah. That is the big thing, right? As much as like 1.3 is, you have to hold the low block or you die.
Yeah.
Sound Blast doesn't start at much damage, but Jiro can certainly make it much bigger.
Yeah.
When we've identified that our rival is now just, not holding lows ever because he's realized there's no 1.3s in here.
Absolutely. And we're going to commit our opponent's board here with this back alley. It makes you wonder what is left in Nate's hand, but the thing is,
The checks are stressing me out.
the checks are stressing, are pretty stressing, and at this point, do you deal 27 as Momo?
No. We just don't have the stage for it.
No.
We don't have the stage for it. It's just not happening. We have like one quick create to maybe make shenanigans happen, and plus +1 foundations, but it's probably just not happening. We got the Momo remove is coming in. What are we picking up? Quick create.
Recreation.
Interesting.
I suppose we're just trying to find blocks to prepare because we know
More than
that.
likely. So we got hard caught without mids last turn.
Yeah.
We got hard caught without mids last turn. There's
And
our instant shining
hey.
flash to grab.
Unfortunate thing about amplified sound blast is the fact that
The checks are stressing me out, Newl. Sorry, continue about instant shining flash.
the thing is that's kind of difficult as Momo. You're only allowed to pick up once on your opponent's turn, and they have a lot of good high attacks. But the question is, do I want to pick up a high block because they have a lot of threatening high attacks, or do I pick up the instant shining flash to prepare for the amplified sound blast? Because you have access to a lot of high blocks, but your instant shining flash is the one that is going to be your best kryptonite against that amplified sound blast.
You got to get that thing out of the momentum. Also, Nate's built into deadlock. We're at 12 foundations, meaning at least our first move is going to have some real nice basic training responses on it. And we could also just lead with a double jab pummel.
And Electric Jolt coming out first.
I don't think that we're holding on to one Faith Shield, right?
Yeah.
Just one. So this is going to hopefully really slow down Ryan's turn. But man, this is going to be a really fast Electric Jolt.
Yes, and depending on what's in our hand, we either use the amplified sound blast now, or we kind of this is such a weird position for Momo to be in because you just don't know. You don't know what Jiro is. Jiro is capable of presenting so much pressure, but you don't know if she has that pressure in her hand right now.
Yeah, that is the big question.
But we have
are
a
gonna
latent
get
skill.
we get to scout the top 2 with latent skill. So if there is an attack there, we do get to grab it.
Yeah.
We do just get to go snag that right up. And it looks like I think Nate's already used either Momo or release.
Ooh,
We're probably
looks
gonna
like
see.
we got some spice
I
in
want
there.
my instant shining flash, man. I want my instant shining flash. Unless we gotta be really mindful of our zones this turn though as well. I know that we've got a bow staff in hand, so we have an emergency low.
Yeah.
We got a quick crate in hand, so that's our mid.
Not the best low.
Not the best low. It is like on a 7, right?
Yeah.
On a flash attack, we don't get to slow it down.
Nah.
It's definitely not the best low. It's definitely not.
No.
But it is our emergency. Our emergency low.
You just have to pray that Jiro doesn't make us turn off more of our resources.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Starlit, Quick Create, Bow Staff, Faith Shield in hand.
We're going to use the -2 right now, -2 difficulty on the next one.
Yeah, makes sense to me. So we're going to see our almighty Faith Shield come in. After Momo and release, it is going to be a pretty effortless block on that 5 check. But from here on out, we have another Sound Blast on a 5. Absolutely checks. Easy checks. And this is just going to be, this is a 4 low. If we check bad on this bow staff block, it could be really bad.
And so it is lethal.
Yeah, because of basic training and response. Yeah, it's looking pretty lethal right now.
And we used the Faith Shield on it, and I don't believe we picked up a low block on the previous one.
No, I think our bow staff is our only saving grace. This is going to be on a 7. Don't check bad, Nate. Don't do it. You're not allowed to check bad. Oh, my God. Okay, we have a high value target. Hang on. It's a little better. I thought that we were going to have to start tapping into our all of our defensive foundations, right? As in our stalking our prey and our all protect you. But we do get to leave up stalking our
what are the
prey.
chances there's another? Oh.
Double jab is so big here. On a 6, checks a 4. We only got to commit 2. We got requesting to bring 1 up now. If this follows into like a Sound Waves, a home run comment, it's looking really dicey. It's looking really dicey. I mean, there's also the thing is, right, if this goes into a sound waves, we can just sound waves into sound waves, and those are going to kill him.
Yeah.
Because we can't interact with them.
Yeah, most certainly.
We're surviving off the back of double release Momo on face right now. If we start rolling those flashes in, it could be really, really crazy.
We are going to give this -2 damage, but it's still lethal if we don't block it.
Yeah, the big thing about that was we got to build in a ready foundation by giving it minus. That was pretty much our big thing there. And so this is going to be most certainly passing. Breaker 1 comes in to pad that out a little bit.
Next check is going to be on a +1.
We also didn't see requesting get activated, so I don't think we have a sound waves.
Possibly.
Right? Like, that's what that tells me.
The thing is that we just drew 2 with the double jab.
So yes, we might have it now. Oh my god, double jab and a double jab. This is on a 7 with +1 to our check. We're going to have to commit 2 of our resources. What the?
Wait, we
committed requesting? What are we doing?
But
interesting.
This is a 3 mid. Even though our opponent has 2 cards in their card pool, this is Momo.
Yeah, this is never hitting. We're about to have 1 card in our card pool. We have double release.
Can I get a sealed judge up to the front, please? Sealed judge up to the front, please.
Oh, goodness.
Yep, we get to go grab another quick create. We're going to get to destroy for -2 speed, build our quick create down.
Committing requesting assistance feels
very weird. Feels very weird. Kind of tells me that we're done after this, which is weird because we're going to draw 2 discards too. So we don't know if we're done.
Yeah.
We don't know if we're done. We definitely should not be committing requesting there.
This is a strange turn for sure.
Yep, this is absolutely passing. This is never failing. We're going to get another draw 2, discard 2. All of the filtering in the world. We just needed a sound waves.
You are so down with your opponent's board state right now.
Yeah, you're chilling now. You're chilling. There was a window where like a barrage of flash attacks really could have clinched things out there.
I mean,
but instead a bunch of double jab pummels just kind of rolled into nothing.
1 stun just says, I mean, you're not, whatever you build after this, you're not going to have resources.
Yeah. Now, granted, Nate's board's not very big. 7 foundations to deal 22. It's a little tough for Momo.
If you can get on the back of some good checks,
it could happen. You know, I mean, we're gonna have 2 quick creates to try and build in ready foundations. If we play only attacks that build in new foundations, there is a world. You know, it's hard to say that we're gonna be playing with only 7 foundations aggressively next turn.
Yeah, especially when you have things like Starlet.
Yeah, it's super possible that there will be much more once the back alleys roll in, the pigeon flocks roll in, the bow staffs roll in. The possibilities are endless.
Yep. I think Jiro's kind of figuring out that Momo's not going to die this turn.
No, we're kind of just dawdling right now. I think we have a home run in hand, but we just know that it's not lethal.
Yeah.
We just know that it's just not getting there. So let's see what Nathan can do here. Also noteworthy, we do have a floating around my babies. That's a lot of extra little damage there.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got. It's looking peaceful.
Not a lot of orange.
No, we got a back alley. That's about it. Oh, unless. What do we got? What do we got? What are we gonna get blessed by this ready, set, go? Okay, a bow staff. That's 2 new ready foundations. What are we building while we attack, Newl? This is the meta right here. This is what brings you to the top. The ability to cheat those mechanics and manipulate yourself with those lines. If you can take out all those extra steps, right? And if you can put that puzzle together, you can sequence that little ladder of steps, right? But if there's anyone who can climb a ladder like that, it is Nathan.
And
whoa. He's crazy. This kid's crazy. This kid's nuts. This kid's actually wild. He's actually a madman. We're going to Momo a Starlet down and then Starlet a Starlet down. He's actually crazy.
Yeah. It is. But why back I suppose you can build a 0 diff with the back alley.
Yeah.
But why? I'm just thinking, why not bow staff if that's your game plan?
Yeah, I mean, we're probably gonna do both, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
We're probably just gonna do both.
This is fair, yeah.
You know, and then if we play the bow staff and have to commit a Starlet, we get to destroy it for 2 speed, build it back in, Momo it back down, and
because the thing is, the difficulty is still better, right? Because now you're playing back alley on a 7, and if you had played it after the bow staff, then the back alley would be on a 6 instead.
Yeah.
And then
yes, yeah. If you plan on doing both, this is probably better. Also, if you check battle in the back alley, you might not do both. So in the instance that you only get one, the back alley is better because it's like guaranteed damage, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we could have a nice little mid block here.
It is what it is.
We could have a sound waves. Happening. It could happen.
But yeah, we're certainly gonna be building foundations. Just we're not concerned about Jiro whatsoever.
It looks like we're drawing off a back alley.
Oh.
Drawing off a back alley instead, digging for those faith shields. Digging for those faith shields.
We do have a lot of 0 diffs in our stage, we'll say.
Yeah, I don't know if we really need the fourth release, right?
Yeah.
Oh, floating coming in for +1 damage. What is he cooking?
What is he cooking?
What is he cooking? What is Nathan Dewalt cooking
The floating
right now?
got us to a weapon foundation.
Ooh, so true. So true, bestie. So true. So true. These are the lines right here, man. Nate's mind just works differently when he plays this deck.
We're just going to take this on the chin.
Seems intelligent.
Not much of a choice.
Not particularly. Ooh. I did not see that we had a pigeon flock.
Neither did I.
That's big.
And we got
That's
a lot of
big
cards
news.
in our
Ooh, we can bring in a quick create now too. We sure did check a quick create. We
Yep.
sure did
Yeah,
check a
we
quick
sure
create.
did.
Holy cannoli.
We're about to have 3 in our stage.
Holy cannoli. We're going to bring this down, and now that Starlet sitting right there can get brought in, and oh my goodness, Starlet down the Starlet, building an ally. Remember when we were going to have 7 foundations for this aggro turn? We're at like, what, now 11, 12?
Remember when we were at 6 health?
Yeah, I do also remember that.
We're
Yep.
just,
Yep, and this is now like...
this is a very big pigeon
oh
flock.
my god. We get to do both. Both, man. Holy cow, this is just crazy. These are wild lines. Every time I feel like I've foreseen Nate's line, he does that line, but then just goes a little bit more beyond that I never would have thought of, because the way this man's brain just works is beyond. It's beyond us.
I mean, like I said, floating, hey, look at that. That's a weapon foundation. That's...
You said it. You said it. And then we went check a weapon foundation. A weapon asset. Now we're gonna get some filtering with our preparing for battle.
This command pigeon flock got very big very quick.
Yeah. Yeah, it really did. This thing got like real out of hand real fast. Those quick creates got crazy real fast, and we have another pigeon flock, and that's
there it is.
Oh my god!
My.
Wow. Once again, Nathan Dewalt proves himself as one of the standout players of this game, coming into this aggro-dominant world with the Queen of Defense, Momo, and also posturing her as the Queen of Offense. I mean, we just watched, I keep calling it her best Kirishima 2 impression. That was way better than a Kirishima 2 turn.
I mean, we got to see both sides of Momo, where she is this defensive monster when she really wants to posture her defense, and you let her get past, turn 3. And we also got to see the other side where her offense is very strong, but she is very good she's one of the most opportunistic characters.
100%. Plays both sides of that spectrum so unbelievably well. Now, of course, our match here with Momo did take a bit longer than the 5-handers, so they've been waiting on us. We're really excited to get into this next round, so we're going to get both of these players in for some quick interviews and then head right into the semifinals of the Day 2 Top Cuts. Guys, we'll be right back.
Everybody, welcome back to our live broadcast of the Florida Regional License Exam. Here we have our winner of the last round, Nate Dewalt, on Momo on Life. How you feel?
I feel really good. After game 2, going to 6 on turn 2 and then blocking his entire attack string and then killing him felt really good. I held 2 high blocks, expecting him to play all highs, and he played mids and lows, and I almost died.
You did take a 10 damage on the chin, for sure. Yeah. So going into the matchup, what is usually your thought process? We've seen Jiro and Momo since set 1.
My thought process going into the matchup is deny them momentum as much as possible. Don't let the jolts hit you. Like, block with face shield, try and fight it as much as possible. And if they do get that momentum, find instant shining flash to discard the momentum on my turn or on block, so they can't use sound waves on their turn.
seems like a plan. When it did come to the, we were discussing how the amplified sound blast came out. I mean, your game plan throughout game 1 was, okay, I'm just gonna get a Rising Starlet, get a high block, or I'm gonna get a quick creation for mid block. Once it came out, I mean, how'd you feel?
It felt really rough because I saw him check 3 amplified sound blast on the first turn, so I wasn't too worried about it in game 1, and I just underestimated how strong that card can be in game 2 because it just gains so much damage for how cheap it is to play.
Certainly true. In regards to what was your thought process in terms of that offense? We haven't really seen the Command Pigeon Flock and Friend of Animals come into play on Momo until recently, and then we also got to see the new Pussycats Foundation. How much do you value these cards as new additions to the Momo deck?
I value them a lot because it makes Command Pigeon Flock a 6 high for 5 that builds in a free foundation that either lets one of my attacks get 2 more speed with the 3 diff, or it fishes for the better foundations I need to find through my deck, and also mills my attacks so I can pick them back up later.
That's a very good line, yeah. And going into now, it's going to be top. We're going to semifinals. And I believe that you are going to be up against the All Might 4.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling a little bit nervous about it because he can just one-shot me, but I think I have enough speed hate and damage hate within the deck to stop that from happening. I think I saw him slide into All Might 3, so I expect him to slide into All Might 3 in our match. That matchup is not favored for me, but I've tested it a lot, so I know the matchup a little bit better.
All right, sounds about right. I mean, well, good luck on your next round.
Thank you.
Hope to see you put in some more games, and we're gonna go ahead and see you in finals.
Hopefully, that's the goal.
We're looking to play a sealed side event.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I've got with me Ryan Levine. Is it Levine?
Levine.
Beautiful. I've been saying Levine the whole time, and I was like, if I woke up to this man and he's like, it's Levin or something, I'm going to feel like the biggest jerk in the world. Ryan, man, how are you feeling, though, my friend?
I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know. Obviously, I couldn't hear what was said about my match, but you probably have been informed at this point. I started playing a little less than 2 months ago.
Yeah.
I played a bunch of other card games, so I have a lot of experience with like card games and tournaments and whatever. But yeah, this is my first My Hero regional license exam, and I think I've played in. I have 300 points on my account, so I played in 6 locals, and then
as we were gearing up for this round, they told me this guy has been to Worlds for other card games.
Yeah.
He's been playing My Hero for like 6 weeks, and this is his first big event. And I said, well, I have no idea what to expect now.
Yeah.
Holy cow! Yeah, what is your? Tell me about your pedigree in your other games, man.
So I'm a champion in Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm a YCS champion. I went to Worlds in 2018 for Yu-Gi-Oh. There was a points qualification, and I was second in North America in 2018.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah, so I've been playing competitive card games. I've been playing competitively for about 10 years, I think. I played other games when I was a really little kid, and then got back into it around high school. I think I went to my first Yu-Gi-Oh! National championship in 2013. That was my first big time traveling to an event, and I've really enjoyed it. I've met some of my closest friends doing it.
Sign-ups for a second standard event.
Sorry. Actually, the one that got me into this game, Kevin Coleman, I know he's a big member of the community. He played Yu-Gi-Oh! Way back in the day, before I did, but some of our mutual friends. So I went to a demo day at a locals near my house, and I got a demo deck, and I showed up to the locals the next week, and I had 2 demo decks, and I had the Midoriya demo deck, and I bought the All Might and All for One battle deck, I think it's called.
Yeah, the clash deck, the rival deck, yada yada.
I stared Kevin in the eyes and I said, I'm going to the regional next month, and he was like, I guess, and just so, and this was I just had 2 starter decks mashed together, so I I decided I wasn't just gonna play that deck, obviously. So I
bring your starter deck to regionals.
So I read a lot of the heroes. I still have not read every card actually, but I read a lot of the heroes, and Jiro's mechanic of rearranging the top of the deck is a mechanic that the Yu-Gi-Oh deck I had the most success with also shares. So that was the deck that I won the event with. It's you look at your top of your opponent's deck and change it, and then you get different effects based on what you know they have. So I read Jiro and was like, this is just that deck every turn. Like, this has to be crazy. And then this is when I knew nothing.
Spoiler alert, it is pretty crazy.
So this is when I knew nothing. So thankfully, Jiro's one of the better decks, I've been told.
She's up there.
I think I was the only Jiro that topped this weekend, though. But
yes.
I think so. But from what I understand, it was probably like, at worst, conservatively, the third best deck. Like, at worst.
Yeah,
so,
she's usually regarded pretty up there, top 5, top 3, that level of territory. At the same time, though, player input is always a thing in this game, no matter what. Yeah. You performed with her really well. Is there stuff from, how do you feel like playing and competing really hardcore, playing really complex decks in other card games, what translated into My Hero and what didn't?
So the only really good example is, I think, like, this is going to sound so abstract, but I think, like, I have a pretty good idea of, like, role assessment of like what I'm supposed to be doing. So even if I don't know exactly how their deck works, I was able to at least, so I lost a lot of game ones in Swiss because I had no idea what any of my opponent's cards were.
Right.
And then I lost game one and said, okay, why did I lose? What did he do? What is going on? And then adjusted and then won the next two. And I was hoping I could do something like that on stream, but did not.
You were getting close?
Yeah. So,
game one and game two were very different,
so,
right?
Yeah. The game one, the best example I have of when I was on stream, when I did my cycle, I hit 7 attacks. Then my next cycle, I hit like 5 more or 6 more.
We were crying.
So
we were in shambles.
The only attack I had left in my entire deck was one in my hand. So that's one of like, is this going to win? Probably not. But if I do not win this turn, I can never win.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Build. Play Comet on a 10, commit everything. This has to be lethal. Pump it up to, I think it was like 32, and he half blocks and lives. And that was expected. But it's like, you have to do that. Because if you don't make that play, you lose every time. If you make that play, you probably win like 20% of the time. And that's not great, but it's like, that's a lot higher than 0, right?
Those are the lines you have to take. And then in game 2, you totally switched it up, right? You weaponized your flash attacks so much more.
Yeah.
Denied Momo those enhanced steps, and it didn't win you the game, but wow, it puts you a lot closer. That's kind of what you were describing, right? The game 1 into game 2, game 3.
Yeah, I'm going to watch back my match. Obviously I just played it, so I played what I thought was better, but I'm sure I made mistakes just being unfamiliar with the cards and like, definitely my weakest, like, the only real practice I had was, the other person who got me into this is Mitchell on Unfun.
Oh, Samino, yeah. I love Big Mitch.
He played Yu-Gi-Oh! So I've known him through Yu-Gi-Oh! So I saw he topped the webcam regional a few weeks ago. So I messaged him and I was like, oh, hey, I started playing this. I'm playing for like 2 weeks. Can you help me out? Or, I'm playing for 3 weeks. And then this week, he hopped on Discord with me, and he helped me with my deck, and then we played for a couple hours, and he really just gave me like a boot camp on Ojiro. I played 1 Ojiro total. So the specific matchup practice didn't help, but obviously I think my deck got a lot better because I like deck building in this game is something I'm still haven't figured out because I don't know the cards, but it was like, what like ratios of certain cards, and like I think the biggest one was he's been playing Ojiro. So the biggest change I did was I cut Jiro to a clean 50, and I played the same ratio that the Earth Ojiro deck has been playing, where I believe it was 30 foundations, 18 attacks, 2 actions.
Yep.
And that was what we determined. And he thinks about My Hero in a similar way that I was, because he also played Yu-Gi-Oh! So we had sort of a common ground of like, this is probably how we want to build this, and it worked out. And I'm very happy that I top 8'd. I was trying to run the numbers for Swiss, and I was certain I wouldn't even top 16. And I got like 9th. I was like really in there, and I was like, oh, okay. Like I was sitting there like at the last round, like I hope I make 32 and get the Tormenting Glare promo, but
the last round, a lot of people ID'd, so
Yeah.
things got really weird,
Yeah,
and you got to get way up in there.
Yeah.
I love to see like you explain how like the connections between your games and your communities like all connect, and like brought you here. I think that's so
absolutely.
cool.
Yeah, I like games. I talk to a lot of people. I play games with a lot of people, and we all play different games, and we try to introduce games to each other. And like, for sure, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna tell other people like, hey, I went to this thing. I think it's a lot of fun. Like, the My Hero brand is obviously also a draw of like people they like My Hero, and I'm like, that's why I started playing it. So,
Same.
here you go.
Yeah,
and I enjoy the game. Yeah.
What's really cool about this game too is you talk about your deck building process, getting your reps in, even in matchups like Ojiro that ended up not being relevant for this event for you. Really, you got to play your deck a lot more and get a lot better.
Yep.
Getting good at this game, we compare it to a fighting game a lot.
Yeah.
Getting good at this game is a lot like exercising, working out, training, getting reps in.
sure.
The more you do it, the better you will get, and I'm really, really excited to see your competitive future in this game. You're off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, I definitely spiked this one. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it to Kansas City. I'm going to try to go to Pasadena.
Pasadena,
I'm going to try. I guess I have my Nationals invite, so
I was about to say you do have your Nats invite,
I guess I'll go to that.
so you're pretty
So
set
I'm
in
doing
stone.
That. So that was great. This has been a blast. Very happy about it. Can't really. Just been a great experience all around, honestly.
A great event, a great time, great community, a great game, and a great performance, man, by Ryan Levine. And it sounds like you have not seen the last of him. Keep an eye out because this Yu-Gi-Oh! Champ is on the rise in the My Hero card game. But guys, we do have a top 4 that we've got to make our way to. So I will finally let you go, my friend. But thank you so much for coming on
nice
here.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting everyone here. I'm gonna go get my prizing.
Likewise, man. Yep, go get your nice Nats invite and your nice vial season. And don't go anywhere, guys, because we're gonna get right back here soon with an exciting top 4 match that you do not want to miss.
Heroes out there, the tail man is officially the fail man. There are no more Ojiro 2s in our top 4. Instead, we have for you a very, very exciting 5-hand size matchup that's going to be on stream. We've got Ochaco 2 versus Fourth Kind, and then on the other side of our bracket, you might have just seen Nate Dewalt. He's going to be playing his Momo deck versus Andrew New's True Form All Might, one of the hypest decks of our tournament.
Yeah.
But Newl, you have a little bit of experience playing Ochaco 2, is that correct?
Yeah. On Death, and we're going to be seeing Ochaco 2 on Death as well in this time around. And these are 2 beefy 5-handers that are going to try and punch each other in the mouth. But Fourth Kind also capable of putting up a bit of a block game as well.
Right. So far, we've seen Tyrell Scott more than once in this tournament go the distance, if you will. It's not been the fastest, blazing speed that you would expect from a Fourth Kind that snaps off that once per game early. A lot of the Fourth Kinds have had success, have had a deep and rich defensive game. So it'll be incredibly interesting to see how this plays out.
Absolutely. And when it comes to Ochaco, the thing is, Fourth Kind, he presents a lot of damage very early on. If you give him the opportunity. With Ochaco, she presents a lot of damage on the face of her attacks. We have attacks like Hulking Grimace. That's just a base 10. Not the best thing to be staring down at as a 5 base speed move. But Ochaco also gives 2 speed to every move. And when you're a 5-hander who can build, some small bits at a time, doesn't feel too great.
Right. I love that these characters are almost inverses of each other, right? Ochaco hits you with an attack. She gets to add it back to her hand. Fourth Kind blocks with an attack, you can add it back to his hand. So we're going to jump into the gameplay for you guys to get this top 4 match started, and I expect to see some sparks fly.
For sure. And both players just kind of doing a good old sportsman-like handshake. And we're going to be seeing Fourth Kind going first, it seems, this time around.
So we've got Order versus Death, 2 symbols that we haven't seen represented a lot, I would say, in our top cuts. And when they are, it's typically these characters, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
We do have Fourth Kind on the play, so Fourth Kind is going to be going first, which, how important do you think that is in this matchup, Newl?
So, if we do decide to play a more defensive sort of game plan, going first really allows us to get that additional time we need to set up, which will be crucial. Ochaco, you know, you can always coin flip and be like, hey, I'm going to present all this damage early on that you're going to have to deal with.
That's a little bit of a new iteration. I've never seen knee smash in a fourth kind deck before.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, and it's really nice because, hey, that's a cool foundation on the top of my deck.
Yeah, ramp and card draw, the two things you need to be doing in this format, right? That is what those Ojiro decks really excelled at, and every other deck's kind of doing its best Ojiro impression a lot of the time, so that makes a lot of sense, right? We're pretty much obsessed with building while we attack, and to help us do that, drawing cards is prime real estate.
Building 5 as a 5-hander? You gotta feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, it could be pretty scary, though. I mean, fourth kind, realistically, he only has one attack you have to worry about per turn on paper. Yep. However, that doesn't mean he can't play 4 attacks at you.
Yeah, exactly. The cool thing is, over time, especially with set 4, on order, the typical package has been like, oh, I'm going to play the kick package, woohoo! And then also 1.3 million.
Right.
Now we have actual options of for attacks to weave in that actually do help contribute to our game plan, as opposed to this is a cantrip and gonna poke a little, and then our 1.3 million that our opponent definitely is gonna hold a low block for. Now we have things to just help us set up, and because we know, I think Tyrell is very knowledgeable about the fact and aware that his kill condition is going to be the 1.3 million.
Ooh, speaking of, it's
Checking
an opener. It's an opener and a finisher.
Yeah. I think Tyrell is very aware of the fact that 1.3 million is usually going to be our go-to finisher in most games, and so we focus on our defense until that point and on our setup. Yeah,
and when it comes to when it comes to the fourth kind game plan, right, it's about sticking that one big move a lot of the time, but you cannot ignore all the ticky-tacky little setup moves either, which is going to be pretty difficult for Ochaco to deal with. Not having that extra card advantage, I mean, how much defensive draw does the death symbol have, right? It's usually just struggling with studies.
Yeah.
And so we're going to take 6 immediately, not a very long enhance step at all. Are we going to see a second attack from Tyrell here as the fourth card?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, there we go.
And an interesting one, it's a Jolt. It comes in on a 3, of course, with that -4 difficulty from fourth kind's continuous ability. Yep. And then it gets 4 damage. And it's not a card you really like to block, but I feel like you have to if it saves you 7 damage.
This is for 8. And
I love that play. One of the things I was going to talk about, I wasn't sure if it was going to come up, right? But immediately we built Forcing Surrender on turn 1. So this game plan of attack, foundation, attack will actually cost us a hand size if you want to think about it that way.
And we're I'm pretty sure that what we have in the Ochaco's hand is an attack, and we just want to hold on to it. So we're we're down to be like, hey, this isn't killing me, but at the same time, 2 momentum. Gotta wonder
and
what.
One's a Jolt. Ooh.
Yeah.
We also have League Invitation, right? So we have like 2 targeted commits if our rival wants to enter an enhanced step. But I feel like as Ochaco, you kind of have to. You're kind of forced to be attacking because you're so good at attacking, and that's the only way you're going to progress your board state most of the time is by forcing your rival to utilize resources to block, allowing you to get some wiggle room.
And here we're going to go ahead and discard 2 and draw 2, 3, 4, 5. And I honestly would have kept a go for the win because then it would have given us 2 foundations, or ready foundations. Because our fourth kind is at 5 foundations. We're at 5, but because of the destroy, that would have given us 2.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So we're going to see Jolt come down and League Invitation, so not only do we have to commit 1 to play this card, but we basically got stun 2'd on our own turn.
Yeah.
Is the stun grenade gonna whiff? Nope, we find the nitro.
But I don't think we attack. We get to attack anymore after this.
It's tough, right? It really depends on, is this move gonna hit? Because +2 to our check. I mean, stun grenade is one of the best things to pick up and play again, but it's only going to be 6 speed.
And we're going to use requesting assistance. We're just saying, we're not going to let you pick up this move.
Yeah, I feel like, even if he checks a 3, as long as Tyrell has the mid block, we'll be able to deny this. But you're actually so far behind, right? We took 15 damage, a 15 health deficit, basically difference of 15 between the two characters.
I'm surprised we flipped one to give this a damage because we're for sure trying to block this.
Right. The requesting's coming in. Tyrell using most of his stage to have them ready. It tells you that he wants to play a card this turn, right?
Yeah. And we're going to blocks, and here's a setup strike.
Yep.
Taking a 3.
+2 mid. We have exactly enough if we tap completely out, so we won't get the fourth kind of response. But what do we say, right? Even if he checks a 3, he gets to block this because we use every resource. So the tight lip, a little weird, but maybe the tight lip was to we just had another go for the win.
We just had another.
Now, we could have dealt damage with that stun grenade if we'd used the response, correct?
We could have...
The +2 speed from go for the win?
Yes, that is true. But the thing is, if you use that response, it doesn't clear from the card pool.
Correct, but with the +2 to my check, I can't fail my next move, which is another stun grenade, which is then going to stun you for 2.
But with so many committed foundations already, you don't want to let fourth kind of get an opportunity for to just take advantage of, hey, you seem kind of open.
Yeah, it really depends on what you want, right? Because stun grenade gives you more card advantage. It gives you another attack to look for.
Checking attacks like no tomorrow.
Right, and then the most important thing is that +2 to the check. So we wouldn't have gotten to play this Nitro again, but holding a +1 mid block could be really, really important in this matchup, especially if you're going to be committing a whole bunch of foundations. And no matter what we do now, because we played that go for the win, fourth kinds once per game is online.
The thing is, even being able to pick up this attack, regardless of... We
really like the stun grenade.
We didn't get the +2 to our check.
No, we did not do the response with Ochaco.
Which is strange, no?
It's a little strange, but if we wanted to play this stun grenade twice, it makes sense to me, right? Because I want to add 2 cards to my hand, not one.
That's
true. And we will be able to play this again on a 6, and we can't fail it. Unless we have some weird 2-check a villainous.
It would have definitely been bad if we checked another 3 though.
Yeah, it's a weirdly aggressive line, is how I would put it. It's certainly not a safe line, but I would pick it up. I'd play it again personally.
Can I get sealed 24 up to the front, please? If you are.
We're gonna get the momentum. So keeping the Nitro and doing it in this order gives us a momentum. But what can we use that momentum for other than powerful for 2 more damage?
I mean, we do have possibly a Howitzer Impact Cyclone in the
right, which we couldn't play this turn. Oh, we get another Nitro though. So next turn, Crisos. I can't get the name right. I apologize. Mr. Panos.
Yeah, Mr. Panos.
Next turn, Ochaco 2 is going to have some gas, right? We're going to be able to get the party started, but you know what the best thing about checking a 3 on that last attack is, Newl? It makes fourth kinds once per game completely useless.
The thing is, though, we have a lot of committed foundations, and fourth kind plays 1.3 million volts.
Correct.
And we're at 19 health.
If it makes you feel any better, they were always going to be committed, though.
This is true. This is very true.
It's one of those things where you got to use them before you lose them, right? You can either have them stunned out or you can use them to get some damage in, because fourth kind did block with an attack. If for some reason Tyrell doesn't have any kind of attack turn, any kind of production on his next turn, that's going to leave Ochaco 2 in a prime position to take advantage of that Nitro Ignition in their hand.
And we're going to be able... we checked a 3 on this Spooky, and our character's a bit too valuable to...
It's interesting because it combos so well with Ochaco's -3 speed, but I feel like I'd almost rather have the Spooky here, because fourth kind doesn't typically pump speed, although we do see the setup strike. But if you send a 3 low for $1 million at me, I'd rather switch it to 3 damage. Exactly.
But the thing is, you have stun attacks. You can just be like, stun 1?
Correct. We can also once per game. Yeah, so you're not actually going to ever have ready foundations in this particular matchup.
And we're going to use a full cowling right now. Say, you can commit your character now. You can...
Yeah, you can -3 speed and block this one, or you can commit your character and do nothing. And take 5. Or 6, 6 printed. Pretty interesting stuff. This has got to be scary early on, right? Because if he doesn't discard his whole hand, you know there's a vicious follow-up.
And we're deciding to try and half block this. We want our character, but it's a wonder of what's in our hand.
Keeping the -3 speed alive is super important, though.
Yeah.
It sucks that we had to block with that attack that we were holding. Ooh, a second attack.
We just checked 2 Vial Seizings, huh?
And now we're playing the Vial Season. And I got to admit, I'm pretty sure that Ochaco's going to fail this 7 check.
Yeah, most certainly.
That's 2 more damage and another card draw. But Ty has committed a lot of foundations here. He obviously can play a foundation and then a big old dunk, but putting together potentially 10 more damage. I mean, we can -3 speed this and block it if we really want to, but I imagine we're going to wait for the +4 damage move.
And little nuance there. You are able to remove ignition, nitro explosion ignition, to clear the card pool after you block with it.
Yeah, the little pay cost for no effect. Love to see it. One of the things that makes it such an all-star card. Oh, another 3 check.
Oh, this is...
It's rough, but it's not the worst thing. If we can put together a 10 damage move, which isn't
and
very
1.3
difficult.
million here would be very nice, but at the same time, do we have a low block in hand?
Right, the real question is, Ochaco can -3 speed and block just about anything.
Ooh.
Oh, it's another full cowling. That means we can discard, the last 2 cards in our hand and draw 3?
Well, it's already lethal.
Well, right.
Yeah.
But we could technically go up a card. I mean, this is getting blocked.
This is getting blocked,
This is
but
for sure getting blocked. There's almost no world where this is
we can draw
actually gonna
3,
end the
yeah.
game. But it's very interesting to cycle through like new cards. Yeah, discard
1,
2, draw 3.
2?
We,
3? Wait, did we draw 2 or 3? We should have drawn 3.
Correct. Maybe we thought it was discard and draw.
Let's hope that no card is played and before we draw the 3rd one.
Yeah.
Third card.
It looks like they're recognizing
Oh, okay.
it. He's showing that he only has the 2 cards. He's like, do I get to draw?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
So he gets to draw. We didn't know if
that would have
maybe
been
he
very
missed the timing.
big.
Yeah. Nothing has changed. You just get to draw. So what's really, really important about this turn though, Newl, even though we didn't win the game?
Yeah.
We got Ochaco to block with 2 attacks.
Yeah.
We got Ochaco to block with 2 +1 mid-block attacks. We're still going to get this momentum. We're still going to be able to block something on our own turn and possibly add it back to our hand, right?
Yeah.
And most likely, we're hoping that we drew spam foundation so we have something ready.
Gotta wonder. There's a.
Scouting what attack zones so we know which blocks to hold, but with the +2 speed from Ochaco, I imagine you only get to block 1 move at best.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, we only have our character, right? And we have some pretty fast attacks in things like.
Self-sacrifice is surprisingly helpful, I would say, at this point in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
-1 damage on every attack can be just enough to stop a double hit move from dealing 18.
I wonder what we have to expend that momentum on, because that's a hefty pile that Fourth Kind is starting to.
Any EX move.
Yeah, this is true.
Any Electric Jolt EX is actually a game-winning play.
You're right, yeah, because you give it 4 damage, suddenly it's like, hey, this kills you.
Yeah, plus Ultra or die. So I do think it's very funny
hey, there's
that
a howitzer Impact Cyclone.
I do think it's very funny that Ochaco's entire stage is face down.
Yeah, I mean, there was that one tight lip that we used early on that would definitely shouldn't have been used.
Again, maybe it was just reinforcing the idea that you had to block, but there's so many ways you could have played that turn, right? Like, I would have clogged my own card pool to make sure the first stun grenade hits. Turns out we had a second stun grenade anyways that we wanted to bounce and get momentum and yada yada. So at this point, it's going to turn into more card draw for us, at least later.
This is a pretty interesting move to lead with. Ooh,
that's not going to be a block.
So we are going to be able to respond with our character, should we want to. And I believe we did draw off of the second enhance, because we should have had one committed face down.
Ooh, and now we're actually gonna get to do the combo. So very interesting stuff.
All right.
Let's see.
So 2 foundations readied on my opponent's board is actually 0.
Right. We're gonna get the self-sack out here, which we didn't self-sacrifice on the last one because we were really hoping to block that one. But
yeah.
This one is gonna be 6 mid with the stun one, and then if we decide to bounce this.
Should be
if
stun
we play
2, right?
Yeah, it should be stun 2 because we bounced the impact cyclone.
Here we are.
And then if we play the bounced attack, is what I meant to say, for the impact cyclone, we're gonna get the powerful to make it lethal. So even if you do block this this stun grenade, you're gonna need a +1 high block to block the howitzer impact.
Hey, that was a card we just picked up. That we don't like to see that when we're at 8 health.
No, this is almost certainly going to be way too fast. It's going to be way too much damage. I don't know what Ty could have in his hand to save him from this, but the only thing that makes sense is a Bonds of Friendship, right? Or maybe a 6 check.
And we're just going to draw some cards. We're 5-hander.
Yeah, this is going to be... This is going to be 5 high for 12, meaning it has to be a high block. And it's a +2, no 6 check.
There
That's
we are.
game 1. You gotta love the sportsmanship from Ty. Lots of handshakes. Lots and lots of handshakes. That's
For
how he
sure.
gets you. That's his superpower is kindness.
he beats you. He will handshake you and then beat you in the chin and say, "Hey, man." But he will genuinely. He's very genuine about his games, regardless of whether he wins or loses, and we love to see that in our game.
Tyrell is a man of many blessings and many beatings. He's one of the most positive members of our community, so I'm glad to see him do so well at this tournament, right? We saw him at the last Orlando Regional last year make top cuts with a Water Asui list, right?
Yep.
So this is a big departure from Water Asui, so love to see him doing well. Love to see him at these in-person events now that we get to basically return to the competitive scene. But we have a little bit of an update for our other top 4 matchup. It would appear as though Momo, I believe, was going first. I believe Momo was the higher seed. Right, Nate Dewalt was Swiss champ, of course.
Yes.
Proudly announcing that all over social media. So game 1 does go to Momo 1. So Momo going first was able to defeat the True Form All Might deck. Now, we do know that deck has All Might 3 in the sideboard, and All Might 3 has an incredible matchup into Momo 1. That is a matchup that I've talked before with Levi on commentary that Nate has struggled with. I've done that playtest with him myself at the Unfun Tuesdays practice squad matches where, he told me that deck is like his kryptonite, and I didn't believe it. So I picked up the All Might deck. I said, show me. And without knowing anything about the deck itself, without doing that matchup, he struggled. It was an incredibly difficult matchup to contend with, but that was specifically the good symbol All Might with natures and with great deadlock effects and things like that. I have to imagine that a sideboard all symbol All Might 3, not the same matchup at all.
Yeah, especially because it makes you wonder, right? Because we haven't really seen All Might 3 on all, especially with the addition of set 4 cards.
So we've seen it pretty much exactly once. Wesley Bittner topped the Oceanic Regional playing Valiant Assault, all symbol All Might 3. Very different deck, though.
Yes, very different. And so it does make you think. It makes you wonder.
Right, and it's a very, very good sideboard playing, but going first game 2, I don't even know if that would be his choice, right? He might still say maybe True Form is the play because Momo's really good at blocking 7 attacks. Yeah. Nobody can block a 20 speed turn 2 50 damage Detroit Smash unless they have Plus Ultra, which that deck also has the answer for Plus Ultra. So,
however, inherently on All Might 3's face, Momo loves to keep cards in her hand.
Right.
All Might 3 loves when your opponent keeps their cards in their hand.
Right. And that's just it, right? There's so much back and forth interaction because Nate could also decide to play around passing the torch and the tutor from the discard pile to have no cards in hand. So I have no clue how the adaptation for that matchup's going to go. Hopefully we get more updates as we go. But these players right here, Ty and Crisos, they are shuffling up for game 2. Fourth kind's going to go first. What do you expect to see? It looked like we had a healthy sideboard choice from Ty.
Yeah.
What do you think that he could have been siding in for this matchup?
So against the death symbol, against Ochaco too specifically, you definitely want more options to try and just shut down any early attacks that she has and make her overcommit her resources to attacking and making it as ineffective as possible, right?
Right.
And on the order symbol, you do have options for control. We can possibly take a little.
I think one of the things that might be a big deal here, right, is drowning in resentment, because we saw it turn to dust. We saw a stun grenade. We saw that both players were committing their stages on their own turn a lot of the time. Drowning in resentment is that damage reduction. Playable while committed, -2 damage to a stun attack. That can prevent Ochaco from ever dealing any damage to be able to add it back to their hand.
Yeah.
So that's something I'd like to see. It looks like we have a shock treatment. Passing the torch early is great. What's going to be the fourth foundation?
Oh.
Doesn't look like we actually have one.
Might not be that way, no. But saving grace for stun grenade, if we do find it a drowning resentment, is you discard the cards after you so it's a reveal but not discard, and then after you pick up one, you get to discard it.
Yeah, so you won't get the other mode on it. You're basically just relying on the damage reduction, right?
Yeah.
You're just hoping to flip 2 of them to make it a 0 damage stun grenade.
But on the order symbol, something like a blood curdle could be possibly pretty big.
Okay. Got our own league invitation. So here's the league invitation duels and a league interview. So lots of league cards.
Yeah. Getting a little evil here.
Ooh, that is a surprisingly big one. So it's difficult to utilize learning the standards against fourth kind most of the time.
Yeah.
But if there's ever a turn where fourth kind has to attack you 4 times in a row, they will not get to, right? They will not get that bonus. If you play 3 cards and the third one's an attack and they can take it without blocking, you don't get your +4 bonus anymore.
No. And fourth kind building 3 and Ochaco getting to build 5.
It worked out last time.
Yeah, that is true.
So what does Ty have in the tank for us this time? We've got 3 foundations. Card draw, a plenty of those 3. We've got calling for backup, which is, flip, pseudo, free, draw 1 card, but typically you have to check well. And then we have shock treatment, which doesn't have too many targets, especially not like for this turn with no momentum. But even on Ochaco's turn, I don't see too many targets that are worth really debuilding myself for, unless I know I can go for the win in the next turn.
It is nice, though, with shock treatment on the board. That means we have something on... Ooh.
I believe that is an ice slide tackle.
Ice slide tackle, yep.
Also known as sliding under it. Because when you block a high attack with this card, it deals no damage, meaning we slid safely under the high attack.
Yep. And this is just going to be a little pokesies.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 1 card in their hand. What's the likelihood, right? What are the odds that you actually have a low block, right?
But I was saying earlier, the nice thing about having a shock treatment on board this early is we ended that previous game with 5 momentum. Shock treatment lets us just have a use for that momentum.
Exactly. One of the best uses for it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so league invitation, the new set 4 card, coming in, requesting Tyrell to check against a 7. Of course, we fail that. So our passing the torch gets committed, build 2 foundations, and then a 3rd foundation. So no big dunk. No massive follow-up, just a little poke turn. And it looks like Ty is going to have 1 card in hand going into Crisos' turn here.
I think it's 2.
2? Oh, we drew off calling.
Yes.
We drew off calling for backup. You're correct.
And we now have 1 momentum. Woohoo! So.
Yeah, and we have double tape and another passing the torch. So, again, cards aplenty. Fourth kind is one of the best passing the torch users in the game.
Yeah.
And now that we have the ability to make 2 things a mid, even if they weren't, or slow down those mids like stun grenade, this should be a much different matchup than game 1.
Here we're going to go ahead and discard 2, give +1 to our next check. Vulcan Grimace. Vulcan Grimace.
Oh my goodness, you called it, Newl.
Let's go, checking a 6.
She's from the future.
And
It's big.
It's big. And
It's real big. It don't do much else, but it's big.
hey, that's the Fury keyword. You know what looks for the Fury keyword on our board? We got
What is it?
it is a
It's the let's fight bad
let's
guys.
fight bad guys.
We're going out to fight some bad guys.
We're gonna
And
get-
how are we gonna do it? With the biggest bad guy of them all, No Moo.
This is we could give this
If you place top
minus
32
4
and still have not
speed with the
collected
2
your prizes,
tapes,
please do so. There's no
which-
guarantee you won't be able to pick up your top
Which will get
32
countered
prizes
out by
past today.
Ochaco giving
You
it
know
4
somebody who made
speed.
top 32 who's not here today and would like you to pick up their participation.
I think
for
it's a
them.
play you make though, right? Like it's
Yeah.
the biggest attack in the deck, and I mean, what are you gonna do? Let her play it a second time?
Yeah, no.
Heavens no. The real question is, does Ty already have the mid block? I have to assume he's got one mid block, but
This is a 9 mid. You have to give this minus 4 speed, right?
yeah, no, you're not taking 10 and letting.
Oh.
We got the plus ultra block. Joke's on you, Newl. Joke's on you. Tyrell said, "Psych, psych." I got the action block in my set 2 character. That's that sideboard action that we were talking
Yep.
about, right? So when we were talking about what do you want to see come in from the side, well, it turns out we got plus ultras coming in because we know this deck is primarily mids,
Yep.
and it just likes to add speed. So
Yep.
absolutely love that adaptation. What a great move from Tyrell coming from the sideboard. But Crisos with a great move of his own. This Nitro Ignition is probably unblockable at this point, right?
Oh yeah. And we're gonna be like, I'm gonna pick this up, maybe play it again, or we play something else.
You know what this game needs, Newl?
Tell me.
It needs a plus ultra block on the high zone.
Yeah.
We need a block that reduces the speed to 0 on the high zone. Maybe makes your rival lose a health when you block with it. I don't know.
Let's go ahead and let us. Losing 1 on the block too.
Yeah, well, I mean, just anytime anyone plays a block while it's in the card pool. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's right, huh? Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be sweet.
I hate that card. Anyway, so Nitro Ignition is coming in. It's going to be 7 high for 4. I mean, Ty could make it a mid, right? Have
Yeah.
maybe a second plus ultra, or like make it a mid, then give it minus 2 speed.
This
but
is
then-
only 4 damage though, so it's a matter of like, do you want to block this one, or
It is maybe the least offensive attack in Ochaco, which is saying something for the for the secret rare of set 1. That is one of the how would I put it? One of the most well budgeted cards. Like it's one of the most economic cards, right?
For sure.
Great block mod, awesome speed, low difficulty, leaves the card pool when you need it to, gives you momentum. Like it
does
is
your dishes, washes your laundry.
parks your car.
But we're gonna be able to play a stun grenade here, trying to find some add some cards to our hand. Stun
Interesting.
2.
I wonder what our first. Oh, he increased the stun rating. Yeah. I was gonna say our first stance is to increase the stun rating to 2, which is gonna allow Ty to give this minus 2 speed, and then we're gonna flip it again, meaning we almost certainly have another mid block.
Yeah.
And this time it's not gonna be plus ultra, so I'm interested to see what it is.
I'm thinking we might have an attack to block with, and then we can respond with our character.
Ooh, that would be a next level play because we didn't get the bonus damage from fourth kind last turn, right?
Yeah.
So the easy assumption is that it's not an attack, otherwise we would have played it.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said earlier, Ty is no stranger to the late game. He is like all the successful fourth kinds are down to play a defensive game and block, and you called it, Newl.
Yeah.
It's not a mid block, but it is a breaker block.
Yep. So it says, hey, that how is your impact cyclone you picked up? You sure about that? But
I do love that we saw Ochaco do the response and add an attack back to their hand.
Yeah.
We've now seen fourth kind do the response and add an attack back to their hand, and the breaker's gonna come down, but we don't care at all.
Ooh.
Commit out, go for it.
But this isn't kill, right?
No, but it's gonna give you a ton of resources, and if you survive one more turn, it's gonna set you up so well.
That's if you survive one more turn.
We're afraid of 28 from fourth kind, and that's fair.
That is fair. I mean,
That's fair.
You commit your board, and then suddenly 1.3 million is a schmillion.
Right, and we're actually at exactly 5, so we never have to build to 6 and let that once per game annihilate our stage. Whereas if we annihilate our stage for you, all of a sudden 1.3 million is like 14 damage kind of as a baseline.
Yeah. I mean, even having 5 committed foundations, 1.3 million immediately becomes 10 damage, and then maybe give it 4 more with our character.
Yeah,
that's half our health.
Yeah, the 14 damage baseline is just the half your health number. Jolt's a great one to start off with, though. This card's pretty annoying, and I don't think the death symbol has an answer for it. Does it have an Omni block?
An Omni block on death?
You have to be playing the secret rare heroic clash, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that you would need to be playing the secret rare. But I don't think you ever comfortably play a 1-check as a 5-hander.
It's tough.
Ooh.
So the answer that Death typically has to Electric Jolt is to reduce the speed to 0 with Ochaco, and then use Spooky to flip the stats. But Showdown's going to come in for a half block, commit the card advantage, commit those passing the torches. You love to see it.
Yeah. So now we're probably we're gonna
Luckily,
play another.
Ty doesn't need foundations to attack.
Nope. We will simply.
Gray cards are cringe. We're all about that orange.
And I think it was a missed opportunity to use a learning the standards there, because we could have actually. Or, well, I suppose...
He was going to play the foundation.
Yeah, no.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's very tricky. Because typically it's going to be useless against Fourth Kind.
Yeah.
However, occasionally Fourth Kind does need to play multiple attacks into you, and then it shines, right? Then it's an amazing card.
Yeah.
Once Fourth Kind has to play 4 attacks in a row, it's the best card in the deck.
Yep.
Every other turn, it's the worst card in the deck.
Yeah. We are going to completely block that Jolt, but we don't have anything like Faith Shield, Wall Cling. That's 2 Jolts in Fourth Kind's momentum, and we only have 5 foundations.
Right, but we did see Crisos win from this position essentially in game 1, right? We had League Interview and an Electric Jolt. It didn't really stop us. It did slow us down, but didn't really stop us. And Tyrell was not able to convert on the next turn.
Ooh, we didn't use the League Interview there, I don't think. So, gonna have to commit 1 here. Now we only have 4 ready foundations. If that becomes only 2 ready foundations, I think that the game becomes a lot harder for the Ochaco, though.
Newl, do you know how rich I would be if I had a nickel for every single time I saw a player forget to use League Interview and then check a 3? I'd have 2 nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Having played this deck, I think I'd be a millionaire.
Yeah, and then you know what the best part is? The last time we saw a League Interview on camera on the stream, the one time the player activated League Interview, the top card of their deck was Arrogant Disposition.
Yeah, that's
absolutely rough. No justice.
Yeah, it's super rough. Gonna give this -1 damage.
Yeah, it looks like it's we got the Bonds of Friendship. Love it. Love to see it. Bonds of Friendship.
You got any damage pumps? Any damage pumps anywhere? Nah.
No tight-lipped here. And that's what we were talking about, right? Like the Drowning and the Resentment. Well, Bonds of Friendship basically doing the same thing, right?
Yep.
Just reducing to 0.
So, gonna take a peeksies into the discard. Quite a bit of attacks in that discard, I will say.
Now, as interesting as it is to take no damage from this move, if you take damage from the next move and it's a Fury, and Ochaco gets to add it back to her hand, she also gets a momentum.
Yeah. That is and you certainly don't like to be letting her build up the momentum when she's running Howitzer Impact Cyclones. I'm going to draw 2 cards. I'm going to draw 3 cards.
Right, and you know, that momentum is like a massive win condition for this Death Fury lineup for the most part. On top of that, we haven't used the 2 Electric Jolts, which I don't hate, right? I dig the patience, not wanting to pop it off on this turn, especially when it comes to the 5-hander game. Like, it's all about recognizing the tempo. They don't necessarily play like faster or slower or whatever it is, but it's more important that when the tempo of the game shifts, that you adapt to it. And speaking of adaptation, we're seeing the Go for the Win come in again to destroy the foundation and then build 2 face downs.
Oh, okay, there we go. or next attack.
Okay, a Vile Season coming down here. This has been one of the most played cards from
Set 4.
League of Villains. We've seen it all over the place. See it in both decks here, basically.
Yeah.
A lot of Death Order cards being shared, like League Interview, right?
Yep. This
So-
is just a good card. It's
Yeah,
just,
a lot of times it just says +2 damage draw a card, but choosing to fail it? Oh, I think okay, we the -1 damage from challenging the fakes.
Yes.
That's what it was. Okay, yeah, we had the -1 damage from challenging the fakes.
Yes.
Giving also giving -2 to the next check, but I thought it had to deal damage for that. I guess if it's not blocked. Yeah, I think challenging the fakes is just if it's not blocked, the next one gets -2 to the check. Interesting that we didn't decide to interesting that we checked a 3 there, got the right play out, had the lesser of the 2 attacks. Gonna play the Howitzer Impact Cyclone here on a 6. But then it looks like we have the +1 block. Breaker 1, gonna add it back to our hand.
Yep.
Pretty quick in hand subs. These guys are playing at a much faster pace
Yeah.
than just about all of our other top cuts matches,
Yeah,
right? This is what you love to see from the 5 hand size gameplay.
And as you said, like Ochaco 5 foundations, not even concerned. We just played 4 attacks. Well,
We
quote
actually
unquote.
drew so many attacks, by the way.
Yeah, we did.
We actually just had all of the nuts because Ty had to feel really good about taking no damage from the first one, had to feel really good about having the Breaker 1 block on the next one.
We had
Got to
2 6 checks on the top, and we didn't get an attack. Oh, I
Ochaco
want to
players in
cry.
shambles.
I want to cry.
The Nilmerg PTSD kicking
Oh
in.
my god. And then we're just going to commit out another foundation, say, you're not going to play another attack, man. You're not allowed. I'm so sad.
You got to feel pretty good about this one dealing damage, right? Does Ty only have 1 card in his hand, right?
Yeah.
It's just Vile Seizing, so this one's going to deal. If you respond with Ochaco, it's going to give you a momentum. You can play it again for almost for free, very close to for free. And then once we're going to respond, get a 3rd momentum. And then you can make a 10 damage stun grenade. That's not bad at all.
No.
It'll probably get partialed, but who knows?
Yeah. And,
maybe Ty feels like he has to hold as many attacks as he can because he's slowly falling behind here.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's nothing that says Ochaco can't play another attack, by the way. You can play another 4 diff and just commit League Interview.
This is true. That's given that we check a 5.
Correct. And if we didn't know that Ty had a +1 high block, I would say we could even play like a Howitzer Impact Cyclone, right? And then have 4 momentum, draw 4, powerful for 12 or something incredibly nasty like that. But I imagine this is going to be like the last attack of this turn. And then Crisos is just going to have to be okay with the fact that he has a health lead, but basically no foundations.
Honestly, what would be crazy? Ooh.
Oh, I think that was a turn to dust.
I think it was a
It's a little hard to see.
It was the rare.
Touch of Decay?
Touch of Decay, yeah.
The combo. Okay, that one's pretty
it's
sick
4
too.
difficulty. That's going to be pretty relevant, I think.
Well, that one's really sick, especially with Nitro Ignition, right? Because if they
Yeah.
fully block it, it goes back to your hand. Then if they don't block it, in Ochaco 2, it goes back to your hand.
Ooh.
You get that momentum.
I think the cool thing, so we saw that challenging the fakes, like we decided to fail to check on the Vile Seizing. The Vile Seizing failing the check, it leaves a card pool. Or, wait, does it?
We checked the 3, so we didn't actually get to do all the really cool.
Dang.
Didn't get to do all the really cool attacks on our turn, but we did put our rival down to 14. Man, this Ochaco deck has not whiffed a single time yet, huh?
This is and we're still at a fairly comfortable 25.
True. I mean, no lead is safe versus 4th kind, especially one that
absolutely not.
Especially one that has the opportunity to draw 2 additional cards this turn and has shock treatment to commit down your last foundation.
And we can draw. We have cards to draw. We can use shock treatment to potentially stun 3, but we have 1 ready foundation on the side of Ochaco. It's just a wonder of what's in Tyrell's hand.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that we have that chunky 25 health and -3 speed, I would say we're in a pretty bad position. But I don't think Crisos is in that bad of a position right now. I got to be honest with you, Newl.
And I mean, Tyrell is definitely thinking hard. Like, well, what do we got to work with here? Gonna start off with the full cowling. So.
Ooh, love that. So you're gonna be forced to use one of those cards in your hand to block, or you won't get that -3 speed later for that potential +4 damage move.
Yeah. And we're gonna go ahead and just say that foundation is non-existent. But we're gonna give -3 to this one. So
Love to see it. You love to see the control of the board, the correct sequencing, if you will, right, to get that out of the way. Not that it was going to do anything during the enhanced step, but is this a partial block?
this is a partial. And ooh.
Even with the -3, did we do the? Because we
it should be. So because
it's a +3 block.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, we needed at least like a.
So I mean, Ochaco's getting committed either way. You might as well get the -3 speed, make your block easier, but didn't have the right block mod.
Taking 6 though, and so that's 3 more damage than we would have otherwise. That doesn't. The math can be kind of.
Well, it's rough, right? Because if we don't block, you don't get to use Ochaco to block later.
Yeah.
And if we use Ochaco to block now,
well, I'm saying
then we could save at least 3 health.
I'm saying like failing the check there feels pretty bad, right?
Right. No, absolutely. Feels like you're like, well, I used my defensive ability and it didn't pay off.
Yeah.
And it's because we spent all of our turn attacking through breaker, through challenging the fakes. You know, Ty's game plan is working. It's just not giving him the lead, right? Like his game plan is effective.
Ooh, another
it's
challenging
just not
fix.
winning the game.
And here we're gonna have a jolt.
So far the big +4 damage moves have just been the little techie attacks for the jolts. I mean, if we really want to, we could EX this to make it virtually unblockable.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's exactly what we're gonna do. We say it's 8 damage, and we want that 8 damage to count.
Yep. And that'll put our opponent to 11. So.
Not the safest lead, but between shock treatment, league interview, electric jolts, and blocking the first attack and challenging the fakes, there is a chance. There is a chance that Ty gets to actually tap down their board and make it so that Ochaco can't pass attacks. But Ochaco's had so many attacks every turn, right?
Yeah.
Like 2, 3, 4 attacks because stun grenade is so consistent.
And Tyrell's board is just so healthy right now, like, and we still have, I think, 2 in hand.
Yeah, we got a couple cards in hand. We can draw a couple cards off passing the torch. We can commit a couple cards. You know, I really wish that we had one more piece of damage reduction because challenging the fakes doesn't really do it by itself, right?
One card.
And the biggest problem is until Ochaco uses her response, challenging the fakes just gets countered if the move deals damage.
Yep, and we're starting this off with a Nitro Explosion Ignition, giving it 2 speeds. We're gonna go ahead and take a little peeksies as to what Forcing Surrender does.
Gotta be afraid for a combo. I think he's looking to see if it's targeted momentum hate.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, he's only got 3 face-ups. I can target commit 3 things. I'm hitting the face-ups, right?
So we actually are going to target down the Forcing Surrender.
Yeah, and then we still have shock treatment. We still have league interview. Or sorry, league invitation. There's league interview on one side of the board and league invitation on the other, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Here comes that league invitation. You're just gonna elect to fail it. Ty's gonna get to commit something else that he wants.
Yep. And
that makes sense to me.
Yep.
Now the only thing is, shock treatment is a heavier cost, and it's so much better on your turn, right? Because we have the momentum.
Yeah.
So I don't think we'll see the shock treatment come down here, but it could.
When your opponent has 5 foundations and bringing them down to 2, and I think we have already seen all the go for the wins that Crisos can possibly have this game.
Ty would really like that.
Yeah.
Ty would really like it if there is no more
checking
go
a
for
3
the win.
here is rough.
It is rough, but we will get to add it back to our hand if we want, and that breaker could come into play, right? If we never allow Ochaco to have that +2 to her check, then this could get really inky. I mean, we've seen Crisos tap out basically every single attack turn, but when you play your next attack, we're passing the turn?
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Huh. Not even building, because we don't want to go to
6.
6.
We don't want to activate. We don't get to play the game.
No.
The once per game exists. We don't get to play any more of the game.
No, it's
Which means we also don't have an attack in our hand, right? Like, it's just build. No assets.
You have to wonder. I'm not sure how many 1.3 millions that we've checked. We only saw the one played early on, but it hasn't been Tyrell's threat this game.
Right. I mean, so far we've just seen these little tech pieces, as I would say, like the breaker one that draws us a card and adds it back to our hand, the electric jolts. I mean, it's been a lot of really cool.
Ooh.
I wouldn't really call them flow cards, I guess, but like tech pieces, like interaction pieces and deadlock threats and things like that. We see a setup strike. That's another tech piece, right? It's another.
Ooh. You don't like to see a setup strike when you're at only 2 ready foundations, and I mean, you're.
You really don't like to see
only low blocks.
He had 4 low blocks, and we were right. We were right. It was we did have the go for the win.
Yeah,
we could have done the go for the win and been at exactly 5 and ready, have 2 more ready.
But we had no attacks.
Right, we had no attacks, so
that's rough.
Interesting, very interesting.
Going into game 3, Ochaco is going to be able to go first this time around.
Right. Very scary. Incredibly scary deck going first. It'll be really interesting to see if that sideboard technology for Tyrell comes into play here. Draws a lot of attacks in his opener. It looks like someone told him he has to shuffle more because he put his whole hand back. He only shuffled like twice and didn't let his rival cut. So he's got to actually let the rival cut the deck.
We're gonna put the one on top at the bottom. That's
love that.
All right.
That's gamesmanship.
Hero players, you have 40 minutes until registration closes for the 3 p.m. League of Villains Super Sealed. If you want to play in the 3 p.m. League of Villains Super Sealed, you have 40 minutes to register before we close registration.
So it looks like we have an update from our next game, or from our other our top 4 matchup here. Game 2 goes to All Might, and All Might just swapped into All Might 3. And so it looks like that was really the plan, right? The true form wasn't working out for him. Going second wasn't working out for him. But he got to go first. He got to play All Might 3, which I mentioned before might be the kryptonite for this Momo deck. It's such a difficult matchup.
And they are going into game 3, so that means All Might won game 2.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
All Might managed to win game 2 as All Might 3. And now we're going into game 3, but Momo gets to go first again.
Yep.
So that's going to be like a very difficult mountain for this All Might to climb. But I mean, you said it, Newl, right? Like Nate Dewalt wants to block 7 attacks. That means 7 cards that are going to be in your hand at any given time.
Mm-hmm.
That's more numbers, and All Might really gets to build into deadlock. He gets to have way more card advantage than your average deck. So. And
I mean, we've seen before. Sometimes giving +1 or +2 or more of any stat to every attack, pretty good.
Right, exactly. It's pretty it's pretty difficult to play the All Might mini game, right?
Yep.
If anyone can do it though, it's Nate Dewalt, because he knows that that's the boogeyman matchup, and he knows that this isn't like the build that has given him trouble, right? Yeah. He knows that this isn't like an optimized All Might 3 deck, so he'll find the hole. He'll find the chink in the armor and try to expose it. It's just going to be whether or not Andrew New allows him to do that.
Yep. I mean, can't discount Andrew New's. He's very aware. He's a very aware player. He's not in semifinals out of sheer luck. He is a very smart player.
Right. His deck has been popping off as both characters, right? He's got the sideboard plan. He's got the knowledge. This is a deck that he picked up after the Oceania Regional and optimized, right? Yep. It's a deck that he has iterated on, and it's been so good into this format. I mean, Detroit Smash is still an amazing card in All Might 3.
Oh, yeah.
It still is tough for Momo to deal with, but Got a lot of shuffling going on in this match here. Ochaco 2 wanting to make sure that we get that sufficient randomization.
This is kind of a thick deck, don't you? Doesn't it look like it?
Yeah, I was clowning on the 80 card deck the other day, and I wasn't trying to say anything bad about it.
I mean, when you're playing stun grenades and like constantly picking them up.
Deck, right? It was the same thing where it's like we're playing a stun grenade 5-hander. Of course you're gonna whiff if you have 80 cards in your deck.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes to playing stun grenade in Ochaco, I mean, you're gonna play it constantly.
Right.
You're gonna be milling your deck constantly.
It looks like every Universes player has a massive deck, though. Like, none of them look like they're actually playing a 50-card deck, even when it is 50. I just keep telling myself they're double-sleeved.
Yeah.
Ooh, went for the 1 cut, decides to go for the tri-cut.
Oh,
and the 1 cut. Oh, he's getting too fancy now.
Oh, wow.
If he wins, it's because of that cut.
We're going to see the last card at the end.
If you're at home, take notes. Write that down. Write down that cut so you too can make it to top 4.
Oh, do we just have a bunch of
Ochaco.
spams? Oh. Spam City, Spam City. Oh.
We have all the tight lips.
Oh.
Our lips are sealed.
My goodness.
Loose lips sink ships. That's not happening here.
We just found 3 of them, like off the rip. That's crazy.
we are actually the most shut up Ochaco 2 of all time.
Gonna go ahead and. Seems like we got a couple of spams ourselves on the side of fourth kind.
And do we have the 4th? Yep. So a
Okay.
little bit of requesting action.
So
2 blocks in hand.
both players at equal foundation counts. Not too shabby for both players. Must be feeling pretty nice. Building 4 as a 5-hander.
Yeah, unfortunately, no speed hate though, right?
Yeah.
No speed hate, no stun hate. So this could potentially be a problem. Ochaco 2's best turn is often turn 2.
Yep. And leading in with the stun grenade.
We have the stun 1. We've got let's go fight bad guys. We got +2 speed from our character. There's a world where we put Ty on, do you want to plus ultra this or am I going to do it again?
Yeah. And let's see what we get. Ooh. Gonna pick up a nice little turn to dust. Pretty nice, I will say.
Yeah, turn to dust. I don't think we've actually seen it played as an attack yet, which is kind of wild. But
yeah,
that's another move that just puts tons and tons of pressure on your board.
Yep. And now the question is, if this gets blocked completely, do we still try and play another attack?
If Ty taps out completely, I'm so down to play another attack.
Oh yeah.
I don't think fourth kind is doing 33 to me on turn 2.
No.
He could, but I don't assume it to be the case.
You would have to you'd have to rip out like, oh hey, that's a lot of 1.3 million in my hand. You got 4 committed foundations. That's crazy.
Right. He'd actually have to play like 4 attacks, right?
Yeah.
So the other thing is, if we play another move after this and our opponent is tapped out completely, it's almost guaranteed to hit. And that +2 from Ochaco means we get to actually play a third attack.
Yeah.
So I'm super down to double up the number of attacks from my hand essentially if my opponent can't block. If we somehow like plus ultra this on a 5 and the stun, the turn to dust stun isn't enough to force it through.
Interesting.
might not.
We decided to discard and draw off of the calling for backup, and then we used bonds of friendship to reduce the damage, and we're gonna use tight-lipped. We've used tight-lipped. Is it 3 times that we've used tight-lipped, or?
Yeah, we flipped the committed one. And then we flipped the 2 ready. Wait. I don't know how that works, actually. We had to commit one to pass the check, right?
Yeah, exactly. So. Not sure how that works.
Well, maybe it was on the turn before this? No, this is the turn 2.
Yeah. So. Interesting.
It's a really good tight-lipped when you can play it while committed.
Yeah.
That's the tight-lip 2.0.
But we're just gonna have to take this Howitzer Impact Cyclone on the chin. We're going to play it again. Makes sense.
Makes perfect sense to me. Get a second momentum. You have to assume that if he didn't block the first one, we get to powerful this one, right?
Now the question is, do we destroy a ready foundation to draw to?
Hell yeah. Not just yeah, but hell yeah. I'm destroying a foundation to draw to every day.
Let's go.
Every day. Come on.
And now we're going to give us...
We're going to make it 12 damage.
Schmillion?
We're making it for half your remaining life. So this is very similar to game 1, right?
Yep.
This is very similar. Oh, we had the half plus ultra. Interesting.
Huh.
So I guess Ty wanted to do the damage reduction as a bait, right?
Yeah.
Make him play the stun grenade another time and then block the second one. But because that's not the line our rival took, we're opting to partial block the biggest move, since realistically it'd be pretty risky to attack a third time here. But at the same time, Ty is now at a pretty big deficit, I would say.
Yeah, and we got 2 first day of class. So if Ty tries to commit our board and we for some reason are threatened by dang, that's another 1.3 million. We can just be like, no, I'm good actually.
Yeah, and also that means challenging the fakes is like functionally useless on the first attack.
Yeah.
It means breaker's functionally useless on the first attack. It means we don't need to respond on the first attack, which it looks like Crisos is playing a build where he really doesn't want to respond on the first Fury attack that he plays.
No.
He wants to respond on the really important ones, the ones that draw cards, the ones that, you know, like Impact Cyclone, that get powerful, that get bigger. So very, very cool stuff. Very interesting sequencing here. I think that this is very much like the Ochaco 2 that we know, but being played in a way that we haven't seen.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of suspect. The only 2 face-ups on our side of fourth kind require momentum. So we essentially have 4 Blake Foundations right now. So
correct. Yeah, I mean, this is the advantage of going first, right? Like, Crisos got to attack first, and so it looks really good, but we really have to compare the way the game looks at the end of this turn, right?
Yeah.
We have to compare what the board state looks like after Ty gets an opportunity to attack, because he's also done a pretty good job of landing 10 to 15 damage on his first attack turn. It's just been whether or not Crisos has the follow-up and the game ends, or if Ty gets to a point where he's spending momentum for EX for lethal.
For sure. And Electric Jolt makes you wonder, is there another? That's always my question. When an Electric Jolt is played as the first attack in a situation where you probably want to build as fourth kind, my question is there another?
Yeah, I mean, I always assume that there's a second attack. I always assume that the fourth card is going to be an attack. That's how you have to play the matchup, right? That's how you avoid getting...
So it's not even our fourth one.
We're just double jolting.
What are the chances there's a third one?
We've had double jolt a lot, too.
Yeah, for sure. And...
Not responding with the first day of class means Ochaco's not super threatened here, right?
What would be the chances that we have a 1.3 million in hand?
I'm not that good at math, Newl. But I imagine it's not great as a 5-hander. But if it is, it'd be incredibly poggers.
It would be really cool, huh? We're gonna
1.3 would be double 1.3 would be the only way you even come close to winning on this turn. So I think the most important thing is making sure you have some kind of defense for this Fury package lineup.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing is to make sure you have a high block for those Impact Cyclones.
The thing is, it's like we've only played 2 cards this turn, so you have to wonder what is the fourth thing we're going to play, because you always attack as the fourth form.
Right. Unless we know that we can't win the game and we absolutely have to hold all these blocks.
Yeah.
Right? Which still, if the only cards in your stage are 2 requestings and 2 face downs, and the stun moves start coming out, it's not going to be very favorable to your sequence.
No, not at all. It's kind of interesting that we decided to commit a first day of class over the forcing surrender, because fourth kind just plays a ton of stun attacks. Stun 1 just says, that's cool. Yeah. But we're just gonna decide to end our turn there. We're not even gonna build.
Right, because we need these blocks. We need to make
Yeah.
sure that we have every zone covered. We need to make sure that our rival can't resolve a big, powerful move that deals 18.
Have we played any low attacks though as Ochaco? I don't think so.
No, I haven't seen any.
So, checking a 3 on this turn to dust. At least we have our saving grace is first day of class and our character. Stun 2.
Immediately comes down with the stun 2. He was about to flip the request and then realized the most important thing probably going to be to commit rival foundations here.
Honestly, instead of the snap stun 2, we should have destroyed one of our face downs to force either our opponent to lose 2 or to destroy a ready foundation.
I agree.
Yep.
I did make a video on YouTube about how that is typically the correct way to do it. It's not the only way, right? It's not always the correct way.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily something you have to do, but
in this situation,
it's trade 2 life for 2 life. That's the move I would make with this kind of a lead.
yes, absolutely.
Because, I mean, what's the likelihood Ty's going to pay 2 life to cancel that, right?
And now Ty just has 4 ready foundations. It's not.
But it's the kind of thing where Ty basically has to pay the 2 life to cancel that, and he has to pay the 2 life to cancel this, or else he's going to lose the foundation anyway.
Yeah. So it's a wonder how much that'll impact, but because the thing is, it's like.
I mean, if your rival needs the foundations and they completely block turn to dust, it turns it into a throw.
Yeah.
Because your rival still lost 4 health. It was like a 9 damage throw, even if they completely block it. But so we are going to go down to 16 because destroying a ready foundation is, less opportunities to block. That's probably going to be worth more than 2 health.
And I'm going to go ahead and lose a bit of health here. And still, we're going to block.
What's really funny is the sequencing was actually backwards, right? Because we said you should pay the 2 life first. But because Ty readied every single thing in his stage, we got to just do it again.
Yeah.
We got to actually just burn him down to 14 anyways. Hilarious. This is scary.
Yeah.
This is fast.
This is very fast, and any move at this point is going to hit. There's no shot that they don't.
Ochaco's speed is going to get us there.
Oh.
That's game. That's it.
Oh.
Crisos Panos with the +2 to the check is going to be able to pass this. Oh, wait, he might have plus ultra in a 6 check. He could check a Bonds of Friendship. Nope. It's not going to be enough.
Wow.
So that is going to be Crisos Panos punching his ticket to grand finals with the Ochaco 2. Did you ever think you were going to see it, Newl?
I mean,
did you ever think you were going to see Ochaco 2 make it to grand finals of a regional?
The character is very strong, okay? And the thing is, I'm not surprised that the character has gotten into the finals of an event. It definitely took a while.
Are you surprised it's in this format?
A bit, because I mean we've just been seeing the reign of Ojiro 2s. But just in general in this format, I'm surprised by the variety of characters that we've been seeing in this top cut. I mean, hey,
it's a testament to how cool our community is.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's the kind of thing where, like, you look at the format, right, and you say, okay, well, I'm only going to get to block 1 attack anyways. Who's really good at blocking 1 attack and surviving the rest of them? Ochaco 2. She's got -3 speed. You block the 1 move. We have learning the standards. And you saw how Crisos was able to put together those unique attack combinations to bring himself the win. So you absolutely love to see it. We're going to take a very quick break. We're going to bring those players back in for some interviews for you guys. Please don't go anywhere.
Everybody, this was semifinals of our Florida regional license exam. Here we have Tyrell Scott, who was our 4th kind player. How the result was probably not optimal, but
Sure.
How are you feeling?
Honestly, it was a really good game. I got to fight against one of my locals in Ocala, a shout out to Ocala players. It was close. Of course you would have liked, game to play out a certain way.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that I had to be the winner. I mean, yeah, you would like to win, but it was like there were certain things I wish I was able to put in a little
Yeah,
bit more.
yeah.
And it just, it is what it is.
It is what it is. That's sometimes how it goes with this game, and like definitely. Watching the game, I was thinking to myself, like, man, we didn't really get like the 1.3 million volts like moment, like,
like
the anime moment.
Well, I wanted to, like, there was a time that I had him that, like, in in the game 3, you saw my hand, but I calculated and I'm like, I don't think I have enough to actually, like, I was gonna miss it by like 1, and I'm like. And I knew he wasn't running any low attacks, so I'm like, I look at my hand and I see all these low blocks. I'm like.
Yeah.
I didn't have the best build either. Like, I had requesting assistance, and I'm like, why am I, like, what? But I don't want to risk it, and then I get all attacked, and I'm like, well, that's even worse. So
for sure.
I probably could have I probably could have adjusted it differently. There was quite a few things that I'm playing in my head that I could.
For sure. But overall, with this tournament, how have you felt in, I mean, semifinals has only been about four rounds, or 3 rounds.
Yeah.
How have the games been up until this point? Like, how have you felt in your matchups overall?
So, are you saying before I get into
yes,
stuff? Okay,
as fourth kind.
As fourth kind, I'll say a lot of them were really strong. All of my competitors, shout out to y'all. Y'all did an excellent, incredible job. Keep playing. I had really good matchups, even ones that people thought that I would have probably had a bad matchup with. Yeah. I actually beat Ochaco, in my regular, earlier. So, but everybody was pleasant. Everybody was wonderful. I play him a little bit different. A lot of people play him a little aggressive. I kind of wait for that moment.
Definitely notice that.
With some of the way I was building, because I'm like, okay, you're expecting me to go in on you, and no, I want to build up a little bit more. Matter of fact, I know that you fear going to 6.
Yeah.
So I got that. As long as that's there, and now you're thinking I'm anticipating the 13 million. I'm like, 1 million. I'm like, well, that's not my only kill.
In a way, you get to play a very effective defense because your opponent has to respect your offense and play around that. And so there's that that mind game.
Yes, absolutely. I definitely was able to play a lot of mind games. Vol season was man, that card is gonna be going up. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Look, I'm gonna say it now, and look, watch.
Hey,
rising up.
And we've been hearing about how oppressive Ojiro 2 is an issue.
Oh, absolutely.
How have you felt playing fourth kind into Ojiro 2? Given its prevalence, is it something that you've been cautious about? Is there a certain way that you play around it? Give me a bit of insight.
So I built the deck going against aggro. So it was like, okay, the reason why I chose fourth kind was because 34 health. So okay, you're gonna have to count up high.
Yep.
I play defense, so I'm gonna block a couple of times, and now you got to do so. It's like I said, I'm playing on I'm anticipating that you're going to get reckless, that's the thing about decks like Ojiro. He allows you to play reckless.
Yeah.
Like you can, and you don't get penalized for it, which is why I think he's not a healthy character, because it's too free. Yeah. It's way too free. I have to tell you right now, it was miserable. Playing against them. I beat 2 of them, but it was not easy. And I don't want nobody being like, but you beat them. No, you don't understand. Literally, it was only because one of them was tired that they missed on. They could have blocked my thing. But there was one game that I played against a guy, and I committed him out, everything else, and he was just like, on a 5, on a 6, pick this up, on a 6. It was like, and killing me without student of the art. 34. A character should not be able to do that like that easy. Like, I can understand if you're committing, right?
Yes.
If you're doing things to get it to that point, right?
Yes.
The character is way too free. Should not be like that. The stats are too free. I think any character, and I'm gonna just say it now, any character that is just too free, that there's nothing to be penalized to play it, if they check well, it's even worse. It's the same thing with Kirishima, right? I mean, hey, I know it's the past, but we're gonna keep comparing it to those things because, hey, that altered the way the game was playing for a little bit. But with that, on my little rant, overall, everybody was very pleasant. I did get to play against a lot of unique players. Played Midnight, Ochaco. There was a Death Arms. I mean, you got to still see people that were like, look, I'm just not joining that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna still try.
I mean,
do
this top
something,
cut.
right? Yeah, right.
This
The
top cut.
and some people might look. I'm gonna say it now again. Some people might be like, oh, well, see you kept going. I don't care. You don't understand how hard it was. I'd rather it be that everybody worked really, and I this ain't taking away from anybody that's playing Jiro.
Yeah.
But even the people, this is how you know it's bad. When most of the people that were playing Jiro were like, I'm sorry. That's what they would say to me. They're like, I'm so sorry. Like, and I even said, I didn't fault them. I said, no, you're playing it because you want, I understand. The one that's going to help you win.
some of us will have that drive and
Sure.
trying to do what it takes to win.
I don't fault none of y'all that played it. I do not. Why not play the thing that makes it easier? Right?
I mean, that's how most people do it in other card games.
Absolutely, absolutely. But we're not like other card games. Let me just make that clear, okay? Let's not make sure we don't end up like other card games, all right? There's a unique thing about this game, though.
For sure.
Creativity. It pushes you to be creative. The community itself.
Yeah.
It's just there's a whole bigger element to this game.
And
right?
I mean, we saw with, you were saying before how most people have traditionally played Fourth Kind as like this aggro deck to try and punch your opponent in the chin early on.
Mm-hmm.
But you are able to have a different skill expression and different sort of style where
Right.
I'm going to play back. I'm going to play a more defensive game. I have a health pool to kind of help me hold off. I have a defensive ability on my
Yes.
character
Yeah.
that is very effective.
Yeah.
And it's just it's really really cool to see how the player expression of skill, and I mean it can be the same symbol, same character, but entirely different way of approaching the game.
And that's what makes the game unique.
Yes.
3 different symbols, 3 different play styles, and I encourage anybody that's new. You hear anybody that sees my stuff or we talk. You encourage the person to really try to find that character. Really try your best. Now, like I said, give or take, we know that some characters don't allow you to explore that, like we were just discussing, which I'm sure Jasco's making some adjustments and paying attention because I believe they are listening to the community. No. But no, I think that overall, being unique, doing what you can, adjusting some things, you don't have to follow the mold. Just really try. Try to seek it out. See what you can discover on the inside. You know what I mean?
For sure.
And in doing that, you may discover a combo that nobody else. That's what some of these guys were doing.
I mean, hey, we had All Might 4 on all being a hardly explored symbol
Right.
until recently, but we've just been seeing like, hey, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. It was
Beautiful thing.
From what I heard, it was like, turn 2s and
Kind of scary.
And I know some people gonna be running around with it, but like I said, I'm sure Jasco gonna be paying attention.
For sure.
Yeah. So no.
But alrighty, we're gonna have to go to our next interview with our semifinal winner of the match. Thank you very much for the interview, Tyrell.
Thank you so much. I'm always the hug. I appreciate it, all of you guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with your grand finalist, Crisos Panos. And I got to ask you, how good does it feel to make grand finals at the first in-person regional license exam, of this season?
Man, it feels incredible. I just had a legendary match with Tyrell, and it was so much fun. The whole event made a lot of great friends. It was fun.
Okay, I got to ask you, what was the decision to play Ochaco 2 at this event? Looking at this format, what were like the positives to picking Ochaco 2 here?
My brother, he made a couple top cuts as Nomu, and he has all the cards, and I love Nomu. So I thought Ochaco, I love Hulky, so I just like to pick it up.
Okay.
I just stun him out, wait, especially 7-hander, stun him out, hulking, pick it up, it's over.
Awesome. So when you saw Fourth Kind as your matchup, what was your game plan? What did you think that your strategy was going to have to be to deal that 34 health?
I figured forcing surrender would be important, so I could discard his foundation.
Yes.
I figured hold the low block. Don't go above 5 because I don't need to.
We did see the one game where you had all the low blocks in your hand. You were ready for it, but unfortunately you had the high mix.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. Let me ask you about your rounds throughout the day yesterday, right, and through today. What was maybe your hardest matchup coming into this event throughout Swiss or Top Cuts?
So yesterday I had lost my first round, and then I won out and then tied.
Okay.
I just asked them to tie, whatever. And so I lost first to Odro on all because he hit me with the infinite loop, and I was not ready for it.
Okay, that's a little hype. It's not the normal Ojiro sauce. It's a little hype, but yeah, that is another adaptation to that deck, right? It only gets stronger with the new Chibi DLC.
Exactly.
And then when it came to playing throughout the day, how long would you say your matches were? Were you going to time a lot? Were they mixed? Were they all over the place?
It was like 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick lunch break, huh?
Exactly.
Awesome.
Nice.
When it comes to your Top Cuts run, right? What's been like the matchup that has made you the most nervous?
The most nervous, I played a Odro, and he switched into Nomu. So I didn't like that because he was.
But you've got a lot of experience against Nomu, right?
But I don't like the block, and so he's throwing 10 each. So he forces me to block.
Correct.
And then my Hulkings only hit for 6. My Cyclones only hit for 6. So I just got to throw a bunch of 6s.
Right, that's true. Yeah, you've got your powerful moves, but now they're only 6 damage. Hulking Grimace isn't necessarily that must block kind of feeling. So that's got to be a huge shift. When it comes to this grand finals matchup, right, I'm sure you've heard by now that it's going to be against Nathan Dewalt. It's going to be Momo 1. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about your strategy going into the grand finals now that you know who your opponent is?
I'm probably just going to early aggro, force him to blow up his board to not take any damage. So then, just attack.
Okay. I want to ask you one last question. When it comes to this event, how much fun have you been having over this entire weekend?
It's been stressful.
Yeah.
But I've had a great time.
You've had a great time. Awesome. Well, congratulations on making grand finals.
Thank you.
Good luck in your next match. We're going to take a very short break, and then we should have your grand finals for the first in-person regional license exam. Don't go anywhere, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, villains. We have the unlikely Ochaco 2 from Crisos Panos versus your number 1 seed, the inspirational Momo, Nathan Dewalt. This is going to be an exciting finals from 2 characters that I don't think anyone expected to make it all the way in this format.
There's been a lot of unexpected action going on today, folks. I had the honor of watching the majority of the semifinals match between Nathan and Andrew. True form versus Momo. It was scary. It was down to the wire. It went down to game 3. It was crazy.
That True Form deck is still the most hyped deck of this weekend, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
Easily the most hyped deck. That thing is an absolute beast. Nathan barely survived by the hair of his chinny chin every time from the young
heroes.
heroes.
Hair on his chin?
A little bit. Again, from all the little ones. The young heroes asset prevailed. The young hero himself,
yes.
Nathan, all the way to this finals game. But now he's got...
And real quick, he overcame his own boogeyman in All Might 3. That is the deck that has plagued him. Now, granted, usually on the good symbol, but that is his anime moment for this weekend. He has overcome the boogeyman, made it all the way to the grand finals, which Nate is not a stranger to the grand finals.
No, most definitely not. He's been in this seat before, and speaking of anime moments, he's almost got a revenge match, so to speak, except, if anything, more just a rematch, because we saw him dominate, and I do mean dominate this exact matchup yesterday.
Took 0 damage.
0 damage. Not a single Ochaco 2 response to be had yesterday, but it was a different player. It was a different scenario. It was not fighting for a golden vial season on the line. There's a lot more going on here, and it's up to Crisos to be able to overturn this dynamic and prevent Nathan from taking this whole thing down.
Yeah, the Panos brothers have been pioneers of the 5-handers in our formats, right? They've been dedicated. You heard them talk about it. The Nomu matchup, those decks are what led us to this point. and now it's going to be up to him to play spoiler to Nathan's magical Swiss champ run. The Swiss champ curse has been broken, right? We've made it all the way to finals. We didn't get eliminated immediately in top cuts, but does this Cinderella story end here?
It's so hard to say, Sam. Will the iron wall of Nathan Dewalt and Momo combo prevail, or will Crisos be able to completely turn it around, pull the 180, and shatter the veil, the curtain on Mr. Dewalt's young heroes-filled dreams? I'm so excited to get right into this match. Let's jump right into it, folks. I believe that Nathan is obviously going to be on the play, being our Swiss champ. That is going to be a massive advantage going into this first game because getting to build against Ochaco 2 is really, really strong.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Ochaco 2 is one of the most typical aggro decks, I would say, where it's very clear that she's stronger earlier in the game. Right? It's very rare that there is a late game plan. It's very rare there's anything that scales in this deck. Typically, you're going to get momentum and spend it on EX as soon as you can, stuff like that. And also, you usually rely on stun quite a bit, and Momo is one of the best characters to combat stun attack lineups. So it's going to be pretty tough, I would say. This matchup on paper is Momo favored, let's just put it that way.
Yeah, as we saw in, the fourth kind matchups, right? To really put pressure on the life symbols board, you need to have so much of it. And even when you get all the way down to
Levi. Hold on. I'm sorry, I did interrupt. Crisos built 6.
Yeah.
Nathan Dewalt has never killed a man.
No.
And Crisos said, I know that about you. We watched Nate Dewalt basically mill out a Jiro once earlier, right? Ooh, and a 3-check on the back alley.
This is starting to get scary. This could be the punishment. This is going to be the freest back alley hit in the world. However, starting off with 2 committed foundations might be the window. It just might be that window that Ochaco needs to really put the hurt on. I cannot wait to see what Crisos does next turn.
Yeah, real quick stun 2, take the 5 damage, draw a card. Not necessarily in that order, but a quick 5 damage for Momo here. Going to bank that momentum. Going to build out, unsurprisingly. Would have checked a 3. That would have been 3 threes in a row, I believe, because I think we saw him draw the command pigeon flock, which that might be Nate's favorite attack in this deck. The ability to build that ally foundation from the discard pile allows him to get so much card advantage via Wild Pussycats and allows him to get either extra speed or extra momentum from the Friend of Animals.
Yeah, and Nathan just looks very set up right now, right? We've got 5 ready foundations. We have Precious Lesson to bring in a new one. We have Release plus Momo. We have I'll Protect You for some emergency speed reduction. We're feeling very safe right now. However, we have seen Ochaco put out ridiculous amounts of damage on 2-3 foundation boards. Crisos is sitting here with a 6 foundation stage, man. There could be some pain around the corner, especially as this Vile Season comes in. It's going to be a nice cantrip and an extra damage bonus. We really have to block this one.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we committed these struggling with studies immediately, right? We kept up pretty much all the aggressive stuff. Now, forcing surrender is super interesting in this matchup because you can deny Momo the ability to build back down that foundation. But at the same time, I can't imagine we expect to be winning on this turn. And so, especially not after this face shield comes down. But committing that struggling with studies might come back to haunt us if Nate puts together a 3+ attack string next turn.
Yeah, and this is a pretty big flip too. Being able to deny any combos right now is really strong. One of the most pivotal parts about Death Fury is being able to chain things like your Howitzer Impact Cyclones, right? All of your Bakugo moves that really want to play around with each other. But being able to follow up with a Turn of Dust is nice, but these checks, man. These checks are really looking to keep Nate alive. A stun 2 is going to be nice here. However, this 6 speed, after we buff it up, right, Turn of Dust is going to get really slow, really fast.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that we're committing our learning the standards. Ooh, okay, all right.
Forcing surrender to flip our faith shielded move. I love that. Oh, I love that.
It's funny because that's a move people talked about a lot, right? They're like, oh, well, if you're playing a face shield deck, forcing surrender helps you extend, but it's not a play you still end up seeing very often. It still doesn't really come up, and it's still not like it's not the best play, right? It is more of like a compensation, right? It's a little tiny detail that might help you out most of the time, but this could be an incredibly angry hand.
It's a very determined play, right? It's a very much like, I know that I could use this on whatever you block with, your weapon that you block with, basically to destroy a foundation on your board for free. However, I don't care. I'm clearing my progressive, and I'm just going to keep going in on you.
Yeah, and so we see the pay 2 life, or sorry, the destroy a foundation, and you can pay 2 life or destroy a committed foundation. Nate decides to pay the 2 life to keep those foundations.
Yeah, he wants to maintain his stage right now because it's his lifeline. As long as we have foundations to destroy, as Momo, their attacks will not hit us. That is our lifeline. This is crazy. Finally, our check comes in on us.
So this is an incredibly angry hand, but the biggest issue is Ochaco 2 decks can afford to be insanely greedy most of the time, because once you hit the rival, you do get to get that bonus to your check, clear that card pool. But if you never hit Momo, you're just overextending for no gain.
Yeah, and now it looks like, okay, we got the Momo remove coming in to pick up our Rising Starlet. One of our saving graces here is that high block that we blocked with our friend of animals, not a weapon. It's not going to get built down anytime soon. We're going to pick up our +2 high block. We can destroy for -2 speed. We can release for +2 to our check. This 7-speed howitzer might just get blocked.
I have to imagine we're going to be able to block it because of the release, but it might tap us out. Uh-oh.
It looks like it's on an 8. We check a 5, 6, 7, 8. We are now fully committed out. If we can shove a...
Can we play another 4 div?
Oh my god, if he checks a 5 here, he's crazy.
Oh, that's
no, a 4, no.
And see, that's what I'm talking about, right? If we had hit Nate exactly one time, if we had checked one more 5, we could have been rewarded for being insanely greedy, and that is the type of turn that you want to see if you're Ochaco 2, especially going second. The only thing we could have asked for more was some more stun to start the turn off.
Yeah, if we'd have checked one more 5 and been able to play that, we would have dealt 12 damage.
Or we could have picked it back up, played it on... Oh, no, we would have had to commit Ochaco on there, yeah.
Yeah. If we had checked another...
Ochaco ready, though.
Yeah, we had to have checked a 5 on the turn to dust, I think.
Right.
That would have left us a couple more. We could have played it again on a 7, check another 5, 6, 7. There could have been a world where Nate went down to 12 health that turn. And we would have gotten... Actually, we would have gotten 2 free momentum. We would have taken 18 that turn, actually.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where... You know, a lot of times, as soon as you get momentum, you have to spend it for that EX. That was one of the rare moments where you could turn that momentum into guaranteed damage. But unfortunately, 1 check less. A 4 check.
1 5 check made 18 damage points of difference for Nathan to maintain.
Just disappear.
Yeah.
They disappeared in an instant.
So that's how cutthroat of a matchup Ochaco 2 is. I don't know. Look, I've had a lot of experience dealing with this character. 4 attacks turn 2.
4 attacks turn 2 without the Ochaco response.
Without the Ochaco response. Sam, this character is terrifying. You have to play on hair-thin margins when you're fighting against a character like Ochaco 2. Now, the upside is that we got to eviscerate Nathan's board that turn, right? We got to eviscerate Nathan's board, get the full block off, so we went completely unpunished, and now Nathan has to restabilize his stage.
Yeah, the flip side though, right, is if you're a poke deck, Ochaco gives it -3 speed, blocks exactly once, takes no damage. So while Nate survived a great turn, got to rebuild that board, didn't actually progress the win condition.
Yeah, we didn't actually go very forward. We rebuilt the foundations we destroyed last turn just to survive. And now if Crisos can find another very, very angry hand, things could start turning around in this matchup. We could finally see someone kind of sink their teeth in and take control of the game. It's felt very back and forth so far.
Yeah, the first 2 turns were pretty interesting. We had some nice pokes going down, both players losing just a little bit of life here and there. But the biggest thing is Nate had to build out almost his entire hand, right? And he's only got 2 cards, or is that 3?
I think he's got 3 in hand. Yeah, and when we have the Rising Starlet block, it's already begun. The engine has begun now.
Right,
if we continue attacking, we're just going to make him even stronger.
Even with the 3 check there, the high value target going to help us out a lot. Now, tell me about this combo attack, Levi.
Touch of Decay right here. One of Nate and I's favorite attacks in the entire game. A very, very scary combo move that just says if it's full blocked, I'm going to pick it right back up. However, that's at the cost of committing a foundation. So while it is infinite in a sense, we do have to keep paying for it. Meaning that without too many foundations, this is actually going to be hard to find some real max value of. Nate can more than likely just block this until Crisos is out of foundations to pay for it.
Yeah, and we see Nate going to pick up that breaker block, meaning if you want to commit a foundation for this, you are going to be playing this with -1 to your check afterwards, which means you're not going to have foundations to keep paying for that in hands over and over and over again. However, when it bounces back to our hand, we are going to be able to respond to get a momentum. And I'm telling you, Levi, if Crisos can pull through in this matchup, I have to believe it's going to be on the back of an EX move.
We could bounce this back on block, and if we check well on a turn to dust, maybe something could happen. Maybe.
We did see Nate use the once per turn to go get a mid block. Does that mean we don't have a mid in our hand after that?
It's possible. It is very possible. That means that this might be able to get through on a 5. Beautiful. Beautiful check.
Before it happens, I want to talk about learning this. Oh, he committed it. Never mind, because of the breaker. That's right.
Yeah,
I was going to say, when he builds down this asset, we might have some hate for it, some cool interaction, but the breaker doing its job, making sure that learn the standards. The mode most people don't know about, after your rival builds an asset or foundation during the combat phase, you can respond and flip it, meaning that Nate won't have that asset. He'll just have a face-down foundation.
So it looks like, this is going to be a rough spot for Nate. We've got a self-sacrifice, and we've got a self-sacrifice and a bow staff in hand. Double low blocks means this Touch of Decay is going to slam into us. We can
bounce it and get another momentum.
Bounce again another momentum, draw a card, play it again for free, draw another card on hit, because we're going to keep hitting through these half blocks. Yeah, this is actually pretty scary.
We got a game.
We got some game. There's also a world where we bounce this,
and
get
play
plus
an
2
impact
check,
cyclone?
and slam an impact
And
cyclone
play an
for
impact
some
cyclone. I like
massive,
the way you think.
massive damage. I mean, we would have, 4 momentum? A cyclone makes 4 momentum here.
Right.
However, another Touch of Decay is still really, really. Did we on hit draw? Did we activate that?
I
feel like I didn't see us draw a card.
I was too busy trying to look at the cards in Nate's hand.
I was looking at Crisos' momentum.
Right.
That's what I was looking at. Remove to give powerful. Oh my God. He says, looks like you don't have a mid block, buddy. Looks like you don't have a mid block, buddy.
That's a real nice life total you got.
Yeah, we could make this, really, 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 really big.
Cyclone commit Ochaco.
But it looks like we just sent it. Oh, okay, no. He's powerful. He's powerful.
Oh, I don't think they updated the... Yeah.
6 plus 6 damage. Quick create went -2, so we got +4 right now. So this is an 8 damage Touch of Decay.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, we know our rival doesn't have a mid block, right?
It's not the world beater we're used to with Ojiro and True Form All Might, but I mean, this is more damage than we've seen Nate take on stream so far.
This is more damage than Nate might have taken this entire weekend so far. Yeah, 8 damage down the drain. It looks like did we activate on hit draw a card? Are we just not? I guess we're just not activating on hit draw a card.
I mean, maybe they just never expect it to hit.
Yeah, possible. I mean, there's certainly no reason not to. We could have a bunch more cards in our hand right now. The one in our hand is not looking too great. However, a big 26. Nate's only got a few foundations now because, again, he's still having to destroy, ripping apart his stage just to manage to survive. That's really the game state progression that Crisos is maintaining here, right? Just constantly keeping Nate down to only 5 or 6 cards on board and getting some chip damage through. That is the best case scenario. We're never OTKing Momo.
Right.
We're never doing that. But
it would take stars aligning.
Yeah, it would take the miracle howitzers that could have happened on turn 1 had we checked better.
Yeah, it would take a lot of stun. It would take Momo being committed or something like it. It takes a lot, but we are seeing Bowstaff come down, going to add that clutch Rising Starlet to our hand, which means those Howitzer Impact Cyclones probably never going to hit.
No. At the same time, though, if there's any package that can really tax your rival on high blocks, it is Death Furies. Your Vile Seasons, your Nitro Ignitions, your Howitzer Cyclones, your Turn to Dusts. This is not a deck that we can half block. It's Ochaco too. We never get to half block.
Right, and this is a deck that really makes you respect every single attack, right?
That is the blanket power of Ochaco 2. Every single attack you have to block. You never get to go, I'll just casually take your poke. It's not a big deal. Whoops, bounce it +2. Railgun you out? No, can't allow that.
Real interesting here. Nate decides to use the quick creation to add the floating around my babies to his card pool and then build that down. But the Ochaco -3 speed means we actually get to just block this attack.
Yeah, once again, we see the exact same thing happening, right? We see Crisos attacking a ton, chain attacking, responding, pressuring Nate's stage, destroying his foundations, and then Nate pokes once, we full block it, and it's time to, I mean, the game state progression here, the tempo here is all about just Crisos continuing to draw the gas. If he just keeps drawing heat, we're never going to let Nate breathe. The pressure is going to continue forth onto him.
Yeah, it's so tough, right?
My God.
We used to see people playing Momo as an answer to like early Tokoyami builds and things like that, but that was a deck that was requiring you to blow up your whole stage every turn just to have a chance to survive. That's the kind of pressure that you have to put on Momo if you want to win this matchup as a 5-hand size aggro character.
Yeah, and now we're going to see the latent skill come down immediately. Snap first enhanced latent skill. That's frightening. That's frightening. He says, look, y'all talk about keeping the pressure up. This is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to keep those attacks flowing.
Crisos says, these don't kill you. I need ones that kill you.
We need the ones that kill him. We do, we do. So it looks like Nate held one high block there in the pool and a mid and a high in hand. I think we've got a quick create maybe.
Ooh.
The stun grenade feels real good here.
Yeah, the 3-check not feeling great, but the fact that we can remove Nitro. Oh, first of all, we're going to kick that Starlet, which is huge.
Oh, yeah. Get it out of here. Get it out of here.
Big play. So we managed to not miss the sequence on that, which could be huge, but it's also really nice that we're going to be able to remove this Nitro ignition and get bonus stun if we so desire.
Yeah, but looks like we didn't. I think we just stunned one.
Yeah,
looks like we're not removing Nitro just yet. Interesting.
I think that there's a world where he thinks he's planning to deal damage this turn and get a momentum from the bounce.
I think that is the idea. But after Nathan has already committed, I'll protect you from -3 speed. I don't think that's a world you should be playing into.
Right, the extra difficulty can still trip you up, right?
Exactly.
Especially with this breaker mid block that you have to assume he's always going to have.
Yeah. Ooh.
Love this play.
Oh, this is super cool. Go for the win.
On a 4, build 2 foundations, so difficulty going to be less of a problem than I initially thought.
Yeah, we've now got going into a nice 6 ready foundations. Oh my god.
Double stun grenade? You got double stun grenade on your bingo card at home?
Double stun grenade. And it's crazy because our first stun grenade also picked up another Nitro ignition. Now we're going to hit that remove. Now we're going to hit that stun too. This is getting scary. We've only got a few more ready foundations, 1 card in hand, and our Momo pickup still available to us.
Yeah.
We have to be careful though, right?
We're schmoovin' as Ochaco.
Oh, we're schmoovin'. Nate might have to start really respecting and taking some free damage here just to make sure that he doesn't die to a howitzer impact cyclone.
We're using the once per turn. We're going to go get, I assume, a quick creation. Yep, that's going to be the 3rd one. Got to hit that breaker button one more time, but at this point, it's going to come down to the hand tags. It's going to come down to the fact that Crisos can play another attack after this and potentially bounce it. Just how valuable is that next attack going to be?
That is the big question. Also, are the checks going to keep rolling in for us, right?
That hasn't been the best of this. That hasn't been the best case scenario for him this game.
I definitely have felt a breath of relief come from Crisos anytime he checks a 5, meaning it's not what we're used to doing. All right, let's hit that stun grenade. Oh my god.
There's the Nitro.
The 3rd Nitro ignition.
We
found the 3rd Nitro ignition.
Which makes it so much more important that Nate blocks this one because
if we just keep checking 5s, man. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Because the Nitro starts out at the 5 speed. It's one of the few that you'd actually have a chance to.
And we check a 3, meaning we've got to commit our last 2 resources. We only have Momo now to help us block. If we can throw out a Nitro here, let's see that check. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh man, things are turning around. Things are really turning around for Ochaco too here, Sam.
Yep. We're gonna get to build this quick creation, and it might deal 0 damage though, because we have double quick creation.
You're so
right. If we
right.
have no way to pump this, we still don't ever get to respond with Ochaco.
You're so right. Yeah, right.
We used Forcing Surrender on the wrong card.
We just might have. However, at the same time, if we let that Starlet build down, there could be like a release or something still ready.
Right.
It's really, really tough decisions to make.
How funny would it be if we just removed this from our card pool and aborted the attack step and played another 4 diff?
I think that's actually the play. Because
if you have
then,
another attack hit for sure.
Because then you can check a 3 here and be
I'm
okay.
wrong.
But if you check a 5 here, it's all good. Oh my god!
I was wrong. It's because we had the
Crisos.
force nitro ignition, which means we're going to get momentum from this.
We picked up nitro from our stun grenades.
Yes.
We had it the whole time. We had it the whole time, Sam. This is crazy. This was the risky line though, right? Because if you just abort it, you can play your next one, check a 3 and commit your 3 foundations and be okay. But we leave it. We decide to risk. We decide to take the risk. We check a 5, and now we get to remove and powerful and momentum. And oh my god, this thing is
I'm gonna
huge
say,
now.
Levi?
This is a big chunk of damage.
You know what I'm going to say?
What?
These are the lines you have to take.
These are the lines you have to
Oh
take.
my
Sam takes it,
goodness.
and he's got a whole.
Oh, and he
checks
it.
a 7. Checks a 7, 8, and that is it. Oh my god, Sam Tate, I'm in shambles right now.
You know who else is in shambles? Nathan Dewalt stage.
I'm going feral. Sam Tate, I'm going to say it again. I'm going feral right now. Absolutely insane.
How did he steal that game?
Highway robbery. Absolute
Can we call the
highway
fire
robbery.
department? Because his hand was gasolina.
I mean, how do you, how do you deal with stun grenade into nitro, stun grenade into nitro, into nitro, into nitro, into hulking grimace?
You call the police. You call 911.
What were
what
these
you do.
lines? These were the lines.
This man just got robbed on live stream.
I cannot believe it. Nathan Dewalt on life support. It's the age-old matchup. The life symbol versus the death symbol. If Crisos can pull those lines out again, oh my, this could be Ochaco 2's regional finally.
Hey, we say it every time, right? This is how this is how the matchup looks on paper. That's not how it gets played. Every tier list puts so many characters at the top because when everything goes perfect, that's how the tier looks. But when you actually sit down and play the matchups, you have to make the right calls. You have to make the right decisions, and you have to check 5s to take lives.
We checked a lot of 5s on that end there. We checked a
Nate was
whole
not,
lot
right?
of 5s.
Like, it started out with Crisos not checking 5s and ended with Nate not checking 5s.
Wow, what an insane turn. What an insane turn. How many attacks did our 5-hander play?
7?
Something like that.
7?
Something like
Cleared
that.
our card pool? Thought we were the air symbol?
I mean,
I guess water in this format.
Those
Water's
cards
better
cards do have air. Those
Oh, they do
Bakugo
have
cards
air.
do have air on
They
them.
are air and death. That is a classic combination. Air and death, one of Universe's most classic power combo couples.
Ochaco 2 does it best, baby.
And has chaos on her, so she's just got some really great symbol mixes.
Death Furies are here to stay, man.
Yes.
Death Furies are here to stay.
Card pool clearing, check bonuses, momentum generation, card draw, stun.
Stun.
These are all the things that we see from top meta decks. These are things Momo does. These are things Momo does often, right? We talked about the Friend of Animals. Momo now has momentum ramp too. These are two different sides of the same coin. It's the slowest version versus the fastest version.
God, so coming into the sideboards now, as far as tech that Crisos could bring in here to help this not particularly positive matchup, even though he just blew our expectations out of the water. I'd love to see him bring in some more board pressure. How crazy would it be to see him bust out some decaying palm slams this game?
Ooh. That'd be kind of sick, not gonna lie. Mm-hmm. I think that if I was Nate Dewalt here, I'm looking for answers to powerful because we've shown that I'm not going to be able to block everything. And what really killed us was the fact that our rival had, 3 momentum, got to put powerful on things. Maybe it's Young Heroes, the new League of Villains asset.
I mean, I got to watch it absolutely save his keister fighting against the True Form deck. It might be our savior once again here against this Death Fury Ochaco.
Yeah, that Detroit Smash deck is so all in on 1 damage bonus, right? We saw basically Crisos was all in on a bit, sort of 1 damage bonus. I mean, it was a lot of stringing together too, but man, what an absolute slobber knocker.
Those lines were just, Crisos played like an animal. He played like an absolute beast, and Nate just couldn't handle the pressure.
That's called beast mode.
Beast mode, yeah, I like it. Nate just could not handle that pressure, but he knows what's up now. I think we're gonna see Nate. I think we're gonna see Nate be a lot more respectful this game because I'm sure, obviously, as the Momo player, he knows how he feels about this matchup.
He's gonna have a difficult time doing it with only a 3 build, but that speed reset might be the ticket here because Ochaco 2 gets so much of her avenues, so much of her lines of play from being able to put speed on everything. And I want to point out, you're talking about respect. How disrespectful was Crisos in game 1? Played 6 foundations on his first turn.
So horrendous. Whoa. The battle arena coming down and the spooky. We're immediately seeing a whole different world here. But what I was saying before, I think obviously if you ask Nate, he would tell you this matchup is probably impeccably good for him, right? We've seen him dominate it. I'm sure he's played it a ton. It's so much speed reset. Yeah, it's no sweat, right? And even not as a Momo player, I would imagine a lot of the same things.
Right.
But now
you got to trust the process.
Right. But now you sit here, you sit down under the spotlight, in the limelight, in the hot seat, if you will, against one of the best Ochaco 2 players, clearly making his mark here all the way in the grand finals. You have to suddenly offer the matchup a much greater degree of respect. This is possibly not the free finals that Nathan might have been expecting.
Yeah, again, I'm just telling you, you cannot trust the matchup on paper. There's too many different things that could happen. There's too much variance. There's too many high and low rolls. There's too many things to consider, right? There's no way Nate could assume that his rival was going to play 7 attacks on that turn, especially not with how many 3 checks came out in the beginning, especially not with how long he denied that +2 bonus to the check.
That was scary. We almost didn't find a foundation with our Wild Pussycats.
Yeah, we got to release off the first one. We blew it up, rebuilt it, and then almost whiffed.
That was scary. Now Nathan getting a real nice build here. It's going to be a lot harder for Crisos to make the magic happen with only 3 foundations. However, that battle arena does say, I'm 2 foundations.
Right. The battle arena has +2 to the check, and the first day of class does. So if we have the gas and one little crack, like what did I say? We're going to find that chink in the armor. We're going to expose that weakness. It's a hand tax angle, which is wild to me that the 5-hander is hand taxing the character that tutors from the discard pile, but it's a hand tax angle. He's looking to see if he can get his bonus momentum. Battle arena says if an attack dealt damage this turn, you can take momentum from the top of your deck.
Yeah, we most certainly do charge a free one here. Could be very relevant. We've got back alley haymakers. We've got home run comets, right?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Ooh, not the check, though. Oh, there it is. Coming in right away, right away.
Counts as 2. So we're going to get some stun going. Might get some life loss going due to effects. You know what we haven't seen from this deck? I'm curious if it's even in there.
What's that?
We haven't seen Excited for Blood.
Yeah, we have not. We have not seen it. As far as staying away from 3 diffs, we haven't seen Villainous Waylays from this deck yet, so I don't know that we feel like we're allergic to 3 diffs, maybe.
2 checks are rough.
2 checks are rough. And they also don't let us play cool cards like Excited for Blood, right?
Right.
But it's possible that, maybe, Crisos has decided that Excited for Blood does things when I hit them, right? Maybe that's just a win more card. Maybe I need more cards that make sure I hit them instead.
Yeah, and he's got so much card selection from Stun Grenade.
Ooh, we've also committed and readied first day of class. We're gearing up.
We're gearing up.
We said 3 foundations. I actually have 4 or 5 with Battle Arena, 6, 7 with first day of class. I'm ready. I'm ready to rumble. I'm going to get that stun 2 on you. You've got 4 ready foundations. You've got the high-value targets, but you're pretty committed out so far, Nate. We've got to start blocking with some weapons and then building them in if we really want to get it in this turn.
I like this from Nate. He's decided to destroy the foundation instead of losing the health.
Yeah.
He knows he can rebuild well.
The respect.
Yeah.
There it is. The respect.
Yep, that's exactly it, right? It's recognizing that it's easier to build a foundation than it is to gain 2 health. And even though hilariously Momo can do it at the same time.
And we don't get that weapon block. We don't get that weapon block, Sam.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be rough.
Is that All Might's mentorship?
It is.
So there's our 3 diff. Our 3 diff is more cycling.
Makes sense to me, man. Makes sense to me.
I think that's a meta call for learning the standards, if I had to guess.
Ooh, it certainly could be. It certainly could be. All of those Ojiros are infamously running around with learning the standards right now. And then we don't have to commit a single foundation here because of our first day of class. We're going to get our stun in. We're going to find our nitros. Oh my God. Goodies galore. Goodies galore.
I'm overflowing. My bounty, my cup runneth over.
My cup runneth over, Sam Tate. I adore that. I love that. I don't think that this stun grenade is going to get a hit in. However, if we check well on this howitzer, it could mean a massive double damage on response, bounce, and play if we sell out to block this stun grenade. But then if we don't block the stun grenade, we pick it back up and play the howitzer anyway. There's
free.
no good place here to be for Nate. I think we have to block this and then take that gamble. Ooh, Breaker 1's
That
massive
high
here.
value target doing all this work. Breaker 1 doing all this
Oh
work.
my
but
God.
We have to go for the win again.
Oh
Yeah, you
my
gotta just throw the
God.
foundation
Breaker 1 doing what work, Sam? Because Go for the Win is here. Go for the Win is here. We now get to
Well,
build
okay.
into, and we get to play this Cyclone with no risk. No risk, Sam.
In all fairness, the work that it did there is we had to play a technically suboptimal go for the win because we destroyed a ready.
I think you would do that anyway, just to go from 3 to 4, because if you check a 3, you'd have to commit your character. If you only have
Correct.
3 foundations. See? Boom.
That's fair.
He's doing it either way. Now, unfortunately,
We don't get to kick the quick creation.
yeah, we don't get to kick the quick creation. However, is there a world where Nate can block this? We bring
Yeah, we've got high value target, -2 speed, build 1 down. Like this, I don't assume this is doing damage.
do we have a Starlet to go pick up?
I would have to assume we have a Starlet to go pick up.
Let's-
We've been holding highs most of the game, like
I don't.
most of game
what-
1 and
we,
2.
we're, our hand is empty. Our hand is empty.
Our hand is empty.
I-
oh, okay.
there
Oh,
is
those are face downs.
there is
Okay.
nary a card in Nathan's hand, but
right,
we
well-
are gonna Momo remove here. Do we have Starlet?
It's gotta be there, right?
No. We have to half block
A
this.
half block.
This is bad news.
All
This
right,
is
well, I
bad
assumed it
news,
wasn't
Sam
dealing
Tate.
damage, but it's gonna deal damage.
It's gonna deal damage.
No Rising Starlight in the discard pile. Wild Pussycats not charging up. Just
No.
that's so
Oh, the
messed up.
poetic injustice.
That's so well. I mean, depends on what side of the table you're on, Levi.
right.
There's a lot of people who are not
now,
Momo
we
fans.
do get to bounce this, but if we check poorly, the replay will fail even with the +2.
Correct.
Do we have something else to play? Is that risk worth taking? I mean, if you check well on this, it's just
I mean,
it's
if we-
12 damage.
even-
It's 12 damage if we check well on this.
That's not lethal, but it does start to get.
Ooh, we've taken the safe route. The Vile Seizing comes in, and the correct
Everything.
play was made. The correct play was made. We've checked a 3, 4, 5, and we've got to commit.
No, we checked the 4 because of breaker. Check the 4 because of breaker. We can't pass it. Now we do get a momentum because we dealt damage this turn.
We do.
Are we gonna take it? We're not gonna take it.
No, it doesn't look like we're going to take it. That
I'm
could be
crying
a-
and I'm dying.
That's a huge misfire right there to not take it.
I talked about the EX this whole time, right? Like, if you could start the turn with a +4 speed EX turn to dust, you might get a lot more mileage out of this stage.
Yeah, most certainly. Now, at the same time, all hope is not lost. We have Ochaco -3 on demand. We may be able to block something here, depending on if we sell out for some EX on this bad boy. However, Nate's stage, it's just still being torn apart. He's
Right.
having to do everything it takes to survive, which means constantly nuking his own resources just to stave off this relentless assault from Panos.
Yeah, so Nate destroying the 0 diff he had to commit for +2 speed, going to rebuild it immediately, and then we're going to remove the other committed foundation to go get what looked like a quick creation.
Yeah. Interesting to not go grab foundations instead. I just feel like our build is so important here.
Right. Man.
This is now, after a double EX, brought it up all the way back to a 7-speed back alley, so this is going to hit, and then we are going to get to take another free momentum from the battle arena. So,
Which it's got to, watching the tape back, right? You're letting your rival get free momentum, didn't take our free momentum. You got to imagine that somewhere down the line that's going to come into factor.
it's certainly possible. I mean, it already is, right? With no momentum, that back alley doesn't hit us after our -3 speed.
Right.
However, that +2 to our check really took us a long way last turn, and I think it will continue to do that. The only issue is we still got 3 foundations, man.
Right. But one of them is forcing surrender, which is a big deal. And if we ever end a turn with ready foundations, Spooky is pretty powerful.
Turn to Dust is our opener once more.
If we had that bonus momentum, Levi,
Oh man, it'd be huge. It would
that
be
bonus
it would be
momentum,
massive.
we
It
could
would be
actually
massive.
we could actually get Momo to tap a significant portion of this stage, even with her -2 and releases,
Or at least we'd either get Momo to commit a significant portion or destroy a significant portion of her stage. And you talked about it at the beginning of the match. That's the tempo you have to put on her. You have to make her rebuild instead of attacking you every turn.
Absolutely. I don't know if Panos is ever allowed to spend a turn not attacking, because I think the second that he does, we lose control of the game. Momo gets to build to a comfortable 9-10, and I don't know if we can win anymore after that. We have to keep that pressure on her and keep her board destroyed, or she's just going to get way, way, way too ahead. I think Panos knows that he cannot allow Nate to ever gain control of this game, or he'll never give it back.
Massive.
Yeah.
We use so we destroyed the preparing for battle to respect the lose 2 health that we talked about. We use quick creation for -2 damage, but then forcing surrender kicks it immediately, meaning that we don't get to do -2 speed and build it back.
Yeah, now we get the Rising Starlet block in, going for the howitzer here. Could be pretty big. The checks are rolling in for us. We don't have to use our battle arena yet. Feels very, very good. This could be a profitable turn. Do we have another high block
earlier?
Yeah, I think. Oh, yep.
We're looking.
Is there another Starlet? I think that's still our only Starlet.
Is that the Starlet we had that we checked last time?
I think it's the one that we checked. Maybe. Nope, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not.
okay.
We drew one. We get to go grab another one here. This is going to be a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful high block coming in. We're going to build this Starlet down too, bringing that speed all the way down. We're just zone taxing, right? We're just if we have
it's
another
a hand tax. It's a form of hand taxing.
If we have another high after this, though, things can get really scary.
Yeah, we used to call it zone overload.
Yeah?
Where you overload one zone and you say, look, there's only so many high blocks in your deck, homie. You can only block high so many times.
It looks like we've got a wild Pussycats in hand. No freaking way. You've got to be kidding me. On a 3, commit for 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom, there it is, boys.
Oh, if we can get this response off, it's going to be insanely big.
I think we are. I believe that we've got a quick creation in hand, Sam. I believe a quick creation is sitting in our hand.
That breaker did that work last time.
It most certainly did.
The breaker means that we're not going to get, like, last time we had to pick it up, try a 4-diff, and we still failed.
Yeah, so the breaker is going to mean that we have to respond, bounce, and then check a 5. But, man, if we do...
We do the draw before doing the combo?
I
think we drew 2 and we didn't combo first.
I think you might be right.
I don't know if we started at 1 or 2 momentum, but I thought we started at 1 momentum, got a second one from the howitzer, and then this time we didn't combo it.
Yeah, we should be getting one more here. Interesting.
Maybe we spent it on the last one. I missed it.
Maybe so. Yeah, we must have power forward on the last one. I think you're right.
We EX'd. I think we EX'd on turn.
You're totally right. We did immediately open with an EX on the turn to dust.
Okay,
That's how the Cyclone in our
There's so
discard
much
pile.
happening, guys.
Oh
They're
my
playing
god,
at
the
an
buttons are
insane
flying.
pace.
So the half damage comes in, a big old 6 half damage, and now if we check a 5, actually 6, 7, this is going to be another 9 damage going down, Nathan.
But the best we can check is a 5, right? Or a 4, I mean.
Oh, you're so right. So we'd have to commit Ochaco.
Right, so it'd be 4 plus 2. So the best we can check after everything is said and done is a 6, unless there's arrogant disposition. If we raw checked a 6 with this +1 bonus after everything's said and done.
Well, this is going to be on a 7, right? With +1 to our checks. We could check a 5, +1, 6, commit Ochaco for 7.
Well, I'm saying arrogant disposition's a 6 check off the top.
We could also
right?
just hard check a 6. We've seen the
could
league.
be the greatest gamer
the
of all
league
time.
interviews are also in his deck, but we choose to take the safe route and go for some builds. That's pretty understandable.
It's a league invitation, though.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the magical 6 check that we missed.
Yeah, even if we got that 9 damage through and brought Nate down to 10, we still only have 1 foundation. We've got to get some kind of a build going on here, right?
Right.
We're reading our battle momentum. There it is, boys. There it is, boys.
All right, so ending the turn with 1 momentum. Momo has 2 momentum, I believe, and is this going to be a weave turn? It is. We're weaving.
Yeah,
there's a quick creation on top of the discard pile.
That's kind of
crazy. And we finally don't have a forcing surrender.
That's kind of crazy. No, we do. We just built a forcing surrender.
Oh, we just built one. Oh, no. Don't fall for it, Nate.
Okay, what's happening here?
We're going to build this down first.
Beautiful.
But don't fall for it, Nate. Don't do the quick creation.
Beautiful. I mean,
you're only allowed to make that mistake once, my dude.
It might be worth it just to get it out the way,
just
right?
Get out of the way, yeah.
I mean, I'd rather him forcing surrender me defensively than offensively.
Right.
I prioritize clearing my blocks way more. Sam.
Yeah, get it on a silly turn rather than a butthole clenching turn.
Exactly. You don't want to get caught at the wrong time. Oh,
maybe it's a bait. Maybe he baited it last time too.
It could certainly certainly be. I would not forcing surrender this. No, you don't think you need to.
I would like to forcing surrender the quick creation, not the rising starlet, because that was
right.
the play last time that we really needed to make. So I'm down to not do it to the rising starlet. Originally, I thought it was going to be the quick creation that was on top. We did the destroy with Momo first.
Ooh, we're gonna go for a commit 2 here. It says you plan on blocking this. You've Ochaco -3 speeded this. You want to block
19
this?
health is not a lot. Double cannon blast is lethal.
It most certainly is. And we literally can't fail it. We literally cannot fail it.
It's just going to be down to whether or not we can pump the second one.
That is the big question.
But we did bait out the -3 speed from Ochaco. +1 block.
On a 7, right? Or on a 6?
I think that's a 1. I think it's a 5.
4, 5, 6. Yeah. We're gonna take half though. Half of 12 is. I'm sorry. Half of 11 is still quite a lot.
But we did use the -3 speed and we had the +1 block, so it is the time to do that.
We have another cannon in hand.
And I
synced it.
I want to mention that Crisos still has more attacks in hand. He's still blocked with another attack.
The amount of respect that he offered, Nate last turn was crazy.
Right.
I think he just realized that if he failed that check there on the end, if he tried to play the howitzer again, if he failed that, the game was over.
Right.
We'd be going into our next turn still at 1 foundation. We would have lost control at that point. As tantalizing as that 9 damage would have been, I think Panos made the correct decision. It's just unfortunate that I think just the simple nature of this matchup is starting to rear its ugly head.
Nate choosing not to risk it, to go for the, I think he was 1 off, right? I think he was like 1 or 2 damage away from lethal. Cannon blast by itself comes in for 11 if you can press every button. So gonna have to be a little more patient, gonna rebuild that stage. Still on 3 foundations. Let's see what Crisos can do. We know he has at least 1 attack.
We never let up. We'll never let up.
All gas, no breaks, no fakes, all real.
Goes to commit the spooky.
We've never used it. We commit everything every turn anyways.
It's true. We just have to go in, and we obviously can't commit force and surrender. That's the most important piece right now.
Momo attacks are like as much speed as they are damage most of the time anyhow, right? It's very rare that, Cannon Blast gets up to like 10 speed for 11.
Momo just has so much speed manipulation that it's really, really, really hard to imagine that card being super effective here.
Yep, we're going to go grab that quick creation. We're going to get that breaker mid-block, going to fight over the speed like you were talking about. And now we, like we were talking about, we have the forcing surrender to kick the quick creation defensively, provided we check well enough.
And we're going to throw 3 5s off the top of our deck with Stun Grenade and pick up a whopping 0 attacks with it.
That's fine. The other 4 cards are attacks. That's how it's been.
That might just be the breaks for this turn. At the same time, though, I just don't know. Again, if you can let Nate relax like that, I think if we take any time off, it's just going to punish us too hard, and we've got to keep going in. But when you mill 3 foundations, odds of there being an attack on top are not particularly low.
Thankfully, because of that battle arena, we still get to keep the forcing surrender ready. It's going to kick that quick creation from the card pool. And do we have another mid? We have the cannon blast, but you don't want to block with that.
Yeah, we might just have to. We're not really allowed to half block this and let Ochaco things start happening.
Right, it's not the worst thing, right? Momo is the deck that can deal with it the best. Momo is the deck that can block with the cannon blast, and it's fine because we can go get it back. We can get it back whenever we want, unless we mill soon. We're going to cycle soon as Nate.
Right.
We might actually lose our discard pile on the next attack turn.
That could be really, really, really pivotal. It's worth noting that we do still have the Howitzer Cyclone in hand.
The Cyclone.
That Cyclone that we picked up last turn has not gone anywhere yet.
But we got to play a 4 diff, right, if we're going to attack some more.
Yeah.
I like this call. I think we have a much better chance of getting in there if Nathan Dewalt ends up with relatively no discard pile at the end of this turn. But 13 damage is actually not a lot to deal. We did get rid of the Cannon Blast, though, so it was the right call. Going to review the new training method, and I believe we have 3 that we're going to draw. The last 3 cards in our deck, cycle 10, then draw 3 more.
Yeah, we got to see. We've just got to see what. We've just got to see what Nate is going to find in his cycle, right? Obviously, we still have, as far as our toolbox opening, our Starlet is still sitting right there, ready to be looped around. We've got one quick crate still in play, losing 1 Starlet by the looks of it.
There's a Cannon Blast there. Command Pigeon Flock, a little bit of orange, not too much though.
Yeah.
Home run, back alley.
Ooh, it's getting angry.
Oh my!
It's getting angry. This we're kind of now just sitting in this
He's playing
loop
so
of
fast. He smells with the wind.
It's possible. We're kind of now playing in this loop of like play back alley, EX like crazy, make it unblockable. Put it to momentum, battle arena, steal one. We're just getting a free back alley hit with the EX every single turn cycle right now.
What's the block zone on Impact Cyclone?
It's a +2 low block.
Right. So we know that that's the only card in our rival's hand.
We should remember
just
that.
play the home run.
Yeah. Yeah, we can just play the home run, and it's
dump
delicious.
the
Yeah,
momentum.
it's delicious.
And then our own battle arena killed us.
Yeah, I think the battle arena, it's hard, right, because it put in so much work aggressively, but it is definitely what's going to be the nail in our coffin right here when it comes to all this free momentum that we gave Nate. As nice as stealing free momentum is with this card for ourselves, Nate's going to hit us a lot more often than we're going to hit him.
Correct. Yeah, that's it. And now, do we? You know, we might have Exploding Pride that also comes in from the side or something like that. Maybe that could be a play, get some free burn that way, but I got to imagine that Nate's going to wrap this one up here.
Yeah, I mean, we can also just we can pretty much just throw it on anything at this point.
We didn't even have to EX that.
Oh.
Plays around the 3
Oh, my
check.
goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Checks a 3 instead. Has to commit 4.
The shenanigans that Nate does with making every card in his deck capture net is hilarious.
Right. I mean, that's supposed to be the appeal, but, you know, just adding extra difficulty. I mean, we can't fail the home run, though, right? Okay.
No, especially
this
after
one's lethal anyway.
Yeah, we can build in an ally too. Yeah, no, there's just no way we can fail anything. Everything's lethal in the first place as that floating comes down, and Nate's gonna perfectly tempo his way into forcing a game 3 out of Panos here. What a legendary finals these guys are giving us right now.
You know what? I mean, how many people out there? Be honest, chat. How many people out there thought that Ochaco 2 would be able to take one game off Momo?
It's been impressive on both ends so far. These guys are giving us an absolute spectacle. In fact, Sam Tate, this might be one of the most exciting finals that I've seen in a very, very long time. Just so much things I didn't expect to see. So many unexpected new elements and variables. Oh, is that a super region? What is he cooking?
We're siding face up.
What is he cooking?
Putting some regens back in for going first, taking them out.
Ooh, possibly. Now that is obviously going to be the big thing here. You know, what we've seen define this whole matchup so far is Ochaco never letting up, always keeping the pressure on Nate 24/7. Panos getting to go
That's how you
first.
have to play
now.
it, right?
That's how. You can never let that breathing room happen. If we let Nate comfortably coast himself to 8 or 9 foundations, it's going to be too punishing. And so now, being able to go first, Panos is going to have much greater windows to sneak some damage in early and keep that pressure.
And we saw, we knew Crisos had attacks that whole time, right? If we had built more than 3 foundations a single time that game, if we had built 5 turn 1, if we had continued to build at least 1 card every turn, by the end of that string, by the end of that game, we definitely could have jammed that Impact Cyclone.
100,000%, Sam. We built more turn 1 of game 1 than we did the entirety of game 2.
Correct. It's wild. I know that you want to say, looks like more first day of class are coming in.
I think so. He's got an All Might's mentorship right there. Took out some struggling with studies. Screw the defensive cards. We don't need them. They're not real.
We're going first.
We're going in.
We're going first.
We're going in, Sam
We're
Tate.
going first.
Sam Tate.
We're on the play.
We are on the play.
I came here to play attacks, not draw them.
Absolutely. If we see another really crazy 5-hander build like we did from game 1, this it's really going to put Panos in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
it's
game 1 that
really going to put him in the driver's seat this game.
Game 1, that 6 build was massive, right?
So
that was
huge. It was crazy.
We saw how much harder it was to play around that breaker 1, even with the bonus to our checks, when we only had 3 foundations.
I just saw a tutoring Kirishima.
Uh-oh.
What is he cooking?
What's that do, Levi?
Bro, I don't even know.
You don't know?
I think it gives a powerful attack 3 damage.
Right, you can flip it to give a powerful attack 3 damage, and then It has an effect when it enters the discard pile, but I get it confused with the other
Don't they have
one,
to flip
right?
something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the zero diff is the one where you play it, they have to flip something.
Right.
Tutoring Kirishima is if it enters the discard pile during the enhanced step, your rival has to flip one. So this feels like it's mostly just for the damage pump to capitalize when we finally do get in there, but maybe there's a world where Nate needs every single one of his foundations.
I think the thing about this card being not so effective flip-wise is that we're just going to flip one of our weapons and then blow it up and then build it back in and do all of our shenanigans.
So
Flipping,
it's gotta
very,
be there.
very ineffective cost against Momo.
Yeah, it's got to be there for the damage pump because Stun Grenade is powerful, and then Howitzer Impact Cyclone's powerful, and then Nitro Ignition gives any attack powerful.
We're going to be, if we win this game and take down the whole regional, it's going to be off of the back of finally getting one Cyclone or something like that to hit, powerfulling it like crazy, and just nuking Momo from orbit.
If there's a tutoring Kirishima for lethal in this game 3,
I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to go feral, Sam.
I'm going to do backflips.
Backflips.
I'll do backflips out the building.
All right, let's see. Are we happy with these 5, Crisos? Oh, we're
Send him away.
Send him back. Oh my God, I wish I could see their hands right now. If we can get a really, really premium build again, it's going to be lights out, man. It's going to be lights out.
Yeah.
Right now, Crisos needs to put himself in the driver's seat.
Like what Crisos wants to do is build 5 turn 1, the whole hand, then play 5 attacks turn 2.
Yeah, that's the goal.
That's the goal.
And that's not going to win the game. That's not going to win the game, but it's going to put us in a position to win the game.
It really depends on how many blocks Nate decides to hold.
That's true. If we just roll 3 hulking grimaces, things could get kind of ugly kind of fast.
Yeah. Now, is there a low zone mix we could have sided in?
Ooh,
is there a low zone mix we
I
could
see
have missed?
showdowns in there.
Okay.
As far as lows go, Berserker Blow is not a bad one, but Nate's never going to deadlock.
Right. Well, once he sees it, he'll play around it.
It's not a Fury, so it's probably not coming in, but Cheerful Uppercut is pretty crazy.
Okay.
That is like a 9 damage move.
Okay.
I'm cooking.
Is there I was saying earlier we had the Exploding Pride, maybe like some free burn. Oh, we got the asset again.
It's coming right back into play.
Asset enables quite a
snack
few
time could be
things.
pretty big, but that means we have no other 2 diff.
That's a good
This
one.
is a lot of speed. Ooh,
That's a good
and
one.
the tight-lipped that can't fail. A guaranteed 3 with our asset that's actually 2 foundations aggressively. This is not bad.
Right?
It's not first day of class league interview, right? But this is pretty good. We're going to be able to put some serious pressure on Nate's board this turn if we find the heat, Sam, the heat.
Nate getting the 4 build. Did we see the new training response? We don't. So Nate's got to have 3 cards in hand, recognizing that he's going to have to block a string because Crisos has drawn the heat every single turn of this matchup, both games.
He's literally never let up. And we're going to open with our signature stun grenade right here.
Going to open with our signature 3 check right here.
Signature 3 check. Probably have to commit your tight-lipped, I think. Yeah, he's committed to the tight-lipped. This is now, it just depends on what do we hold as Nate? It looks like we've got a back alley and Starlit in hand and a quick create. So we got 2 highs and a mid.
And we just used I'll Protect You for -3 speed.
We did.
Meaning we don't have to give up a permanent resource, but we are giving up a resource for this turn.
Yeah, I think the snack times are going to start adding up really fast here.
Yeah, Snack Time, one of the best foundations.
Yep, and this is we're gonna destroy 1 for our -2 speed. Gonna bring a new one in with the Precious Lesson. We're gonna use this Precious Lesson and building our blocks down to really, really try and. Oh,
is that the tutoring?
I think so.
That's the tutoring Kirishima.
Oh my God! Flip everything and then grab Nitro Ignition. Yo, hold on,
Did
Sam.
he just flip 2 tutoring Kirishimas?
He's cooking. He's cooking, Sam.
All right, well I have to learn how to do a backflip now.
Remember how we said Momo was doing her best Kirishima 2 impression
Oh
this
my
whole
God.
tournament? There it is.
Oh
We've
my
tutored
goodness.
him. We've tutored him, but will we learn the standards?
All right, well we do get the breaker though.
Yep.
We do get the breaker.
However,
here.
we're building down an asset here on our block, which means we're not going +1 in foundations. Oh, these checks, though. We've got to commit our Battle Arena here.
Yep.
We need snack time to push through
Battle
right
Arena
now.
has been huge in this match.
Yeah. As much as it is what killed us last game, I think it's also the only thing that even gave us a fighting chance.
Right.
We
So
just never
this-
got those foundation counts up enough.
So we still get the -2. We can build down the quick creation, right? We get the -2 speed from Momo, but a 5 high with 1 foundation rate? I mean, we can snack time this.
We
I
can
think
snack time and
there's a good
make
chance
it.
this hits.
Yeah, I think if we snack time, it's unblockable. It becomes a 5-6. We have our Charlotte for 7-8.
Yeah,
That's
I can't.
unblockable.
I can't tell if Nate has 1 or 2 ready foundations though. I can't tell if the sleeves are stacked up. It looks like 1, but it's a little wide. It might be 2. We'll see when he stuns.
Okay, no, it's the 1. Yeah, it's the 1.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is not blockable anymore. It's going to be on a 7. Nate does not have 6s in his deck. This Nitro is hitting. It is hitting
Opting
home.
not to get the -2 damage here where we can.
Yep, I'm playing it right back.
Wondering if there's a better sequencing for this, right? Wondering if there's a better way to do this later.
It's okay. It's going to come in now by the looks of it.
Same thing.
I mean, we've pretty much admitted that we're not blocking anything anymore. This is going to come in for 2 damage. And
the build out?
Yeah, I think we have to build here. Yeah, we have to be happy with that chunk of damage. Gonna have to commit some more
remember to get
foundations
our
here.
bonus momentum.
Going down to no cards in hand. Going down to no cards in hand.
We got the spooky. We got the reset.
Yeah, however, we're going to get 1 momentum, 2 momentum. We have 5 foundations on board with a forcing surrender and a snack time. Next turn could be really good for us. And Nate's got, 3 foundations now? He's got to build again. He's got to stabilize. Once again, we're seeing Panos in the driver's seat, just taking the reins, of this matchup, Sam.
And normally we see Ochaco, too, for a lot of the early sets, was relying on, there it is. There's your gravity. Or there's your crate capture
with the
net.
big punish, though. There's a big punish.
I mean, he knew the risks.
Right. Now, it's not too bad, right? We get to build in a 0. We get to destroy that, build it in. We get to quick create this floating in. Starlet flip, build it in.
The plan was to commit 1 to play this and end up +1 by the end of it.
Right. Now we're simply breaking even here, which for a back alley haymaker is still very, very good.
I mean, now we're down 1 currently. We're down 1 for right now.
Well, back alley builds in 1.
Yeah.
If we have
back alley gets 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, we're drawing off back alley. It looks like that was our only 0. And we drew an attack. I'm quaking. I'm quaking in my boots.
It's all about how it plays out. It's all about action. This is why we play the game, Levi.
Yeah.
This is why we play the game, because you and I could sit there, we could live stream, we could talk on YouTube all day about how, you just do this and this and this, and then you win. This character just beats this character. It doesn't work that way. You got to play the game.
Playing this bow staff scared the life out of me. That terrified me. God, if we checked a 3 there.
No. He's too good. He's cracked. Adding it to the card pool, destroying 1 to build down. I mean, we're getting the foundations back.
Yeah, we're doing our Kirishima thing, right? We're doing we're building while we're attacking like crazy. We just need the checks to keep rolling here. Ooh, the 3 there is not great. Ooh, beautiful 5. So we've got 4 readies. I mean, if we open with a turn to dust, EX it up.
Yikes.
Oh my God, this could be.
That's the play,
I don't want to
right?
say Nate's wide open right now.
Right.
But I'm frightened.
But that's the big play that Ochaco 2 has basically had since set 1. Turn to dust, massive EX. You pick it back up. You don't need EX on the second one because they're all stunned out. And we've got snack time as backup.
We're going to stun 3 here, right? We're going to stun 3.
I would imagine so.
This is going to be, what?
So even if Nate builds an extra one, we have the stun 2 on the next one?
This is going to be 10 speed if we double EX?
Yes.
Oh, my God. And if this gets to hit, we get to play it back down, stun 2 again, and then
we get to do it again.
Then we're just off to the fences, to the races. Nate's wide open with a fully committed out board. We maybe get to block one thing.
We've been swinging for the fences this whole matchup.
I also don't know that we're allowed to lose health here for either turn to dust activation.
No. Yeah, he started respecting that lose health.
Which means we're just going to have to annihilate our entire board. If we see Nate survive this turn, we might have 1-2 foundations maybe. This is a really tough spot for him to be in right now.
Yeah, we're doing the destroy a foundation to destroy one that got stunned.
Yeah.
And then we're going to pay.
We have to.
No, it's targeted.
Yeah, no, we have to destroy one, is what I'm saying. We have to destroy.
Well, no, he did the destroy one. Nate has to pay 2 to cancel, or else Crisos can target, right?
Yes, we have to destroy. We're not allowed. I don't think we're allowed to pay 2.
Right.
Is what I'm saying.
Did he stun 2 face downs? I thought he stunned face up cards.
I'm not sure.
Looks
like they're.
It doesn't matter. We're gonna play it again.
Look at the card. No. I don't. It hasn't hit yet.
Yeah,
right?
you get to target destroy one of the stunned ones, and I thought he stunned the 2 face ups. That's my confusion.
Yeah. So we're flipping snack time for a damage.
All right. Well, I mean, this turn's gonna get weird really fast.
Yeah, I would have certainly flipped the spooky first.
We're also not EXing this yet.
Yeah, and it looks like Nate's just opting to take it.
Are we gonna get killed by powerful this turn? We're not responding.
What is happening?
We're not responding.
What is happening?
First responders.
I don't know what's happening.
We're also
right
not
now.
using the battle arena to pass this.
We're not using, and we're committing the tight-lipped. What is happening? Is Panos gonna? Is he trying to relent this turn?
I don't know. We're gonna let him cook.
We're gonna let him cook.
We're gonna let him cook.
This is not the most aggressive line that I would have taken.
Right. This doesn't seem like the smelling the blood in the water line, but that's a good one.
But our touch of decay returns to us after a little top 3 search.
That's a good one. I really wish I had this snack time though, because +2 speed, -2 speed is a lot different than +3 speed, -1, -2 speed.
Yeah. No. The extra base speed. Ooh.
You know what that tells me?
We just went
actually?
for a double powerful on this stun grenade.
You know what that realistically means to me, Levi? It means that we have only attacks in our hand.
We check a 5-6. Our character's committed. Count to 15.
Shields are down.
Touch of decay. Here
Shields
it
are
comes.
down.
The 5 check. No.
Never.
Battle
Never,
arena
not
time.
once.
Battle arena time to come in. Battle arena time on. We've checked a 5 now.
We checked a 4 breaker.
Oh, you're so right.
So
You're
we
so
checked a
right,
2.
bestie.
Yep. So it's on a 6. We checked a 2. We can commit battle arena and both of our foundations to pass it. That's got to be the right play.
It has to be.
No way.
No. Oh, dude,
I'm
no
so
way.
confused.
No way.
I feel like he had it this turn.
I think he legitimately had it.
I think if we bounce the turn to dust, we have it.
I think, yeah. You bounce the turn to dust, you stun 2 again.
Yeah.
You stun into again, you destroy his board. He has no foundations, no nothing. You touch it, yeah.
I mean, there's so many things to do there. Different, like the battle arena, keep the snack time. I mean, flipping snack time, the only thing that makes sense to me is every card in our hand is an attack. And we don't think that we're discarding for the rest of the turn. We also didn't pick up our free momentum off battle arena.
Yeah, we did not. This is scary. I don't think there's anywhere where Nathan is finding lethality here. However, if he reestablishes his stage, Panos is going to have to reset once again and take that tempo back once again. We're
never going to get to use the spooky. Never, not once.
No, it's just not going to happen.
We should have just flipped the spooky.
Should have just flipped the spooky. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the worst part about that turn, right? Is now that we've lost snack time forever.
Right.
That's the worst part about that turn. We've lost it forever. God, this is
I don't know why we flipped the snack time there. The only thing I can think of is we never thought we were gonna check a 3 again. Every time he's hit a breaker, it's been a 3 off the top, right?
Yeah.
Every single
it absolutely
breaker's
has.
cost a 2 check.
It absolutely has. It absolutely has, man. Yeah, I mean, we can't dwell on the past. All we can think about is progressing through and taking this to a victory still. But Nate's got it.
Still only on 3 foundations.
Yeah.
We're going to build a bunch this turn, I'm sure, but...
We do have... Ochaco 2 is outbuilding Momo.
Right.
So far. That is what's happening.
This game is wild, Levi.
It's wild. It's wild. I've never seen Momo be pressured like this.
Right, and just... go for a half block on a nothing because we can't pass that.
Yeah, we're gonna get our Fortune Surrender out of our hand. We're gonna meet Nate at the 15 health total, and let's see what happens from here.
The tension is building.
Yeah, we've got a Lost in Thought.
The stage is rising.
That's pretty huge. The starlets are rising.
Nature is healing.
Nature is healing. Ooh, release finally coming down is really big too.
All right, so Nate holding, I believe, 3 cards again, has the ability to tutor a block with the character and from the stage with Lost in Thought.
It looks like Nate is also not taking his extra momentum from the battle arena.
Yeah, but he's sitting on 4, so
he sure does have 4.
It's a big difference.
Probably pretty unnecessary at this point, but who knows?
Oh no! And that's it.
Yeah,
he took a turn off.
We're taking a turn off.
He took a turn off. It's over.
I don't know if we're allowed to do it anymore. I think our window was gone. Had we dealt some significant damage last turn and Nate was at 4 or 5 health, maybe it would be okay to build right here. But I think 15 is going to be insurmountable now that we've let Nate relax. He's going to get his engines on, and he's finally going to be able to take the reins of this game from Panos.
I imagine Nate is going to put the vice hold down, and he can do it by either building a ton of foundations and holding a bunch of cards, or he can do it by just putting together an incredibly nasty string while Ochaco only has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand is just not a lot. It's just not a lot.
The only game changer right now is the fact that we finally have a ready face-up spooky.
Yeah. Now I don't think it's going to be enough. We're using floating to damage pump this, which is a little aggressive.
Right.
A little aggressive. Nate might be putting the lines together. He's definitely got a bow staff and a cannon and a shining flash in hand. So it's possible. It's possible that he's starting to put this kill turn together.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the first time we've seen him activate that card this whole match, right? First time we've seen him go for the little +1s, baiting it out.
Yeah.
Baiting out the forcing surrender.
You're gonna build a little less while you're attacking me this turn. Just a tad less.
Just a teeny bit.
Just a teeny bit. Which, again, I spoke earlier about how I really would prefer us to be using forcing surrender aggressively. I think. Ooh.
Okay.
Oh man.
Game changer.
Game changer.
I don't know if it's enough, but it's a game changer.
So,
Nate's got instant shining flash and cannon blast in hand though. Cannon blast is probably gonna still be enough if we can check well.
Goes to commit Lost in Thought and passing the torch. Kind of meets in the middle.
I like that.
Of the defensive and the aggressive commit.
Right, those are cards that are great on defense, but they're also going to be beneficial right now on offense. And you can't feel super safe at 15 health against Momo.
Most definitely not. I think we're going to see some more fake capture net shenanigans happening here, but
oh
the 3 checks are coming
that's
in.
huge. That's huge. Nate says, "I see your bad checks, and I'll meet you. I'll meet you in the middle." That kills this kill turn.
Oh, absolutely. Nate might be giving Panos the window that he needs. The window last turn, it closed. It closed. Locked, signed, and sealed, shut and tight. It straight up closed. And Nate is wanting a little bit of fresh air in the room. The AC is broken. It's getting a little warm out. It's time to crack open the window. Nate is possibly allowing Panos this second chance. We always say this second chance at life. He's giving Panos a second chance at death.
The death symbol approved.
Death symbol. This is
when one door closes, the back window opens.
Classic life versus death matchup right here. Gotta love that flavor coming in on this very, very simple heavy finals. Now, obviously we did our Momo things. We built a couple foundations in. We're sitting at 3 ready now, but there's no shot we're jamming anything after this.
Right, and even if we do, it has to be lethal, speed, and damage because we actually have Spooky ready. We probably won't still get to see it activated, but it is a deterrent in the stage, right? So many of these defensive cards are cards you never actually activate and they save you because your rival looks at it and goes, well, there's no reason for me to play a 5 high for 15 if it's only going to deal 5 damage.
And man, if we find the pressure next turn, an Ochaco 2 at 7 foundations, a battle arena, and latent skill,
oh my.
That's scary.
You know what would look better than that?
What's that?
If she had 1 momentum.
Oh, 1 momentum would be crazy here. On the 4 checks a 4. On the 5 checks the 5. Beautiful. Beautiful.
But they don't do anything right now, so Nate's gonna have to survive 1 more turn.
We actually have no defensive resources right now.
Oh my!
It's all Momo.
We committed release.
Yeah, we did. We did commit release because if we didn't, we wouldn't have been able to build in the new foundation. So we'd be minus overall. But I do think that might be the thing that catches up to us right here. I'd rather have 2 less foundations right now and release ready.
I mean, 1 bad turn deserves another. We had the door close, we had the lethal in hand, and then the control checks. The almighty control check. That is what our entire system is based around. Progressive difficulty, control checks. You must become a master of both. And Momo can only master 1 right now. This is massive.
This is the opener.
Never.
He says, I'm done committing, bro. Screw it. Battle Arena right now. I'm absolutely over it, bro. I can't handle it anymore. Stun 2 is big here. We now have only 3 ready resources. We have... Yeah, we commit our Rising Charlotte because we don't have Quick Create anymore.
Right.
We need it to destroy and then hopefully to go pick up. But, man, this is going to be first DF class coming in. +2 to our next check is going to be big. And we ready this. Our next one can't fail. We haven't.
17 is still a decent life total, and -2 speed on everything is still a big deal.
It is the equalizer, right? -2 and +2.
Did we just Momo once per turn? Normally he puts a die on the character. I think we just once per turn to get a Rising Starlet, though.
Yeah, we picked up the one that we just destroyed.
Yeah. You cannot let this stun you again. You cannot eat a second turn to dust.
No, absolutely not. But what if we play a second one? Ooh, a Cyclone could be scary, though.
Do we not have a high block for this? If we don't have a high block for this, this could be game.
Yeah, it actually.
If you cannot block any of this damage, and we press every button, that's
we
18.
have. Oh my god, Sam. We have a Cannon Blast and an Instant Shining Flash in our hand. We do not have a high block. We used our only.
We
high
don't
block.
have the breaker block.
No, we used our only high block on turn to dust because we're not allowed to get stunned 2 twice. But now,
But if we partial block this and take 3, the next one is only for 12. Oh, tight-lipped. Tight-lipped could come in huge.
And we just latent skilled.
Tight-lipped could be the difference maker. Are we gonna flip the Spooky? Are we gonna flip the Spooky for +1 damage?
I think
we're just gonna play another attack anyways.
I think you wait to flip the Spooky on another one because we are not. Panos is not us right now. We don't know that Nate doesn't have a high block.
first attack.
Yeah,
which means we had to decide. We got to this point where we went, oh, I'm actually gonna try and kill you, right?
Possibly. It's also we checked an attack on the first one, so maybe we said, there's less chance that there's another attack on top, right?
We're debating We unflipped something? Did we not do the discard for cost? Okay, we're rewinding a bit. Now we're doing it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we were
Okay.
But so now, I thought we were debating on destroying a ready foundation to draw like what, one card?
Wait,
right?
it would be one card. Yes, it would be one card. So we're gonna do the +2 dance. We're probably gonna see the
take 6, go down to 11.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Going down to 11.
So if we
Nathan Dewalt, can you survive this? Can you survive this, Nathan Dewalt?
Is it a stun grenade? No. Okay,
No, we're gonna just jam the howitzer right back down. We're gonna check it beautifully on a 6. We've checked a 7. This is gonna be okay.
Is this the line, Levi? Is this the line that you have to take?
I think this is the line you have to take. We charge one more momentum. We make this 12, 13 damage. Even on a half block, Nathan is gonna take what, 7 of that and go down to 4. Anything kills him. Anything kills him. A vile seizing kills him. A vile seizing kills him. Oh my God! This is Nathan Dewalt. Do you have it in you? Can you usurp? Can you usurp this massive disadvantage here? We didn't even powerful it. If we have another turn to dust, he's insane. Oh my God! We just have another howitzer on a 7. Check a 5. Commit
this one's
6,
lethal on a partial.
7. We're gonna
Crisos,
powerful this out.
Panos, all he has to do is press the button.
Just press the button. Powerful it up like crazy. He says, destroy from -2 speed. I'm going to build my shoulder down. I'm going to heal. I'm going to heal 1. Heal one. It doesn't matter, but heal 1. Heal 1. Heal 1. I think Nate knows. I think Nate knows. I think he knows that it just doesn't matter.
He might believe it's a high block. He might not want to spend the momentum.
He might not shell out, but if he doesn't, it means he has more moves, right? If this is your only move,
he might be trying to save it for another turn.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You never would save it for another turn here.
Especially not as Ochaco.
If this is your only line,
he's going for the momentum.
There it is.
Dumping
Powerful.
The right number.
3, 6, 9 for 15
There's
damage, and he shows the hands.
The world.
No high block to be seen. The Starlet was our only one, and that howitzer is going to deliver the most lethal half damage all the way into Nate and bring Crisos, Panos, and Ochaco 2 to their first combined regional license exam victory. This is mind-blowing.
How did he find those lines? How did he navigate that board state? How did he overcome -2 speed and clearing the card pool on every single attack?
They said it couldn't be done. They said it couldn't be done. They said the matchup, it could never happen. But as he's shown, making it all the way to the grand finals here,
the
Panos,
undefeated Swiss champ Momo all the way to the grand finals, and yet it is the 5-hand size Momo with the momentum generation, the battle arena, the extra card draw, the triple impact cyclone.
Battle arena, we won. We owe everything to battle arena, Sam.
We lost the game off it, and then we won the grand finals off of it.
One hand gives, and the other takes away, Sam Tate. Oh my
Amazing.
goodness.
I'm blown away.
My emotions are flowing right now. There's so much to say, but we're gonna hear it right from the horse's mouth, and we're gonna get both of these lovely players on for some exciting player interviews, and hopefully we can maintain some of this excitement for them.
If you think we're emotional, wait till you hear from the players themselves, because their emotions have to be absolutely peaked.
We'll be right back, guys. Do not go anywhere.
Everybody, I have here with me the inspirational Momo himself, your Swiss champion, undefeated through day 1 on an amazing run, grand finalist Nathan Dewalt.
Hello.
Nate, I know that the emotions must be running high for you, but I want to talk to you about your run throughout the entire weekend, not just the grand finals. I got to ask you, because I've asked everybody, what made you play Momo 1? What was the decision for this format?
So the use of command Pigeon Flock with Wild Pussycats and being able to filter 3 cards every time you flip that card and fish for the good foundations you want to find, like Face Shield, Passing the Torch, I'll Protect You, and Release. Those are the main ones I was looking for over the weekend. With those cards,
And you, of course, you've been on this deck for a long time, right? You've been on this deck to block as much as you possibly can and to play all the shiny green cards, right? And have you thought about playing any other decks in this format, or are you just a Momo lover?
I was thinking about playing Kamui Woods under Earth, but I decided to play Momo because the speed hate she gets just feels better, and being able to build my blocks is nice. I was also thinking about playing Void Eraser Red, like Kevin Robert was playing, but like a little bit different. But he just dies not very easily, but to like throws, and that just doesn't feel too good right now.
Right? Absolutely. So let's talk about day 1. Throughout all of Swiss, did you have any challenging matches?
Yeah, I played against a Water Todoroki 1, and they just drew every Breaker 1 card or Breaker 2 card in their deck during my kill turn, and I could not kill them. It was very rough. I checked like a 1 or a 2 every single.
Okay. So Water Todoroki giving you a little bit of a hassle there, but you still managed to be Swiss champ.
Yeah.
Tell me, how did it feel when you heard your name called out as number 1 Swiss champ Nathan Dewalt?
It felt really good because my last round opponent wanted to play, and I was just trying to draw so I could just make it in and not have to worry about that. And then I beat him, and I was like, I think I'm Swiss champ. And then I found out, and it was the coolest thing ever. I've never been Swiss champ before in any card game ever. And it's an amazing feeling.
That is awesome to hear. I saw you on social media, throughout the night announcing that you're Swiss champ, and I know I couldn't have been happier for you. I know most of Unfun Stuff couldn't have been happier for you, and I got to be real with you, Nate. I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit. I thought this was going to be one of the easiest grand finals for you of all time.
I thought so too.
Which is no disrespect to Crisos. Crisos had an absolutely amazing run, amazing deck, amazing lines, right?
He played fantastic.
But when it comes to the on-paper matchup, we saw you play against an Ochaco too and take absolutely 0 damage. You did not get touched.
Yeah, it was great.
And so going into this grand finals, did you think anything was going to be different? Did you have maybe any scouting on the deck? Like, what was going through your mind having known that you had already faced Death Ochaco 2 in this tournament?
I thought it was going to be pretty easy, but nothing to the extent of what the game actually was. They were playing a lot of different cards than I was expecting. The attack lineup was a lot different than I expected it to be. I thought they were going to not play the combo attack that bounces back to their hand if I block it. And that was a really interesting choice. It worked. And that's about it. Like, it's bread and butter, like just like the regular deck. That was the only attack that it was weirded out by seeing in the deck.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the lines. Like, let's talk about the plays. Were you expecting that level of aggression from a 5-hander? Because I think if you go back and watch the matchup, throughout the entire match, all 3 games, aside from turn 1, of course, there's only 1 turn, I believe, where Crisos is not attacking you. And most of those turns is 3 attacks minimum. Was this the level of aggression you were expecting?
No. I expected to play for them to play 2 attacks a turn and not 3 every single turn. Like, sometimes they would play that 3-4 attack string, but like nothing to the extent it was. They drew 3 attacks on every turn and played 3 attacks, except for the 1 turn they built and passed. And I thought I was gonna win that turn, but I checked poorly.
I'm not gonna lie, we had egg on our face on commentary. We said you can't take a turn off, right? You have to pressure that board. And then when we saw that build turn come out from the Ochaco 2 deck, we thought, okay, this is the door. The door is closing. But then the control checks just weren't really your friend on the next turn, and they had already done such a good job at pressuring your board. I do want to talk to you a little bit about that last turn that you had. What was going through your mind when you saw the 3 check on the back alley?
It felt rough, but I knew I could build the 2 back in, so I was like, oh, I'm fine. And then it wasn't fine, but like, I got to rebuild the 2 cards back in, so I essentially committed nothing for it.
Right. And then when it comes to playing at top tables, you're not a stranger to grand finals. You've been in the grand finals of provisionals before, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
And I got to ask you, being here now at the regional level instead of maybe at home on the webcam event, what is there a different atmosphere? Is there a different feeling to it?
Yeah, because it's not just you in the room. It's everybody else watching that match happen. They put a little bit more pressure because you have more people like in the same room as you watching you play, and sometimes judging the certain decisions you make, and it's a very interesting feeling.
Yeah. How do you feel about the return to in-person play? Because this is the first in-person regional of this season.
I love it. I love in-person play. The community is amazing, and interacting with everyone is super cool.
Awesome. Well, I want to give you this opportunity to give any shout-outs to anyone that you have in the community and when you want to put a spotlight on it all.
Yeah, I want to shout out on Fun Stuff's my sponsor, Christopher Bomley, runs an amazing store, amazing group of people. They're all fantastic.
Awesome. Yeah, and they've been here vending all this weekend. And I want to do one last thing for you, Nate. for getting second place, for being a grand finalist, I got a huge stack of goodies for you.
Oh, sweet.
You're going to get 2 booster boxes of the League of Villains set. You're going to get a whole bunch of these extra promos. You can hold those up for the camera. Oh, that one too. A bunch of chibi promos.
Very pretty.
And a bunch of tickets for the prize wall as well. So you can go check out all the prizes that they have left, walk home with some extra swag, and of course, the beautiful Contender Vial Seizing Foil promo.
It looks so good in person. This looks sick. I'm going to put it in my deck.
You going to play with it?
Yeah.
Awesome. I love to hear that. Well, oh, don't drop it.
That's
Well,
fine.
now it's lightly played already.
All right. Happens.
Well, congratulations,
Thank you
Nate.
so much.
You had an absolutely amazing run. You're an absolutely amazing player and an amazing person, and I can't wait to see you at the next event.
I can't wait.
All right, guys, we're going to come back with our champion interview in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it.
Welcome back, everyone. I have with me your regional license exam champion, Mr. Crisos Panos. Dude, how are you feeling, man? Yeah? Yeah, it was a crazy run, man. I think I don't think anyone expected Ochaco 2 of all things to take down this entire event, especially defeating the defensive monster that is Momo in that finals. What was your feelings going into that matchup?
They were kind of negative.
Yeah.
I wanted True Might to win, but because I know she's gonna block everything, so out-resource me. I just knew I had to keep attacking, let her destroy her foundations to save her life. Going from
If you rewatch the VOD, pretty much the entire commentary is just Sam and I constantly reiterating, I should say, that you never can let up. You have to keep pressuring her. You have to keep assaulting her to make sure that her stage never goes past like 3 or 4 foundations going into her turn.
exactly, even like 1 attack, 2 attacks, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, she has to destroy on pretty much every single move because even just one single poke, you're going to be off to the races.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it was amazing seeing you navigate that matchup, man. I don't think I've ever seen an Ochaco 2 get more aggressive than that. You just took full advantage of your character nonstop, 24/7, every single turn, and it was just a blast, dude. Thank you for giving us an amazing finals. It was so much fun.
Thank you guys for having me.
Of course, man. How would you describe your feelings about the event as a whole, right? It's finally coming to a close. You're the #1 man at the end of it, you know. Just spill the feelings, dude.
I feel good.
Yeah.
That's it. After game, well, the first day, I used no brain power.
Brain power? Hell yeah.
Bulldozer, just run everyone over, not even caring in the world. But today was tough. I would say Tyrell cracked me a little bit.
Yeah, fourth kind?
Yeah, he started getting in my head. And then game 2 against Nate, that's when I really started to break down, a bunch of misplays. And somehow my deck helped carry me to the win.
There were a couple lines in game 3 on the turn before you won.
Yeah.
The turn before where like you opened with a turn to dust and you chose not to bounce it. We were all like, man, I think if he stuns 2 again, like you could have found lethal that turn. It was a little shaky, but then you came back around the next turn, built hardcore, survived the onslaught. Nate checked a couple 3s and you said it's time to go back in. It's time to go in and finish it.
Yeah, I gotta rewatch that match. Both matches on stream were legendary.
Yeah. No, it was a good stream. The viewers at home were very, very well fed, man. But speaking of keeping our players well fed, I've got some things to give to you, my friend. First off, I've got a whopping 3 boxes of set 4, the League of Villains for you. I'm gonna put this bad boy right here so that I can hand you your things a little bit better. Next up, we've got your amazing, lovely, beautiful Champion Vial Seizing Mat. Holy cow. That's crazy. Yeah. Front and center. It's the whole stream. Jeez, that is gorgeous. And of course, to go alongside with it, a massive stack of chibi promos. All of these lovely Stalking Her Praise and Tormenting Glare. All for you, my friend. And of course, the almighty, the one and only Champion Vial Seizing. For you, my friend. Congratulations on an amazing performance, bud. Before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. The
First
stage
off,
is yours.
My brother, biggest contributor. I wouldn't even be here without him. Like at this tournament, I didn't want to go.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't want to go. I was so lazy. And,
Wow.
Yeah, but my brother, my boy Matt Kirkshank, all the Ocala squad, which is like Tyrell, JJ, Marie, Chris, Gina, and just everybody.
I remember talking to Tyrell after you guys' round, and he was like, I knew it was going to be me and Panos. He's like, I knew it was going to happen. I knew it. It's never easy to have to take your boys down, but you know what, man? When Ochaco 2's bulldozing, no one can stand in your way, dude. It was an amazing run. Big thank you again, man. Big thank you to Jasco for holding this amazing event for us. But we're going to get to all of those pleasantries after. For now, I'm going to let our champ here get a little bit of rest. He had to use too much of his brain in day 2 today. And I'm going to go grab our other co-casters so we can send you all home and good night. We'll be right back, guys. Welcome back, all you villains out there. Holy cow, what an amazing weekend it's been. We had so many fantastic games, so many cutthroat matchups, so many close calls, and one of the most amazing grand finals I have ever seen in a long time. It has been an absolute all-star showstopper of an event. It feels so darn good to be back in the seat, behind the microphone, with some of my favorite co-casters around, with my favorite community around, for my favorite trading card game around, and I really, really, really cannot thank Jasco enough for putting on such an amazing event. Big shout outs to Jasco, big shout outs to PPG, George Machado, our TO, our head judge, Mr. Jacob Bitts, all of our floor judges, of course, everyone behind the scenes, Guile, Jellyfish Guy, everyone who put on a fancy shirt and put in the work this weekend. Big hats off to you because you guys are the real winners. And of course, all of the people out there who came out and played, big thanks to you guys as well. Massive shout outs. These events, they wouldn't be what they are without the most amazing community, without the best players that come out and step it up and make these things worthwhile every single weekend that we have a regional license exam, a provisional showdown, an HLC, and nationals. No matter what's going on, the Universus, the MHA CCG community, you guys step up. But I want to hear your personal thoughts, my co-casters. Newl, tell me about the weekend as a whole for you.
I mean, this weekend has been a blast. It's always a pleasure being able to see familiar faces and new faces at these events. You know, the vendors this time around, we had some players vending. Always a shout out to Unfun Stuff Games. Like I said, everyone always says, oh, my favorite thing about this game is the community. And that's true for myself as well. And I'm pretty sure it's true for all three of us, it was also a blast just seeing this was a very interesting top 16 to witness this time around compared to other tournaments. So, yeah.
Sam, how about yourself, my friend? Give me the rundown on your weekend and your closing thoughts, bud.
Well, I gotta say the best thing, besides the community, is the unexpected nature of these events. No event has gone exactly how we thought it would. No event has, even when the usual suspects win, no event has gone the way that everyone says it will. And that's what I love. I love the shockers. I love the unexpected. I mean, who knew Ochaco 2 had that dog in her? Because there's no way.
It was about time, man. I've been waiting for someone to tear it up like that with this character.
There's no way in the world I would put my money on Ochaco 2 to climb through the ranks, and then especially to beat maybe the most experienced. It has to be. Nate Dewalt has to be the most experienced Momo player.
He's definitely the most decorated one.
Right. So it has been an absolute blast. I had so much fun. We saw so many great matches. And you know what? You know what the best part about the competition was?
What's that?
Ojiro 2 didn't win, baby. We did it!
Let's go. We saved the game, boys.
We saved the game!
It was just a knockout weekend, man. My feelings, there's not enough words in the English language for me to describe how I feel. Just the amount of people that have walked up to me, shook my hand, gave me a big hug. I signed like 7 or 8 XR characters, a couple mats. It was just very, very, very heartwarming, and it's so good to see everyone again. You know, it's been a good like 6 months or so since the HLC, and it really, really, really reminded me like what makes this game so important to me and why I love coming out and doing this so much. It is the energy and the vibes and the flow and the ebb of just the love and passion for the game that all these people have, and I just hope that it continues for the rest of this competitive season, and I cannot wait to see you guys at more and more events. But I think we've said all the pleasantries that we possibly can, so it is time for myself for the last time, Levi Lalonde,
Nilberg.
Ace Maneuvers, Sam Tate.
He had to put the brand name in there, huh? For us to tell y'all a lovely, hearty good night, and we will see you guys at the next regionals. Take care and good night, MHA CCG community. We'll see you next time.